Long before the first shots were fired in the American Civil War, tensions were simmering beneath the surface of American society. These tensions grew out of the country's very foundation, dating back to the colonial era. As early as the 17th century, different regions of the American colonies began to develop unique identities shaped by geography, economy, and social structure. In the North, the colonies developed an economy that relied on small-scale farming, trade, and eventually, industry. The South, however, built its economy on plantation agriculture, which depended heavily on slave labor. This economic divergence set the stage for a division that would deepen over the coming centuries. In the North, as industrialization took hold, cities grew, and a middle class began to emerge, along with ideas about freedom, labor rights, and democratic governance. Many in the North, influenced by the abolitionist movements spreading through Europe and spurred by religious groups like the Quakers, began to see slavery as a moral evil. Abolitionists in the North advocated for an end to slavery, arguing that it was not only economically outdated but morally repugnant. Meanwhile, in the South, the institution of slavery was not only seen as a vital part of the economy, but also woven into the social fabric. The Southern economy relied on the labor of enslaved people to produce lucrative cash crops like cotton, tobacco, and sugar, creating a wealthy class of plantation owners who held significant political and social power. This growing divide between North and South was amplified by the westward expansion of the United States. As new territories were acquired, questions arose about whether these areas would permit slavery or be free states. The Missouri Compromise of 1820 was one of the early attempts to address this issue, drawing an imaginary line across the country, with slavery permitted in new states to the south of the line and banned in those to the north. This compromise temporarily eased tensions, but it did not address the underlying conflicts. As the nation continued to expand, each new territory and each new state became another battleground in the fight over slavery. Meanwhile, Northern abolitionists became increasingly vocal, driven by a strong sense of moral duty and justice. Leaders like Frederick Douglass, Harriet Beecher Stowe, and William Lloyd Garrison gained influence, bringing the issue of slavery to the forefront of American consciousness. Their writings, speeches, and publications exposed the horrors of slavery, galvanizing support for the abolitionist cause across the North. Harriet Beecher Stowe's novel, Uncle Tom's Cabin, published in 1852, painted a vivid picture of the brutality of slavery, igniting a firestorm of controversy. The book became an international bestseller, influencing public opinion in both the United States and abroad and deepening the divide between North and South. In addition to the economic and moral divides, there were fundamental differences in how the North and South viewed the nature of the federal government. The North, with its growing urban population and complex economy, tended to favor a stronger central government that could regulate trade, build infrastructure, and provide order in a rapidly industrializing society. The South, on the other hand, prioritized states' rights, believing that each state should be able to make its own decisions, especially when it came to the issue of slavery. Southern leaders feared that a strong federal government could eventually abolish slavery, threatening their way of life and economic survival. These cultural, economic, and political divisions were exacerbated by specific events in the 1850s that brought the country closer to war. The Compromise of 1850, a series of laws aimed at resolving tensions between free and slave states, included the controversial Fugitive Slave Act, which required Northerners to return escaped slaves to their Southern owners. This law outraged many in the North, who saw it as a direct violation of their principles and an infringement on their autonomy. In response, some Northern states enacted personal liberty laws that aimed to counter the Fugitive Slave Act, further intensifying the conflict. The Kansas-Nebraska Act of 1854 was another flashpoint, as it allowed settlers in the Kansas and Nebraska territories to decide for themselves whether to allow slavery. This led to a violent struggle in Kansas, known as Bleeding Kansas, where pro-slavery and anti-slavery settlers clashed in brutal confrontations. This conflict illustrated that the question of slavery was no longer an abstract debate, but a reality that could and would lead to bloodshed. As the decade progressed, political tensions spilled over into Congress itself. In 1856, the violence of Bleeding Kansas reached the halls of the Senate, where Charles Sumner, a fervent anti-slavery senator, was viciously attacked by Preston Brooks, a pro-slavery congressman from South Carolina. This incident, known as the caning of Charles Sumner, shocked the nation and revealed just how deeply divided Congress and the country had become. It seemed that even within the highest levels of government, the conflict over slavery could no longer be contained. By the end of the 1850s, the issue of slavery had fractured the major political parties. The Whig Party collapsed under the weight of the slavery debate, and a new political force emerged, the Republican Party. Formed in 1854, the Republican Party was largely made up of anti-slavery activists and those who believed in limiting the spread of slavery into new territories. While not all Republicans were abolitionists, they shared a common goal of preventing slavery from expanding westward. This new party quickly gained influence, uniting Northern voters who opposed the expansion of slavery. The election of 1860 would bring these tensions to a head. The Republican candidate, Abraham Lincoln, ran on a platform of halting the spread of slavery, though he promised not to interfere with slavery where it already existed. Lincoln's moderate stance was seen as a threat by Southern leaders, who viewed any restriction on slavery as a step toward its eventual abolition. When Lincoln won the presidency in November of 1860, without winning a single Southern state, the South saw this as proof that the federal government was no longer acting in their interests. In response, South Carolina became the first state to secede from the Union on December 20, 1860. South Carolina's secession was soon followed by Mississippi, Florida, Alabama, Georgia, Louisiana, and Texas. These states formed the Confederate States of America, a new nation based on the preservation of slavery and states' rights. They elected Jefferson Davis as their president and began to seize federal property within their borders, including forts and arsenals. The United States, or the Union, refused to recognize the Confederacy as a legitimate nation, viewing the secession as a rebellion rather than a lawful separation. Tensions came to a boiling point in April 1861 at Fort Sumter, a federal fort in Charleston Harbor. When Union forces refused to surrender the fort, Confederate forces opened fire, marking the official beginning of the Civil War. The bombardment lasted for 2 days, after which the Union forces surrendered. The attack on Fort Sumter galvanized the North, leading Lincoln to call for 75,000 volunteers to put down the rebellion. This call to arms pushed the remaining slave states of Virginia, Arkansas, Tennessee, and North Carolina to join the Confederacy, deepening the divide. With the firing on Fort Sumter, the United States was officially at war with itself. The Civil War would prove to be one of the most devastating conflicts in American history, dividing families, communities, and the very fabric of the nation. The Union and the Confederacy would now embark on a 4-year struggle, not just over territory, but over the fundamental question of what kind of country the United States would be. With the firing on Fort Sumter in April 1861, the United States found itself plunged into a conflict that would test its resilience and commitment to its founding ideals. President Abraham Lincoln, determined to preserve the Union, called for 75,000 volunteers to quell the rebellion, and men across the North responded to the call. Meanwhile, in the South, the newly formed Confederate States of America rallied its own volunteers, convinced that they were fighting to protect their homes, their rights, and their way of life. Mobilization on both sides was a massive undertaking. At the start of the war, neither the Union nor the Confederacy had a standing army capable of waging a large-scale war. State militias formed the backbone of each side's forces, but these units varied greatly in discipline, training, and equipment. Men volunteered in droves, often forming regiments with friends, neighbors, and relatives, leading to units with strong regional identities. For many, the idea of war carried a sense of adventure and honor, and the grim realities of battle were still distant. In the Union, Lincoln and his generals quickly realized that the war would require far more than just a show of force. While many Northerners initially believed the conflict would be over in a matter of months, Union leaders soon saw that defeating the South would mean overcoming deeply entrenched political and economic systems. Lincoln appointed Winfield Scott, an aging hero of the Mexican-American War, to develop an overarching strategy. Scott proposed the Anaconda Plan, a strategy that would aim to suffocate the South by cutting off its access to resources and foreign support. The Anaconda Plan called for a naval blockade of the Confederate coastline, preventing the South from trading cotton, which was its economic lifeblood. By blocking Southern ports, the Union hoped to deprive the Confederacy of the goods, weapons, and supplies it needed to sustain its war effort. Scott's plan also involved gaining control of the Mississippi River, effectively splitting the Confederacy in two and disrupting transportation and communication between its eastern and western territories. Though the plan was initially criticized for its perceived passivity, it laid the groundwork for what would become a long and strategic campaign. In contrast, the Confederacy's strategy was centered around defense and endurance. Confederate President Jefferson Davis believed that if the South could hold out long enough, Northern resolve would wane, and public pressure would force Lincoln to negotiate a peace. The Confederates also counted on support from Britain and France, who were economically dependent on Southern cotton. Southern leaders assumed that the cotton trade would force European powers to intervene on their behalf, helping to break the Union blockade and secure Southern independence. The Confederacy adopted a defensive strategy, aiming to protect its territory and resources rather than attempting to conquer the North. However, Southern leaders also knew that if they could strike a decisive blow on Northern soil, they might convince the Union to accept the Confederacy as an independent nation. This idea of a powerful, morale-boosting victory would later inspire Southern incursions into Northern states. Both sides began organizing and training their troops, but the lack of experience soon became apparent. Officers on both sides were often unfamiliar with large-scale command, and while West Point graduates provided some expertise, the sheer scale of mobilization meant that inexperienced leaders were quickly promoted. Supplies were in short supply, particularly in the South, which had fewer factories and railroads to transport goods and troops. While the Union benefited from a more industrialized economy, it, too, struggled with logistics as it tried to coordinate a growing army across vast distances. The first significant engagement came in July 1861 at the First Battle of Bull Run, also known as the Battle of Manassas, near Washington, D.C. Both sides entered the battle with confidence, believing that a single, decisive engagement would end the war. Civilians from Washington even traveled to the battlefield to watch, bringing picnics and treating the event as a spectacle. However, the battle quickly turned into a chaotic and brutal encounter, shocking both the Union and the Confederate forces with the ferocity of the fighting. Union troops, under the command of General Irvin McDowell, initially pushed back the Confederate forces, but a counterattack led by Confederate General Thomas "Stonewall" Jackson turned the tide. Jackson's unyielding stance earned him the nickname Stonewall, and his leadership rallied the Confederate forces. The Union troops, unprepared for the intensity of battle, soon found themselves in a disorganized retreat, fleeing back toward Washington in panic. The First Battle of Bull Run ended in a Confederate victory, shattering the illusion that the war would be a brief and easy conflict. The battle was a wake-up call for the North. Lincoln and his administration recognized that the Union would need a far more organized and well-equipped army if it hoped to defeat the Confederacy. In response, Lincoln signed the Militia Act and appointed George B. McClellan to command the newly formed Army of the Potomac. McClellan, a meticulous and cautious leader, dedicated himself to training and organizing the Union forces, transforming them into a disciplined and professional army. However, his caution would later prove to be a source of frustration, as he hesitated to engage the enemy despite his army's readiness. Meanwhile, the South celebrated its early victory and morale soared. The Confederacy believed it had demonstrated its military prowess and bolstered its claim to independence. However, Southern leaders also knew that more decisive victories would be necessary to sustain their position, especially as the Union blockade began to tighten. In response, the Confederacy intensified its efforts to secure foreign recognition and support, sending diplomats to Britain and France in hopes of swaying these nations to their side. The initial months of the war revealed the immense challenges that lay ahead. Both the Union and the Confederacy faced logistical, strategic, and morale issues, and both sides began to realize the scale of the conflict they had entered. For the North, it was no longer a matter of simply suppressing a rebellion. It was a struggle for the very future of the nation. For the South, it was a fight for survival and the preservation of a way of life. In the coming months, both sides would continue to refine their strategies, build their armies, and adjust to the realities of war. The Union would press forward with its blockade and seek control of key rivers, while the Confederacy would seek to protect its territory and inflict enough damage to weaken Northern resolve. As the war progressed, it would become clear that neither side could achieve victory quickly, and the conflict would enter a long, grueling phase of battles, sieges, and confrontations that would test the strength and endurance of both the Union and the Confederacy. As the Union and Confederate forces solidified their positions and strategies, both sides recognized the strategic importance of the Mississippi River and the Western Territories. For the Union, control of the Mississippi was a central component of the Anaconda Plan. If they could dominate the river, they would effectively cut the Confederacy in half, severing communication and supply lines between the Eastern and Western Confederate states. The Confederacy, on the other hand, sought to maintain control over this critical waterway to ensure the transport of goods, troops, and communication between their territories. The first major engagements in the Western Theater began in early 1862, with Union forces under General Ulysses S. Grant advancing through Tennessee. Grant, a relatively unknown commander at the time, would quickly make a name for himself with his tenacious fighting spirit and determination. Grant's early campaigns marked a turning point in the Union strategy in the Western Theater, as he demonstrated an aggressive approach to warfare that was in stark contrast to the cautious tactics often seen in the Eastern Theater. One of Grant's first major victories came at Fort Henry on the Tennessee River in February 1862. With the support of Union gunboats, Grant's forces captured Fort Henry with relative ease, securing an important foothold for the Union in Tennessee. Shortly after, Grant turned his attention to Fort Donelson on the nearby Cumberland River. The Battle of Fort Donelson was a fierce engagement, with the Confederate forces putting up a strong resistance. However, Grant's persistence paid off, and after a prolonged siege, the Confederate forces surrendered. Grant's demand for an unconditional surrender at Fort Donelson became legendary and earned him the nickname Unconditional Surrender Grant. The victory at Fort Donelson was a significant strategic win for the Union, opening the way for further advances into Tennessee and the Deep South. It also marked the beginning of Grant's rise as one of the Union's most effective military leaders. With control of key positions along the Tennessee and Cumberland rivers, the Union continued its advance into the South. However, Confederate forces regrouped and prepared for a counterattack. In April 1862, Grant's forces were camped near a small church called Shiloh in Tennessee, unaware that Confederate General Albert Sidney Johnston was planning a surprise attack. On April 6th, Confederate forces launched a dawn assault, catching Grant's army off guard and driving them back toward the Tennessee River. The Battle of Shiloh was one of the bloodiest battles of the Civil War up to that point. Confederate forces initially gained the upper hand, but Grant, refusing to retreat, rallied his troops and prepared for a counterattack. Reinforcements arrived overnight, and on the second day of fighting, Union forces regained their positions, eventually pushing the Confederate forces back. The battle ended in a costly Union victory, with heavy casualties on both sides. Around 23,000 men were killed, wounded, or missing. The brutality of Shiloh shocked both the Union and the Confederacy, making it clear that the war would be far more devastating than many had anticipated. Shiloh was a pivotal moment in the Western theater. The Union victory allowed Grant and the Union forces to press further into Mississippi, bringing them closer to their goal of securing the Mississippi River. Meanwhile, the Confederacy's Western forces suffered significant losses, weakening their ability to resist the Union's advance. Despite the heavy toll, Grant remained resolute, understanding that the capture of the Mississippi would be essential for Union victory. As Union forces pushed toward the Mississippi, another significant battle unfolded in New Orleans, one of the South's largest and most important port cities. Union Admiral David Farragut, a seasoned naval officer, led a daring assault on the city. In April 1862, Farragut's fleet of warships navigated the treacherous waters of the Mississippi River, bypassing Confederate defenses at Fort Jackson and Fort St. Philip. Once Farragut's fleet broke through, they swiftly moved up the river, forcing the surrender of New Orleans without much resistance. The capture of New Orleans was a tremendous blow to the Confederacy. It deprived the South of a vital port and cut off one of its main avenues for importing supplies and exporting cotton. With New Orleans in Union hands, the Confederacy's access to the outside world became even more limited, placing increasing strain on its resources and infrastructure. The fall of New Orleans also provided the Union with a strategic base from which to conduct further operations along the Mississippi River. Despite these Union successes, Confederate forces continued to resist, particularly at the fortified city of Vicksburg, Mississippi. Vicksburg was a strategic stronghold, situated on high bluffs overlooking the Mississippi River. Its location allowed the Confederacy to control river traffic and provided a defensive advantage against any Union assault. Recognizing the importance of Vicksburg, Confederate leaders poured resources into its defense, determined to hold the city at all costs. In late 1862, Grant launched his Vicksburg campaign, a series of maneuvers and battles aimed at capturing the city. Grant attempted several approaches to reach Vicksburg, including digging canals and diverting the river, but each effort was met with frustration and setbacks. Finally, in the spring of 1863, Grant devised a bold plan to move his army south of Vicksburg, cross the river, and approach the city from the east, cutting off its supply lines and isolating it from Confederate support. Grant's strategy worked. After crossing the Mississippi River and winning several key battles, including Port Gibson and Raymond, Grant's forces laid siege to Vicksburg in May 1863. The siege of Vicksburg was a grueling campaign, with Union forces surrounding the city and cutting off all supplies. Confederate soldiers and civilians inside Vicksburg endured weeks of starvation, disease, and constant bombardment. On July 4, 1863, after more than 40 days of siege, Confederate General John C. Pemberton surrendered Vicksburg to Grant. The fall of Vicksburg, coupled with the Union victory at the Battle of Gettysburg on the same day, marked a turning point in the Civil War. With the capture of Vicksburg, the Union gained full control of the Mississippi River, effectively splitting the Confederacy in two. This victory not only weakened the South, but also boosted Northern morale and solidified Grant's reputation as a tenacious and effective leader. The Union's success in the Western theater underscored the strategic importance of controlling the Mississippi River and highlighted Grant's ability to lead and innovate under pressure. The Confederate defeat at Vicksburg was devastating, and the loss of the Mississippi made it nearly impossible for the South to maintain cohesive communication and coordination between its eastern and western regions. As the Union consolidated its hold on the Mississippi, The war would shift focus back to the Eastern Theater, where fierce battles awaited and the struggle between North and South would reach new levels of intensity. The victories in the West had given the Union a strategic advantage, but the road to victory was far from clear, and the battles yet to come would test both sides' resolve and endurance. As Union forces made significant gains in the Western Theater, attention turned back to the Eastern Theater, particularly to Virginia, where some of the most intense fighting of the Civil War would take place. Virginia was of immense symbolic and strategic importance for both the Union and the Confederacy. It was home to the Confederate capital, Richmond, and its proximity to Washington, D.C., made it a key battleground. Control of Virginia meant controlling a critical theater of the war, and both sides poured resources and manpower into the region, hoping to achieve decisive victories. In 1861 and 1862, Union forces under General George B. McClellan undertook a series of operations to capture Richmond. McClellan, a skilled organizer, transformed the Army of the Potomac into a well-trained and disciplined force. However, his cautious nature and reluctance to engage in battle frustrated President Lincoln and other Union leaders. McClellan believed in overwhelming preparation and preferred not to act unless he felt assured of victory. This hesitancy would define much of his leadership and ultimately hinder Union progress in Virginia. In the spring of 1862, McClellan launched the Peninsula Campaign, an ambitious operation to capture Richmond by advancing up the Virginia Peninsula between the York and James Rivers. The campaign began well, with Union forces landing at Fort Monroe and moving steadily toward Richmond. However, McClellan's cautious approach and frequent delays allowed Confederate forces under General Joseph E. Johnston to prepare for the defense of the city. Despite his numerical advantage, McClellan's slow pace allowed the Confederates to regroup and fortify their positions. As Union forces approached Richmond, Johnston was wounded, and command of the Confederate Army passed to General Robert E. Lee. Lee, a bold and aggressive commander, quickly took advantage of McClellan's cautious tactics. In a series of engagements known as the 7 Days Battles, Lee's forces launched aggressive counterattacks, driving McClellan back down the peninsula and ending the Union's attempt to capture Richmond. Although the Union had gained ground initially, the Peninsula Campaign ultimately ended in failure, with McClellan's forces retreating and Confederate morale strengthened. Lee's success in defending Richmond during the Peninsula Campaign elevated his reputation and transformed him into a revered figure in the South. He was known for his ability to inspire his troops and his willingness to take risks. Following his victory on the peninsula, Lee continued to pursue an aggressive strategy, aiming to disrupt Union plans and maintain the initiative. Lee's tactics focused on exploiting Union weaknesses and outmaneuvering his opponents, and his style of warfare would soon earn him respect even among his adversaries. Throughout the summer of 1862, Lee engaged Union forces in a series of battles that demonstrated his tactical brilliance. One of the most notable of these engagements was the Second Battle of Bull Run, or Second Manassas, in August 1862. In this battle, Lee, along with Stonewall Jackson, outmaneuvered Union General John Pope, dealing a crushing blow to Union forces and driving them back toward Washington, D.C. The Confederate victory at Second Bull Run solidified Lee's standing as a master tactician and boosted Confederate morale. It also deepened the frustration in the North, as Union leaders struggled to find a strategy that could counter Lee's successes. Buoyed by his victories, Lee decided to take the war northward, hoping to secure a significant victory on Union soil that would demoralize the North and possibly convince European powers like Britain and France to recognize the Confederacy. In September 1862, Lee led his forces across the Potomac River into Maryland, marking the beginning of the Maryland Campaign. This bold move was part of Lee's broader strategy to relieve pressure on Virginia's farmland, gain supplies, and encourage pro-Confederate sentiment in the border states. However, as Lee advanced, Union forces discovered his battle plans by sheer chance. A Union soldier found a copy of Lee's orders wrapped around some cigars at an abandoned Confederate camp. This document, known as Special Order 191, revealed Lee's intentions and gave the Union a rare opportunity to strike at his divided forces. Armed with this intelligence, McClellan moved to intercept Lee's army near Sharpsburg, Maryland. The resulting Battle of Antietam on September 17, 1862, became the bloodiest single day in American history, with nearly 23,000 soldiers killed, wounded, or missing. The battle was a brutal clash, with fierce fighting across fields, cornfields, and along a sunken road that came to be known as Bloody Lane. While neither side achieved a decisive victory, Lee's forces ultimately withdrew back into Virginia. Though the Union failed to destroy Lee's army, Antietam was considered a strategic Union victory, as it halted the Confederate advance into the North. The Battle of Antietam had significant political consequences. Lincoln had been waiting for a Union victory to issue the Emancipation Proclamation, a measure that would redefine the purpose of the war. On September 22, 1862, just days after Antietam, Lincoln announced the preliminary Emancipation Proclamation, declaring that as of January 1, 1863, all enslaved people in Confederate-held territories would be considered free. While the proclamation did not immediately free any enslaved people, it transformed the Civil War into a fight for human freedom, galvanizing abolitionist support in the North and making it unlikely that European powers would support the Confederacy. The Eastern Theater remained volatile, with both sides locked in a brutal struggle for dominance in Virginia. Despite McClellan's success at Antietam, his failure to pursue Lee's retreating army led to further frustrations in Washington. Lincoln, exasperated with McClellan's reluctance to take decisive action, eventually replaced him with General Ambrose Burnside. Burnside, however, would face his own challenges and failures in the coming months. In December 1862, Burnside launched an assault on Confederate positions at Fredericksburg, Virginia. The Battle of Fredericksburg proved to be a disastrous defeat for the Union. Burnside's forces repeatedly charged up a heavily fortified hill known as Mary's Heights, suffering devastating losses with little gain. The Confederate forces, well positioned and dug in behind a stone wall, inflicted heavy casualties on the Union troops, who were unable to break through. By the end of the battle, the Union had suffered nearly 13,000 casualties to the Confederacy's 5,000, and morale in the North was once again shattered. The early campaigns in the Eastern Theater underscored the difficulties of achieving victory in Virginia. While Union forces had the advantage in numbers and resources, Confederate commanders like Lee and Jackson consistently outmaneuvered their Northern counterparts, capitalizing on their familiarity with the terrain and their bold tactics. The failure of Union forces to capture Richmond or decisively defeat Lee's army kept the war in a prolonged state of uncertainty, with each battle exacting a heavy toll on both sides. Despite these setbacks, Lincoln and the Union leadership remained committed to the goal of reunification and, after the Emancipation Proclamation, the abolition of slavery. As the war continued, the Eastern Theater became the setting for some of the most iconic and bloody battles of the conflict, with both sides struggling to gain the upper hand. With each passing battle, it became clear that the Civil War was a test not only of military strength but of endurance, determination, and ideals. For the Union, the challenge lay in finding a strategy and leadership that could counter Lee's prowess. For the Confederacy, the struggle was to maintain its resolve and resources in the face of a larger and increasingly determined opponent. By mid-1863, the American Civil War had already exacted a heavy toll on both sides, with countless lives lost and entire regions devastated. Despite setbacks, Confederate General Robert E. Lee remained a formidable force in the Eastern Theater. Following his successes in battles such as Fredericksburg and Chancellorsville, Lee sought to capitalize on the momentum by launching a second invasion into Union territory. His goal was to bring the war northward, hoping to relieve pressure on Virginia's war-torn farmland, secure supplies, and possibly inspire political pressure on President Lincoln to negotiate a peace settlement. A victory on Northern soil might also attract the support of European powers. In June 1863, Lee's Army of Northern Virginia, a seasoned and battle-hardened force, moved north through the Shenandoah Valley into Pennsylvania. The Union, under the command of General George Meade, quickly mobilized to intercept Lee, bringing the Army of the Potomac northward. Both armies, unaware of each other's exact movements, converged near the small town of Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. Neither side initially intended for this town to become the site of a significant battle, but on July 1st, Confederate forces encountered Union cavalry outside Gettysburg, and the confrontation quickly escalated. The Battle of Gettysburg would become the largest and bloodiest battle of the Civil War. On July 1st, 1863, the initial skirmishes erupted as Confederate troops pushed Union forces back through the town, securing high ground just south of Gettysburg. Union forces, realizing the strategic importance of the elevated terrain, quickly took up defensive positions on Cemetery Hill, Cemetery Ridge, and Little Round Top, a series of ridges and hills that provided a natural defensive advantage. This high ground formed a fishhook-shaped defensive line, which would prove critical in the coming days. On July 2nd, Lee launched a series of fierce assaults on the Union flanks. Confederate forces under General James Longstreet attacked the Union left flank at Little Round Top, Devil's Den, the Wheat Field, and the Peach Orchard. The fighting was intense and chaotic, with hand-to-hand combat erupting as Union forces struggled to hold their ground. On Little Round Top, Colonel Joshua Lawrence Chamberlain and his 20th Maine Regiment famously defended the position, holding off repeated Confederate attacks and executing a daring bayonet charge when their ammunition ran low. Chamberlain's bold move forced the Confederate attackers to retreat and secured the Union left flank. Meanwhile, Confederate forces under General Richard Ewell attacked the Union right flank at Culp's Hill and Cemetery Hill. The fighting was brutal, and both sides suffered heavy casualties. Despite some initial Confederate gains, Union forces managed to hold their positions, repelling the attacks and preventing the Confederate Army from breaking through the defensive line. As dawn broke on July 3rd, Lee decided to make a final, decisive assault on the center of the Union line along Cemetery Ridge. Believing that the Union forces in the center might be weakened after the previous day's attacks on the flanks, Lee ordered Pickett's charge, a massive infantry assault led by General George Pickett and involving thousands of Confederate soldiers. This assault would become one of the most infamous events of the Civil War. Before the infantry charge, the Confederates unleashed a massive artillery bombardment on Cemetery Ridge, hoping to soften the Union defenses. The barrage was intense, and the ground shook with the thunder of cannon fire. Union forces hunkered down, enduring the bombardment and bracing for the coming assault. After the artillery ceased, thousands of Confederate soldiers emerged from the tree line and began their advance across open fields toward the Union center. The Union artillery, having held its fire during the Confederate barrage, opened up on the advancing Confederates, inflicting devastating losses. The Confederate soldiers, facing a hail of cannon fire and musket shots, continued their advance, but as they neared the Union lines, the attack faltered. The open ground provided little cover, and Union infantry poured a relentless stream of fire into the Confederate ranks. The assault was ultimately repelled, with Confederate forces suffering catastrophic casualties. Pickett's charge ended in failure, with thousands of Confederate soldiers dead or wounded on the fields of Gettysburg. The Union line held firm, and Lee's army was forced to retreat back to Virginia. The Battle of Gettysburg was a decisive Union victory, but it came at a tremendous cost. Over 3 days, approximately 51,000 soldiers were killed, wounded, or missing, making Gettysburg the bloodiest battle of the Civil War. Lee's invasion of the North had ended in disaster, and his army was forced to retreat. never again to mount a significant offensive into Union territory. Gettysburg marked the high water mark of the Confederacy, the point at which the South's fortunes began to wane. For the Union, the victory at Gettysburg provided a much-needed morale boost. The success of Meade's Army of the Potomac proved that the Union could stand up to Lee's forces and turn the tide of the war. However, Meade's cautious pursuit of the retreating Confederate Army disappointed Lincoln, who had hoped for a more aggressive follow-up to capitalize on the victory. Nevertheless, Gettysburg was a turning point, shifting momentum to the Union and setting the stage for future offensives. In November 1863, a few months after the battle, President Lincoln visited Gettysburg to dedicate a cemetery for the fallen soldiers. It was there that he delivered his famous Gettysburg Address, a brief but profound speech that reframed the war as a struggle not only for the preservation of the Union, but also for the principles of liberty and equality. Lincoln declared that the United States was engaged in a great test of democracy, and he honored the sacrifice of those who had fought at Gettysburg. His words, "that government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not perish from the earth," became a defining statement of American ideals and renewed the Union's commitment to victory. The Battle of Gettysburg was a critical turning point in the Civil War, signaling the beginning of the end for the Confederacy. Although the war would continue for nearly 2 more years, the Confederate defeat at Gettysburg, coupled with the Union victory at Vicksburg on the Mississippi River just 1 day later, marked the beginning of a steady decline for the Confederate cause. The North had not only survived Lee's invasion, but had emerged stronger and more resolute, ready to press forward with a renewed sense of purpose. As the Civil War dragged on, it became clear that its effects extended far beyond the battlefields. Families, communities, and entire regions were transformed by the hardships and sacrifices demanded by the conflict. Both the North and the South faced shortages, inflation, and the ever-present fear of losing loved ones in the fighting. In the South, where much of the fighting took place, civilians endured particular suffering, as Union forces sought to weaken the Confederacy by targeting its infrastructure, economy, and social structure. In the North, industry boomed as factories shifted production to meet the needs of a prolonged war effort. Textile mills, ironworks, and arms manufacturers ran at full capacity, creating jobs and driving economic growth. However, this prosperity was not without cost. As men went off to fight, women and children took on new roles in factories, farms, and businesses, adapting to the absence of husbands, fathers, and sons. Women stepped into roles that were traditionally held by men, managing farms, businesses, and even working in factories to support the war effort. The government, too, faced immense pressures. To finance the war, the Union government under President Lincoln implemented the first federal income tax in American history, alongside new tariffs and bond programs. The U.S. Treasury also issued greenbacks, a paper currency not backed by gold or silver. This step helped to fund the war but led to inflation and economic instability. The increased demand for goods, combined with inflation, made life challenging for many Northern families, as prices for food and other essentials rose steeply. In the South, the impact of the war on daily life was even more severe. With a largely agrarian economy heavily reliant on slave labor, the Confederate States struggled to sustain their war effort. Union blockades of southern ports effectively cut off trade with Europe, depriving the South of revenue from cotton exports and causing widespread shortages of goods. Southern women and children, like their northern counterparts, were forced to take on new responsibilities, managing farms and households in the absence of male family members. However, unlike in the North, where industry provided some stability, the South faced economic collapse as inflation skyrocketed and essential goods became increasingly scarce. The Confederate government, led by Jefferson Davis, implemented policies to support the war effort, including a draft that required white men between the ages of 18 and 35 to serve in the Army. The Confederate draft was met with significant resistance in some regions, particularly among poorer families who depended on male labor for survival. Wealthier Southerners could avoid the draft by paying for substitutes, a policy that bred resentment and anger among the working class. This disparity fueled class tensions and added to the strains on Southern society, as many families felt that the sacrifices of war were unequally distributed. The Union Army's tactics of total war and scorched earth policies began to take a heavy toll on Southern civilians. Union General William Tecumseh Sherman, in particular, became known for his philosophy of total war, which he implemented during his campaigns in the South. Sherman believed that weakening civilian morale and disrupting the Southern economy would hasten the end of the war. His infamous March to the Sea in late 1864, in which his forces marched from Atlanta to Savannah, Georgia, left a trail of destruction. His troops destroyed railroads, factories, and plantations, burning crops and seizing livestock. Sherman's campaign devastated Southern infrastructure, leaving many communities in ruins. While the destruction created a significant strategic advantage for the Union, it also left Southern civilians in desperate conditions. Families were left without food, shelter, or resources, facing the harsh realities of a war that now reached directly into their homes. The psychological impact on Southern civilians was profound, as the realities of war became inescapable. The Confederate government, already stretched thin, struggled to provide aid or relief, leaving families to fend for themselves in increasingly dire circumstances. Amid these hardships, enslaved African Americans in the South faced unique challenges and opportunities. The Union's advance into Southern territories brought freedom within reach for many enslaved people. As Union armies occupied Southern areas, thousands of enslaved individuals fled to Union lines, seeking freedom and protection. These individuals, known as contrabands, often worked for the Union Army, serving as laborers, cooks, and even soldiers. Many joined the Union's newly formed United States Colored Troops, USCT, eager to fight for their freedom and the end of slavery. The war transformed the lives of African Americans, both free and enslaved, across the nation. In the North, African Americans organized to support the Union war effort, raising funds, providing aid, and advocating for equal treatment in the military. Despite facing discrimination and prejudice, African American soldiers served bravely, proving their commitment to the Union and the ideals of freedom and equality. Their contributions to the war effort challenged prevailing racial attitudes and set the stage for the struggle for civil rights in the years to come. While the war had devastating effects, it also brought communities together in acts of resilience and solidarity. Civilians, soldiers, and families organized sanitary commissions, raised funds, and donated goods to support the troops. Women's groups and local organizations sewed uniforms, knitted socks, and collected supplies, doing everything they could to aid the war effort. The work of organizations like the U.S. Sanitary Commission helped provide food, medical supplies, and relief to soldiers, boosting morale and easing the suffering of wounded and ill troops. For many women, the war opened up new roles and responsibilities, marking a turning point in their social status. Women like Clara Barton and Dorothea Dix organized and served as nurses, providing essential care to wounded soldiers on the battlefield. Barton, later known as the founder of the American Red Cross, traveled to the front lines, risking her life to tend to the injured. Her bravery and dedication inspired countless others, and she became a symbol of compassion and resilience in the face of war. The war's impact on the home front left lasting scars, but also transformed the nation's social and economic landscape. As men returned from the battlefields, they found a changed society. Women, African Americans, and other marginalized groups had taken on new roles, contributing to the war effort and challenging traditional social structures. These changes set the stage for further social reform movements in the post-war period, as the country grappled with the challenges of Reconstruction and the question of what it meant to be a united nation. As the Civil War raged on, the question of slavery, the institution that lay at the heart of the conflict, took on increasing importance. For President Abraham Lincoln, the primary goal at the war's outset was the preservation of the Union, not necessarily the abolition of slavery. He believed that maintaining the support of the border states, slave states like Maryland, Kentucky, and Missouri that had not seceded, was crucial for keeping the Union intact. Yet, as the war progressed, it became clear that the fate of slavery and the fate of the Union were inextricably linked. The Union's early setbacks on the battlefield, coupled with pressure from abolitionists and radical Republicans, prompted Lincoln to consider a more decisive stance on slavery. He realized that striking at the institution that was the economic foundation of the Confederacy could weaken the South's war effort and shift the focus of the war to a moral cause that would energize Northern support. By late 1862, Lincoln was ready to take a bold step that would redefine the purpose of the Civil War: the Emancipation Proclamation. Lincoln issued the preliminary Emancipation Proclamation on September 22, 1862, just days after the Union's victory at the Battle of Antietam. The proclamation declared that as of January 1, 1863, all enslaved people in states or parts of states still in rebellion against the United States would be forever free. The preliminary proclamation served as a warning to the Confederate states, giving them the chance to return to the Union and keep their enslaved laborers, a choice that none of the seceding states took. On January 1, 1863, the Emancipation Proclamation officially went into effect. The proclamation did not apply to border states like Kentucky, Missouri, Maryland, and Delaware, nor to specific areas of the South that were already under Union control, such as New Orleans and parts of Tennessee. This limitation highlighted Lincoln's focus on weakening the Confederacy rather than outright abolition. However, despite its legal limitations, the Emancipation Proclamation was a watershed moment in American history. It transformed the Civil War from a battle over Union into a moral crusade against slavery. The proclamation had an immediate impact on the Union war effort. It provided a clear statement of the Union's commitment to ending slavery, allowing enslaved people in Confederate-held areas to see the Union Army as a force of liberation. Thousands of enslaved individuals fled plantations and farms, seeking freedom behind Union lines. These self-liberated people, known as contrabands, often found work as laborers for the Union Army, providing critical support in constructing fortifications, repairing railroads, and performing other essential tasks. Their actions not only weakened the Confederate economy, but also demonstrated the powerful desire for freedom among those who had been enslaved. One of the most significant consequences of the Emancipation Proclamation was the enlistment of African American soldiers into the Union Army. The proclamation explicitly allowed for the recruitment of black men into the Union military, a decision that changed the course of the war. African Americans, eager to fight for their freedom and for the Union cause, volunteered in large numbers. By the end of the war, nearly 200,000 African American soldiers and sailors had served in the United States Colored Troops, USCT, and other units, playing a vital role in Union victories across the South. The bravery and sacrifice of African American soldiers helped to shift public opinion in the North. While they faced discrimination and unequal pay in the Army, their courage on the battlefield challenged prevailing racist attitudes. Units like the 54th Massachusetts Infantry Regiment, one of the first official African American regiments, distinguished themselves in battle, most notably during the assault on Fort Wagner in South Carolina. Their valor became a symbol of the contributions that African Americans made to the war effort and underscored the moral imperative of the Union's fight against slavery. The Emancipation Proclamation also had profound diplomatic implications. Throughout the early years of the war, the Confederacy had hoped to gain recognition and support from European powers like Britain and France, who had economic interests in Southern cotton. However, the proclamation made it clear that the Union was committed to ending slavery, making it politically difficult for European countries to support the Confederacy without appearing to endorse slavery. While Britain and France had considered intervening on behalf of the South early in the war, the Emancipation Proclamation helped to close off that possibility, isolating the Confederacy diplomatically. The proclamation, however, did not come without controversy. In the North, there were those who believed that Lincoln had overstepped his constitutional authority. Copperheads, Northerners who opposed the war and favored a negotiated settlement with the South, argued that the proclamation would only deepen divisions and prolong the conflict. They viewed it as a radical shift in the Union's war aims and feared that it would lead to greater bloodshed. Despite these criticisms, Lincoln stood by the proclamation, recognizing that it was not only a military necessity but also a moral imperative. In the South, the Emancipation Proclamation was met with outrage and defiance. The Confederacy saw it as an attempt to incite slave uprisings and destabilize Southern society. Confederate leaders vowed to continue their struggle for independence, framing the war as a defense of their way of life and their property rights. For Southern slaveholders, the proclamation represented a direct threat to their economic and social order, fueling their determination to resist the Union at all costs. The legal status of the Emancipation Proclamation was a topic of intense debate, as it was issued under Lincoln's war powers rather than through legislation. While it was a critical step toward ending slavery, the proclamation itself did not abolish the institution nationwide. The final blow to slavery would come with the passage of the 13th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution in 1865, which would formally abolish slavery throughout the United States. However, the Emancipation Proclamation laid the groundwork for this change, shifting the nation's focus and making the abolition of slavery a central goal of the Union's war effort. Beyond its immediate impact on the war, the Emancipation Proclamation had a profound symbolic power. It redefined the Civil War as a struggle not only to preserve the Union, but to achieve freedom and equality. It affirmed the idea that the United States was a nation dedicated to the principle that all men are created equal, as enshrined in the Declaration of Independence. By aligning the Union's cause with the fight against slavery, Lincoln gave the war a moral clarity that resonated with many Northerners and helped to strengthen their resolve. The Emancipation Proclamation also resonated deeply with enslaved people and free African Americans, who saw in Lincoln's words a promise of liberation and justice. It gave hope to those who had long been oppressed and signaled that the United States could become a nation where freedom and equality were possible. This shift in the war's purpose transformed the meaning of the Union's victory, ensuring that the end of the Civil War would also bring an end to the institution that had divided the nation for so long. In the summer of 1863, while the Union and Confederate armies clashed at Gettysburg in the East, another pivotal campaign was unfolding in the Western theater. This campaign centered around Vicksburg, Mississippi, a Confederate stronghold on the Mississippi River. For the Union, control of the Mississippi River was a key strategic objective, as it would split the Confederacy in two and disrupt the South supply lines and communication. President Lincoln famously declared that Vicksburg was the key, and the Union would not rest until it had secured control of this critical city. The campaign to capture Vicksburg was led by General Ulysses S. Grant, a determined and resourceful Union commander. Grant's approach to warfare was relentless. He understood that to defeat the Confederacy, he would have to apply constant pressure, using the Union's superior resources to wear down the Southern forces. The Vicksburg campaign would test Grant's tactical ingenuity and perseverance, as the city's natural defenses and the Confederate Army's fierce resistance made it a formidable target. Vicksburg's location on high bluffs overlooking the Mississippi River gave it a powerful defensive advantage. The Confederate forces, under the command of General John C. Pemberton, fortified the city, building earthworks and artillery positions that made a direct assault nearly impossible. For months, Grant struggled to find a way to reach and besiege the city. Early attempts to approach Vicksburg from the north were thwarted by the difficult terrain and Confederate defenses. Grant's efforts to dig canals and divert the river were unsuccessful, and frustration mounted as the Union forces faced repeated setbacks. Finally, in the spring of 1863, Grant devised a bold plan. He would march his army down the west bank of the Mississippi River, cross south of Vicksburg, and then strike eastward toward the city from the rear. This maneuver required great logistical skill, as Grant's forces had to move quickly and without the usual supply lines. In late April, with the support of Union gunboats under Admiral David Dixon Porter, Grant successfully crossed the Mississippi at Bruinsburg, a location south of Vicksburg. This daring crossing marked the beginning of a rapid and intense campaign. Grant's army advanced with surprising speed, winning several important battles, including the Battle of Port Gibson, Battle of Raymond, and Battle of Jackson. His strategy was to isolate Vicksburg by cutting off Confederate reinforcements and supply lines. By capturing Jackson, the state capital of Mississippi, Grant disrupted Confederate communications and further weakened Pemberton's ability to hold Vicksburg. After these victories, Grant turned his full attention to Vicksburg itself. On May 18, 1863, he initiated a siege, surrounding the city and cutting off all supply routes. Union forces constructed a network of trenches and artillery emplacements, inching closer to the city's defenses each day. For the residents of Vicksburg, life quickly became a nightmare. Food and supplies ran low, and civilians, along with Confederate soldiers, endured intense bombardments from Union artillery. Families took refuge in caves dug into the hillsides, seeking shelter from the constant shelling. The siege of Vicksburg lasted over 40 days, and conditions within the city deteriorated rapidly. Pemberton's forces, facing starvation and disease, were unable to break the Union siege. Grant's forces maintained a tight hold on the city, preventing any attempts at relief or resupply. Despite the suffering, the Confederate defenders held on, determined to resist to the end. However, by early July, it was clear that further resistance would only lead to more needless suffering. On July 4, 1863, General Pemberton surrendered Vicksburg to Grant. The Union victory was a devastating blow to the Confederacy. With Vicksburg in Union hands, the North had achieved control of the Mississippi River, effectively cutting the Confederacy in two. The fall of Vicksburg, combined with the Union victory at Gettysburg the day before, marked a turning point in the Civil War. These twin victories gave the Union a strategic advantage that would shape the remaining course of the conflict. The capture of Vicksburg elevated Grant's status as one of the Union's most effective military leaders. His tenacity, willingness to take risks, and ability to adapt to the challenges of the campaign demonstrated his skill as a strategist. Grant's success at Vicksburg also caught the attention of President Lincoln, who would later entrust him with command of all Union armies, recognizing his ability to carry out the relentless style of warfare that Lincoln believed was necessary to end the conflict. For the Confederate forces, the loss of Vicksburg was a severe setback. The Confederate states west of the Mississippi River were now cut off from the rest of the South, isolating Texas, Louisiana, and Arkansas. This division hindered the South's ability to move troops and supplies across its territory and weakened its overall war effort. The loss of Vicksburg also had a significant psychological impact, as it symbolized the Confederacy's inability to defend its territory against the Union's superior resources and determination. The fall of Vicksburg further solidified the Union's Anaconda Plan, which aimed to strangle the Confederacy by controlling its waterways and cutting off its access to essential resources. With the Mississippi River under Union control, the South's economy suffered as goods and supplies could no longer move freely. The Confederate government, already struggling with inflation, shortages, and a weakened infrastructure, found itself in an even more precarious position. The surrender of Vicksburg was a moment of celebration for the Union and a day of profound loss for the Confederacy. The capture of the city on July 4th added symbolic weight to the victory, as the Union's control over Vicksburg came on the nation's Independence Day. In the North, newspapers hailed the victory as a testament to the Union's resolve and a step toward the preservation of the nation. In the South, however, the surrender marked a painful acknowledgement of the Confederate Army's growing vulnerability. The Vicksburg campaign also had a lasting impact on the civilians of Mississippi. As Union forces moved through the state, they disrupted plantations, freed enslaved individuals, and left a wake of destruction. The campaign brought the harsh realities of war to the Southern home front, as families lost not only property but also their economic foundation with the liberation of the enslaved. This transformation would have a lasting effect on Southern society and foreshadowed the broader social changes that would follow the end of the Civil War. In the months following Vicksburg, Union forces solidified their hold on the Mississippi River, securing towns and ports along its length. With the Confederate forces in retreat, the Union could now use the river as a critical supply line, reinforcing its position in the Western theater and preparing for future campaigns. The Siege of Vicksburg, though overshadowed at times by the larger and bloodier battle at Gettysburg, was one of the most consequential campaigns of the Civil War. It demonstrated the power of siege tactics and the effectiveness of Union strategies aimed at dividing and conquering the Confederacy. The fall of Vicksburg and the control of the Mississippi River marked a turning point in the Union's favor, signaling that the tide of war was shifting toward an eventual Northern victory. By 1864, the Civil War had entered its fourth grueling year, with both the Union and Confederate forces battered by relentless fighting and heavy casualties. President Abraham Lincoln, growing frustrated with the lack of decisive victories in the Eastern Theater, appointed General Ulysses S. Grant as General-in-Chief of all Union armies. Grant had proven his capability through his successful campaigns in the West, and Lincoln believed that his aggressive approach and unwavering determination could finally bring the Union closer to victory. Unlike previous Union commanders, Grant was willing to engage in sustained combat, knowing that the Union's superior numbers and resources would give it an advantage in a prolonged struggle. Grant's strategy in 1864 was clear. He would launch a war of attrition against the Confederacy. Rather than seeking a single decisive victory, he aimed to wear down Confederate forces by engaging them continuously, preventing them from regrouping and resupplying. Grant was prepared for a long, costly campaign, understanding that the Union's ability to replenish its ranks and supplies was far greater than that of the South. This strategy, however, came with a high price in human lives, as both Union and Confederate soldiers would be locked in a relentless cycle of intense and brutal combat. Grant's first campaign as General-in-Chief began with the Overland Campaign, a series of battles in Virginia intended to push Confederate General Robert E. Lee's Army of Northern Virginia back toward Richmond, the Confederate capital. In May 1864, Grant led his forces into the dense, tangled forest of the Wilderness, a region in Virginia known for its thick underbrush and difficult terrain. The battle that ensued, known as the Battle of the Wilderness, was a nightmarish confrontation, with both sides struggling to navigate the forest and visibility severely limited by smoke from muskets and cannons. The Wilderness became a killing ground, as soldiers on both sides grappled with the confusion and chaos of close-quarter combat. The dense woods caught fire during the fighting, trapping wounded men in the flames and adding to the horrors of the battlefield. The Union and Confederate forces suffered heavy casualties, with more than 28,000 soldiers killed, wounded, or missing over 2 days of intense combat. Yet, unlike previous Union commanders who had retreated after such costly encounters, Grant chose to press on, ordering his army to continue southward toward Richmond. This decision marked a turning point, as it demonstrated Grant's commitment to his strategy of relentless engagement. Following the Wilderness, Grant and Lee clashed again at Spotsylvania Courthouse. another brutal battle characterized by entrenched positions and high casualties. The two armies engaged in a 13-day struggle that included the infamous fight at the Bloody Angle, a section of the Confederate line where the fighting was so intense that trees were shattered by the hail of bullets. Union forces repeatedly charged Confederate entrenchments, only to be met with fierce resistance. Both sides endured devastating losses, with approximately 30,000 casualties by the end of the battle. Despite these setbacks, Grant refused to retreat, determined to continue his campaign against Lee's army. Grant's strategy of continuous engagement placed enormous strain on Lee's forces, who lacked the manpower and supplies to sustain such losses. Confederate soldiers suffered from malnutrition, exhaustion, and disease, as the South's economy and infrastructure were severely weakened by the Union's blockade and the loss of vital territories like Vicksburg and New Orleans. Lee, known for his tactical brilliance, struggled to counter Grant's relentless advance, as he was forced to shift his forces constantly to respond to the Union's attacks. In June 1864, Grant's army reached Cold Harbor, a crossroads just outside Richmond. Here, Grant ordered a direct assault on well-fortified Confederate positions, resulting in one of the most costly and ill-fated attacks of the war. Union soldiers were mowed down in staggering numbers as they advanced across open ground toward Confederate trenches. The assault at Cold Harbor led to nearly 7,000 Union casualties in less than an hour, and many soldiers reportedly pinned their names to their uniforms beforehand, fearing they would not survive the charge. The disastrous outcome of the assault weighed heavily on Grant, who later admitted that he regretted the decision. Despite the setback at Cold Harbor, Grant continued his campaign, moving south to lay siege to the city of Petersburg, a critical supply hub for Richmond. The siege of Petersburg marked a shift in tactics, as Grant adopted trench warfare similar to what would later characterize World War I. Union and Confederate soldiers dug extensive networks of trenches, creating a static front where both sides were entrenched in close proximity. The siege would last for 9 months, with soldiers enduring harsh conditions, sniper fire, and periodic artillery bombardments. The siege of Petersburg tested the endurance and resilience of both armies. Confederate forces, short on food, ammunition, and manpower, suffered immensely, while Union soldiers faced the psychological strain of prolonged trench warfare. Conditions in the trenches were harsh, with disease spreading rapidly in the unsanitary environment. The relentless nature of the siege wore down the Confederate defenders, who were unable to replace their dwindling numbers and exhausted resources. As the siege dragged on, Grant's forces implemented tactics designed to weaken the Confederate lines, including an ambitious mining operation known as the Battle of the Crater. Union engineers dug a tunnel beneath the Confederate fortifications and packed it with explosives. On July 30, 1864, they detonated the charge, creating a massive crater in the Confederate line. However, the Union attack that followed was poorly coordinated, and Confederate forces managed to regroup and repel the assault, turning the crater into a killing zone for Union soldiers trapped in the Depression. Despite setbacks, Grant's war of attrition was succeeding. The continuous pressure on Lee's army at Petersburg and the cumulative toll of Grant's overland campaign wore down the Confederate forces. By the spring of 1865, Lee's army was stretched to the breaking point, unable to hold the line at Petersburg any longer. The relentless Union pressure, combined with the depletion of Confederate resources and manpower, signaled the impending collapse of the Confederate defense. Grant's strategy of total war and attrition, though costly, brought the Union closer to victory. His willingness to sustain high casualties and his refusal to retreat marked a stark departure from previous Union commanders, and his commitment to pressing the Confederacy into submission had a profound impact on the war's outcome. The Overland Campaign and the Siege of Petersburg were grueling, but they left the Confederate Army weakened and unable to withstand further Union advances. The Siege of Petersburg and the brutal campaigns of 1864 demonstrated the shifting nature of the Civil War, as both sides grappled with the grim realities of prolonged, high-casualty conflict. The war had evolved from a series of set-piece battles to a grinding war of attrition, testing the endurance of soldiers and civilians alike. The Union's superior resources, combined with Grant's unyielding approach, would soon lead to the final, decisive actions of the war. As General Grant pressed Lee's forces in Virginia, Union General William Tecumseh Sherman was tasked with leading a separate but equally crucial campaign through the heart of the South. Sherman had previously served under Grant during the Vicksburg campaign, and he shared Grant's belief in total war, the idea that destroying not only the enemy's army but also its economic and civilian resources would hasten the end of the conflict. Sherman's mission was to break the South's will to fight by inflicting devastation on its infrastructure, its economy, and its morale. Sherman's campaign began in May 1864 with the goal of capturing Atlanta, Georgia, a major Confederate supply hub and industrial center. His Army of the Tennessee, consisting of over 60,000 soldiers, moved steadily toward Atlanta, engaging Confederate forces under General Joseph E. Johnston. Johnston employed a defensive strategy, seeking to delay Sherman's advance by fortifying positions and executing tactical withdrawals rather than confronting the larger Union force directly. This cautious approach frustrated Sherman, but it also slowed his progress, allowing Confederate leaders time to prepare for the defense of Atlanta. By July 1864, however, Johnston's reluctance to engage directly led to his replacement by the more aggressive General John Bell Hood, who immediately took a more confrontational approach. Hood launched a series of direct assaults against Sherman's forces in an attempt to halt their advance. However, these attacks proved costly and ineffective, as Sherman's forces repelled the assaults with heavy Confederate casualties. Hood's aggressive tactics ultimately weakened the Confederate defenders, and on September 2, 1864, Sherman's forces captured Atlanta. The fall of Atlanta was a major victory for the Union and a severe blow to the Confederacy. The capture of the city disrupted Confederate supply lines, deprived the South of an important industrial center, and boosted Union morale. The victory also had political ramifications, as it helped secure public support for President Lincoln during his bid for re-election in 1864. With Atlanta in Union hands, Sherman now turned his attention to his next objective, a bold and controversial campaign known as the March to the Sea. Sherman's plan was to lead his forces on a 300-mile march from Atlanta to Savannah, Georgia, carving a path of destruction through the heart of the Confederacy. This march would be conducted without traditional supply lines, as Sherman's troops would live off the land by requisitioning food and supplies from local farms and communities. The goal of the March to the Sea was to break the South's capacity and will to resist by destroying infrastructure, seizing or destroying food stores, and disrupting transportation networks. The March to the Sea began in November 1864, with Sherman dividing his forces into two wings that moved in parallel, spreading out across the countryside. As they advanced, Union troops dismantled railroads, tearing up tracks and heating the rails until they could be twisted into Sherman's neckties, making them unusable. Bridges, mills, warehouses, and factories were destroyed along the way, depriving the Confederacy of vital resources. Sherman's campaign had a profound psychological impact on the South. The sight of Union troops marching unchallenged through Georgia shattered any remaining illusions of Confederate invincibility. Civilians, who had long felt removed from the front lines of battle, experienced the direct consequences of the war as their homes, farms, and businesses were raided or destroyed. Many Southern families faced starvation and destitution, left with little more than scorched land in the wake of Sherman's army. Sherman was careful, however, to avoid unnecessary violence against civilians. He instructed his men to target infrastructure rather than people, and he took measures to prevent looting and violence against individuals. Nevertheless, The destruction of homes, crops, and livestock left lasting scars on Southern communities. Sherman's philosophy of total war was controversial, and his tactics were criticized by both Northerners and Southerners. Yet he believed that such measures were necessary to end the conflict and prevent further bloodshed by breaking the South's capacity and resolve to continue fighting. The march to the sea was largely unopposed by Confederate forces, as the Confederacy's ability to muster an effective defense was severely weakened. By December 21, 1864, Sherman's troops reached Savannah, and the city surrendered without a fight. Sherman sent a telegram to President Lincoln, presenting the city of Savannah as a Christmas gift to the Union. The successful completion of the march to the sea demonstrated the Union's dominance in the South and symbolized the Confederacy's impending collapse. The impact of Sherman's campaign was felt beyond Georgia. The destruction of resources and infrastructure in Georgia rippled across the South, disrupting Confederate logistics and demoralizing its people. Sherman's tactics also inspired fear in other Southern states, as residents in South Carolina and North Carolina braced themselves for the possibility of similar destruction. The psychological effect of the march to the sea helped to erode Southern support for the war, as many civilians began to see continued resistance as futile. After securing Savannah, Sherman turned his attention northward, beginning a campaign through the Carolinas in early 1865. South Carolina, as the first state to secede from the Union, was a symbolic target for Sherman. His forces inflicted even greater destruction as they moved through the state, encountering little organized resistance. The burning of Columbia, South Carolina, further demoralized Confederate forces and deepened the sense of inevitability that the war would soon end in Union victory. Sherman's campaign, particularly the March to the Sea, became one of the most controversial and defining elements of the Civil War. For the Union, it was a decisive demonstration of the North's ability to project power deep into Confederate territory, reinforcing the sense that the South could no longer defend itself effectively. For the Confederacy, it marked the beginning of the end, as the South's economy, infrastructure, and morale were left in tatters. While Sherman's tactics of total war drew criticism, his campaign was instrumental in hastening the end of the Civil War. By breaking the South's ability to sustain itself, he weakened the Confederate war effort and accelerated the collapse of resistance. Sherman's legacy remains complex. While his campaign is remembered as a harsh and controversial tactic, it was also a calculated effort to minimize the need for prolonged, bloody battles by undermining the South's capacity to continue the fight. While Sherman was carrying out his destructive march across Georgia and the Carolinas, General Ulysses S. Grant remained locked in a brutal siege with Robert E. Lee's Army of Northern Virginia outside Petersburg, Virginia. For months, both armies had endured the grueling conditions of trench warfare, with Union and Confederate soldiers dug in across a series of fortifications that stretched for over 30 miles. The Siege of Petersburg, which began in June 1864, had already dragged on for 9 long months, but by early 1865, the Confederate forces were on the brink of collapse. The siege at Petersburg was a war of attrition, testing the endurance of both sides. Confederate forces, already stretched thin and suffering from a lack of supplies, were forced to defend an increasingly fragile line. Food was scarce, and Confederate soldiers were often left with rations that barely kept them alive. Disease, exhaustion, and low morale plagued Lee's army, while the Union forces continued to receive supplies and reinforcements, allowing them to maintain pressure on the Confederate defenses. Grant's goal was to break Lee's defensive line around Petersburg, thus opening the way to Richmond, the Confederate capital. The prolonged siege had already weakened the Confederate forces, and Grant knew that with one decisive blow, he could shatter Lee's army and bring the war to a close. Grant methodically extended his lines, attempting to outflank Lee and stretch the Confederate defenses beyond their breaking point. The Union forces conducted a series of offensives, each designed to exploit weaknesses in the Confederate line. In March 1865, Grant launched a final push to break through the Confederate defenses. One of the key engagements of this offensive was the Battle of Fort Stedman on March 25, 1865. In a desperate attempt to relieve the pressure on his forces, Lee ordered an assault on Fort Stedman, hoping to break the Union line and force Grant into a temporary retreat. However, despite initial Confederate success, Union forces quickly counterattacked, repelling the assault and inflicting heavy casualties on Lee's already depleted ranks. The failed attack at Fort Stedman underscored the futility of further resistance and left Lee with little hope of breaking the siege. The final blow came in early April as Union forces launched an assault on the Confederate right flank at the Battle of Five Forks on April 1, 1865. This critical battle was led by General Philip Sheridan, a trusted Union commander known for his aggressive tactics. Five Forks was a strategic crossroads, and its capture by Union forces threatened to cut off the last remaining Confederate supply lines. The Union victory at Five Forks forced Lee to make a fateful decision. He could no longer hold Petersburg and would have to abandon both the city and Richmond. On the night of April 2, 1865, Lee informed Confederate President Jefferson Davis that Petersburg and Richmond could no longer be defended. The Confederate government hastily evacuated Richmond, with Davis and his cabinet fleeing southward. Union troops entered Richmond the next day, finding the city in flames as Confederate forces set fire to supplies and infrastructure to prevent them from falling into Union hands. The fall of Richmond, the symbolic and political heart of the Confederacy, marked the beginning of the end. News of the Union's capture of Richmond spread quickly, and celebrations erupted in the North. Lee, meanwhile, led his weary army on a westward retreat, hoping to link up with Confederate forces in North Carolina and continue the fight. However, Grant pursued Lee relentlessly, refusing to allow him to escape. The Union Army moved with speed and precision, cutting off Lee's potential routes and forcing the Confederates to abandon supplies and equipment as they tried to evade capture. The Confederate soldiers, exhausted and demoralized, continued to fight bravely, but they knew that their chances of escape were dwindling. The Union forces ultimately surrounded Lee's army near the small town of Appomattox Courthouse, Virginia. Recognizing the hopelessness of the situation, Lee knew that further resistance would only result in unnecessary bloodshed. On April 9, 1865, he sent a message to Grant requesting a meeting to discuss terms of surrender. The two generals met at the McLean House in Appomattox Courthouse, where Grant offered Lee generous terms. The Confederate soldiers would be allowed to return home with their personal belongings, horses, and sidearms. Grant's magnanimity was a gesture of reconciliation, showing his respect for Lee and his desire to bring the conflict to an honorable and peaceful conclusion. The surrender at Appomattox was a poignant and solemn event. Lee, dressed in full uniform, and Grant, clad in a mud-stained private's coat, shook hands, signifying the end of the 4-year conflict. The Confederate soldiers, though defeated, were treated with dignity and respect, a gesture that helped ease the bitterness of their loss. Grant even provided food rations for the starving Confederate soldiers, ensuring they could make the journey home. The surrender of Lee's army at Appomattox did not mark the immediate end of all hostilities, as some Confederate forces continued to resist. However, Lee's surrender effectively marked the collapse of the Confederate war effort. Over the following weeks, other Confederate generals, recognizing the futility of further resistance, surrendered their forces. By June 1865, the last Confederate forces had laid down their arms, bringing an end to the Civil War. The fall of Petersburg, the capture of Richmond, and the surrender at Appomattox marked the end of one of the most devastating conflicts in American history. For the Union, it was a hard-won victory that preserved the nation and brought an end to the institution of slavery. For the Confederacy, the The defeat was a profound loss, a painful conclusion to the struggle for independence and the defense of a way of life built on the institution of slavery. The conclusion of the war did not immediately heal the wounds that had divided the nation. The destruction wrought by years of conflict had left the South in ruins, with cities, railroads, and farmlands devastated. Both North and South faced the challenge of rebuilding, physically and emotionally, from a war that had cost more than 620,000 lives and left deep scars on the American landscape and psyche. The surrender at Appomattox marked the beginning of a new chapter in American history, one that would be defined by the struggle to reunite the nation, redefine freedom, and address the lingering issues of race, citizenship, and equality. Reconstruction would bring its own set of challenges, as the country grappled with the complex legacy of slavery and the daunting task of integrating millions of newly freed African Americans into a society that had long denied them basic rights. With the end of the Civil War in sight and the surrender of Robert E. Lee's Army of Northern Virginia at Appomattox, the Union's victory seemed complete. However, the nation was soon rocked by an event that would shock both North and South. Just days after Lee's surrender, President Abraham Lincoln, the man who had guided the nation through its darkest hours, was assassinated, plunging the United States into a new wave of sorrow and uncertainty. The weeks leading up to the assassination were filled with a rare sense of hope. After years of conflict, President Lincoln had begun to outline his vision for Reconstruction, a process by which the Union would be restored, the Southern states would be reintegrated, and, ideally, African Americans would be granted the freedom and equality that had been fought for over 4 long years. Lincoln's vision was one of malice toward none, with charity for all. He intended to bring the nation together without punishing the South too harshly, hoping instead to heal the wounds of division. However, Lincoln's stance on Reconstruction and his commitment to ending slavery had also created enemies. Among those was John Wilkes Booth, a well-known actor and Confederate sympathizer who saw Lincoln's policies as a betrayal of the South. Booth's hatred for Lincoln grew as the Confederacy's defeat became imminent, and he began to plot an act of revenge. Originally, Booth and his co-conspirators had planned to kidnap the president, but with the Confederacy's defeat, Booth became desperate for a bolder, more radical action. On the evening of April 14, 1865, Lincoln decided to attend a performance of the play Our American Cousin at Ford's Theater in Washington, D.C., with his wife, Mary Todd Lincoln. It was intended to be a rare moment of relaxation for the president after the long and grueling years of war. Lincoln's presence at the theater was well publicized, and Booth seized the opportunity. Armed with a pistol and a dagger, he entered the theater, using his status as an actor to move freely. Around 10:15 p.m., Booth entered Lincoln's private box and fired a single shot into the back of Lincoln's head. He then leaped from the box to the stage below, reportedly shouting, "Sic semper tyrannis," Latin for "thus always to tyrants," before fleeing the theater. The shot left Lincoln gravely wounded. Despite the efforts of doctors, who tended to him at a nearby boarding house, Lincoln never regained consciousness. In the early morning hours of April 15, 1865, Abraham Lincoln was pronounced dead. The nation's reaction was one of overwhelming shock and grief. News of Lincoln's assassination spread quickly, plunging cities across the North and South into mourning. In the North, public buildings were draped in black, and people took to the streets in sorrow and anger. Lincoln's death was not only a tragedy for the Union, but also a devastating blow to the efforts to peacefully reunite the country. Many Southerners, though once opposed to Lincoln's policies, also mourned his passing, recognizing that he had been a fair leader who had sought to bring the nation together without malice. Lincoln's assassination had far-reaching implications. It placed Andrew Johnson, Lincoln's vice president, into the role of president at a critical juncture. Johnson, a Southern Democrat and former senator from Tennessee, held views on Reconstruction that were very different from Lincoln's. While Lincoln had advocated for a relatively lenient approach to reunifying the South and incorporating freed African Americans into society, Johnson's policies were far less progressive. He favored quick reintegration of the Southern states with limited federal oversight and was less committed to securing rights for freed slaves. The days following Lincoln's death were marked by an intense manhunt for Booth and his accomplices. After nearly 2 weeks on the run, Booth was tracked down to a barn in Virginia. Refusing to surrender, he was shot and killed by Union soldiers. His co-conspirators, who had also planned to assassinate other top officials in the government, were soon arrested, tried, and, in some cases, executed. Their capture brought a measure of justice, but it did little to heal the deep wound left by Lincoln's death. Lincoln's funeral procession became a nationwide event, with his body transported by train from Washington, D.C. to his hometown of Springfield, Illinois. Along the route, hundreds of thousands of people gathered to pay their respects. The outpouring of grief was immense, as Americans from all walks of life came to honor the president who had led them through the Civil War and issued the Emancipation Proclamation. The journey took 2 weeks, with stops in major cities where mourners gathered to say goodbye. The assassination of Abraham Lincoln had a profound and lasting impact on the course of American history. Lincoln had been the nation's guiding force throughout the Civil War, and his death created a leadership vacuum just as the country faced the difficult process of Reconstruction. His loss meant that the compassionate vision he held for reunifying the country and addressing the needs of newly freed African Americans was left unrealized, leading to a harsher and more contentious period of Reconstruction under his successor. For the freed African Americans who had looked to Lincoln as a symbol of liberation and justice, his death brought uncertainty and fear. Lincoln's commitment to emancipation and equal rights had offered hope that the Union's victory would be a pathway to freedom, opportunity, and respect. But with his passing, the future became less clear, as Johnson's lenient policies toward the Southern states raised concerns that the hard-won gains of the war might be eroded. The assassination also cast a shadow over the healing process. Lincoln's goal had been to mend the Union with compassion, believing that only through reconciliation could the nation truly rebuild. His loss embittered many in the North, who now sought a more punitive approach to Reconstruction. For the South, the assassination intensified feelings of defeat and resentment, as Lincoln's death was seen by some as martyrdom for the Union cause, making the North's victory feel even more final. In the years following Lincoln's assassination, his legacy grew as Americans came to see him as a symbol of unity, freedom, and justice. His words, speeches, and ideals were immortalized, becoming a guiding inspiration for future generations. His tragic death at the moment of the Union's triumph turned him into a martyr, remembered not only for his role in preserving the Union, but for his unwavering commitment to the principles of liberty and equality. With the Civil War over and President Abraham Lincoln tragically assassinated, the United States faced the monumental task of Reconstruction, the complex process of reintegrating the Southern states into the Union, rebuilding the war-torn South, and determining the future of millions of newly freed African Americans. Under President Andrew Johnson, Reconstruction policies would shift dramatically, as Johnson's approach to healing the nation diverged significantly from Lincoln's vision of compassionate reunification and social progress. Lincoln had envisioned a relatively lenient path for the Southern states' return to the Union. His 10% plan proposed that a Southern state could be readmitted if 10% of its voters swore an oath of allegiance to the Union and accepted the end of slavery. Lincoln believed that this approach would speed up the healing process and prevent lingering resentment. However, with Johnson's presidency, Reconstruction took on a different tone. Johnson, a Southern Democrat who had remained loyal to the Union, shared some of Lincoln's goals but lacked his commitment to securing rights for African Americans. Johnson's presidential Reconstruction policies prioritized the swift restoration of the Southern states without substantial federal intervention. He offered pardons to former Confederates, allowing many Southern elites to regain political power almost immediately. This approach emboldened former Confederate leaders, who quickly reasserted control in state governments. With few requirements beyond loyalty oaths and acceptance of the 13th Amendment, which abolished slavery, Johnson's lenient policies enabled many pre-war power structures to remain intact. One of the most troubling aspects of presidential Reconstruction was the rise of black codes, laws enacted by Southern states to restrict the freedom and rights of African Americans. These codes sought to limit African Americans' economic and social mobility, restricting their ability to work, own property, and move freely. Black codes essentially recreated many aspects of slavery, confining freed individuals to exploitative labor contracts and barring them from civil rights like voting or serving on juries. The codes represented a direct attempt by Southern lawmakers to retain control over the black population and preserve the racial hierarchy that had defined the South before the war. The black codes ignited outrage in the North, where many felt that the sacrifices of the Civil War had been in vain if the South could simply reestablish control over African Americans through legal means. Northern Republicans, especially the radical Republicans in Congress, viewed Johnson's policies as a betrayal of the Union's hard-won victory. Radical Republicans like Thaddeus Stevens and Charles Sumner believed that the federal government needed to take a more active role in restructuring Southern society to ensure equality and civil rights for African Americans. They advocated for a Reconstruction that would not only reunite the nation but transform it, eliminating the remnants of slavery and empowering formerly enslaved people. In response to Johnson's policies, Congress took action, passing legislation designed to protect the rights of African Americans and limit the power of the Southern elite. The Civil Rights Act of 1866 was one of the first major steps in this direction, granting citizenship and equal protection under the law to African Americans. Johnson vetoed the bill, but Congress overrode his veto, marking the first time in American history that Congress had overridden a presidential veto on major legislation. This conflict between Johnson and Congress signaled a growing rift over the direction of Reconstruction. To secure the rights of African Americans further, Congress introduced the 14th Amendment, which guaranteed citizenship to anyone born in the United States, including formerly enslaved individuals, and provided equal protection under the law. Ratified in 1868, the 14th Amendment became a cornerstone of civil rights in America, enshrining the principle that all citizens, regardless of race, are entitled to equal treatment. However, the amendment was met with fierce resistance in the South, where many states refused to ratify it initially. As tensions between Johnson and Congress escalated, Congress passed the Reconstruction Acts of 1867, effectively shifting control of Reconstruction from the President to Congress. These acts divided the South into 5 military districts, placing them under the control of Union generals and requiring Southern states to ratify the 14th Amendment and provide voting rights to African American men before they could be readmitted to the Union. The Reconstruction Acts represented a more assertive and interventionist approach to rebuilding the South, aiming to create a society based on equal rights and to dismantle the power of the former Confederate elite. Under congressional Reconstruction, African Americans began to exercise their newfound rights. Freedmen, as they were often called, seized the opportunity to vote, run for office, and participate in the political process. For the first time in American history, African American men held seats in state legislatures, and some, like Hiram Revels and Blanche K. Bruce, were elected to the U.S. Senate. African American leaders advocated for education, land reform, and civil rights, working to reshape Southern society in ways that had once seemed unimaginable. The federal government established the Freedmen's Bureau, an agency created to assist formerly enslaved people in their transition to freedom. The Bureau provided food, medical care, and education to millions of African Americans, and it helped negotiate labor contracts to protect freedmen from exploitation. The Freedmen's Bureau also played a critical role in establishing schools for African American children and adults, laying the foundation for education in black communities. However, the Bureau faced significant challenges, including limited funding, Southern hostility, and insufficient personnel, which limited its ability to effect lasting change. Despite these advances, Reconstruction faced intense resistance from white Southerners who were determined to uphold the racial hierarchy that had existed before the war. White supremacist groups like the Ku Klux Klan emerged, using violence, intimidation, and terror to undermine African Americans' political participation and social advancement. The Klan targeted African American leaders, white Republicans, and freedmen who attempted to exercise their rights, instilling fear and insecurity throughout black communities. The federal government responded with the Enforcement Acts of the early 1870s, which aimed to curb Klan violence and protect African American rights. However, these measures had limited success, as local authorities often sympathized with or ignored the actions of these groups. President Johnson's hostility toward congressional reconstruction further complicated efforts to rebuild the South. His opposition to the 14th Amendment and his vetoes of civil rights legislation brought him into direct conflict with Congress, which ultimately led to his impeachment in 1868. Johnson was accused of violating the Tenure of Office Act by attempting to remove Secretary of War Edwin Stanton, a radical Republican ally, from office. Although Johnson narrowly avoided removal from office by one vote, his presidency was weakened, and he effectively lost control of Reconstruction policy. The early years of Reconstruction were marked by both hope and hardship. For African Americans, it was a time of unprecedented opportunity and empowerment, but also one of extreme danger and uncertainty. The progress made during Reconstruction laid the groundwork for future civil rights movements as African Americans fought for equality and justice. Yet the challenges of transforming Southern society and securing lasting change were immense, and the nation remained deeply divided over questions of race, citizenship, and the federal government's role in enforcing civil rights. During Reconstruction, one of the most significant challenges facing newly freed African Americans was the transition from slavery to independence in a society that was, in many ways, still hostile to their freedom. The federal government recognized these difficulties and established the Freedmen's Bureau in 1865, officially known as the Bureau of Refugees, Freedmen, and Abandoned Lands. The Bureau aimed to help African Americans and poor whites in the South rebuild their lives by providing essentials like food, medical care, and legal assistance. It also played a pivotal role in one of the most transformative aspects of Reconstruction: education and the quest for land ownership. Education was a key priority for the Freedmen's Bureau, as most formerly enslaved people had been denied access to literacy and learning under slavery. The Bureau helped establish thousands of schools across the South, from primary schools to higher education institutions, laying the foundation for a new black educational system. Freed African Americans saw education as a path to empowerment and independence, a means to uplift themselves and their communities. With assistance from Northern missionary societies and philanthropic organizations, the Bureau provided teachers, supplies, and funding, giving rise to institutions like Howard University and Fisk University. Many teachers who came to the South to educate freed people were Northern white women, drawn by a sense of mission and moral duty. Some were former abolitionists, committed to advancing the rights and opportunities of African Americans, while others were African American men and women who viewed this as a chance to uplift their own people. Teaching in the South was challenging and dangerous. Teachers often faced threats, violence, and social ostracism, especially in communities that resisted black education. Despite these challenges, black schools flourished, with students of all ages eagerly filling classrooms, sometimes sitting on dirt floors in makeshift buildings, simply grateful for the opportunity to learn. While education was a crucial step toward independence, land ownership was another goal that many freed people saw as essential to true freedom. Without land, African Americans had few means to support themselves and remained economically dependent on former slaveholders. To address this issue, the Freedmen's Bureau initially oversaw land redistribution efforts in the South, taking abandoned or confiscated land from Confederates and distributing it to freed African Americans. This policy, known as 40 acres and a mule, symbolized the hope for economic independence among freed people. In South Carolina, Georgia, and parts of the Mississippi Delta, some freed people briefly received land under this policy. However, the promise of land for African Americans was quickly revoked when President Andrew Johnson returned confiscated land to its former owners as part of his lenient Reconstruction policies. This decision devastated many freed people who had begun to settle on the land, build homes, and start farms. The reversal of the land redistribution efforts highlighted the lack of long-term support for African Americans' economic independence, leaving many to rely on labor contracts with former slaveholders. Without land of their own, most freed people were forced into sharecropping and tenant farming. Sharecropping was a system in which African American families would work a portion of a landowner's field in exchange for a share of the crop at harvest. In theory, it was a way for freedmen to earn a living and gain some autonomy. However, the system was often exploitative, with landowners charging exorbitant rent, equipment fees, and interest rates. These costs trapped many African Americans in cycles of debt, making it nearly impossible to save money or improve their circumstances. The promise of independence was overshadowed by economic dependency and the persistence of an exploitative labor system. Despite these economic struggles, African Americans demonstrated remarkable resilience and resourcefulness. They formed self-help societies, churches, and mutual aid organizations to support one another in times of need. The Black church became a central institution in African American communities, providing not only spiritual guidance but also education, leadership, and social services. Leaders like Henry McNeil Turner in the African Methodist Episcopal Church emerged as advocates for African American rights and education, using the church as a platform to promote political and social change. In addition to education and community support, African Americans began to assert their political rights. Under congressional Reconstruction, African American men gained the right to vote, and they quickly began participating in local and state elections. For the first time, Black Americans served in public office, advocating for issues that mattered to their communities, including education funding, labor protections, and civil rights. The involvement of African Americans in politics marked a profound shift, as they sought to shape a society that had once subjugated them. The Freedmen's Bureau also played a critical role in labor disputes and legal advocacy. Freed people often found themselves exploited in labor contracts, with employers attempting to reimpose conditions similar to slavery. The Bureau provided legal assistance to help African Americans negotiate fair contracts and defend themselves in court. However, its resources were limited, and it struggled to operate effectively in the face of widespread Southern opposition. Many white Southerners resented the Bureau's presence, viewing it as an imposition on their state's rights and social order. As a result, Bureau agents were often harassed, threatened, or even attacked. In 1872, Congress dismantled the Freedmen's Bureau, succumbing to pressure from Southern Democrats and a Northern public increasingly weary of Reconstruction. While the Bureau's closure marked the end of federal efforts to directly support African Americans' transition to freedom, its legacy endured in the institutions it had helped establish. The schools, churches, and community organizations that had taken root under the Bureau's guidance became pillars of Black society, providing education, leadership, and a foundation for future generations. The end of the Freedmen's Bureau left a vacuum in the support for African Americans, who now faced the challenges of rebuilding their lives without federal assistance. The loss of land redistribution efforts and the limitations of sharecropping left many African Americans in economic hardship, struggling to achieve the independence they had dreamed of. Nevertheless, the Freedmen's Bureau had provided a glimpse of what could have been. a society in which formerly enslaved people had access to education, land, and the opportunity to build better lives for themselves. The period of Reconstruction was marked by significant achievements for African Americans, as well as harsh setbacks. Though limited, the Freedmen's Bureau had provided the tools for self-determination, sparking a wave of Black political, educational, and economic initiatives. The end of the Bureau signaled a retreat from federal support, but the impact of its work endured, as African Americans carried forward the values of education, community, and resilience. As the Reconstruction era unfolded, African Americans seized newfound opportunities to participate in the political life of the nation. The Union victory and the abolition of slavery had granted African American men the right to vote and run for public office, empowering them to play an active role in shaping the post-war South. For the first time in American history, Black men held significant political positions, championing the rights of freed people and pushing for reforms that aimed to improve the lives of all Southerners. However, this rise in Black political power also provoked backlash from white supremacist groups and resistant Southern elites. In the years following the Civil War, African Americans entered politics at every level, from local councils to state legislatures and even Congress. Black leaders worked alongside sympathetic white Republicans, often referred to as scalawags, Southern Republicans, and carpetbaggers, Northerners who had moved south after the war, to build coalitions that sought to reshape Southern society. Black legislators championed policies that addressed education, labor rights, and civil rights, advocating for fair treatment and equal opportunity for all citizens. Among the most notable figures were Hiram Revels of Mississippi and Blanche K. Bruce, both of whom served as U.S. senators. Revels, the first African-American senator, took office in 1870, marking a historic moment for the United States. Bruce followed a few years later, becoming the first Black senator to serve a full term. In Southern state legislatures, African-American representatives were instrumental in passing legislation that established public schools, reformed labor practices, and promoted infrastructure development, contributing to a significant period of political and social progress. The Reconstruction era saw the ratification of three key amendments to the U.S. Constitution, the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments, known collectively as the Reconstruction Amendments. These amendments aimed to secure civil rights and equality for African Americans, laying the constitutional groundwork for the expansion of civil liberties in the United States. The 13th Amendment, ratified in 1865, abolished slavery throughout the United States, marking the formal end of an institution that had divided the nation since its inception. It was the first step in a series of transformative changes that would redefine citizenship, rights, and equality. The 14th Amendment, ratified in 1868, was a landmark achievement of the Reconstruction era. It granted citizenship to anyone born or naturalized in the United States, including formerly enslaved people, and ensured equal protection of the laws. This amendment represented a revolutionary expansion of rights, establishing that all citizens, regardless of race, were entitled to equal protection under the law. It also included provisions to penalize states that restricted the voting rights of male citizens, signaling Congress's intention to support African Americans' political participation. Finally, the 15th Amendment, ratified in 1870, explicitly prohibited denying a citizen the right to vote on account of race, color, or previous condition of servitude. This amendment sought to safeguard African American men's right to vote, a critical step in securing their political power. Together, the Reconstruction Amendments represented a profound commitment to justice and equality, enshrining African Americans' civil rights in the Constitution. While these amendments were crucial to advancing African American rights, they faced immediate resistance in the South. Many white Southerners viewed Black political empowerment as a direct threat to their social and economic control. In response, white supremacist groups like the Ku Klux Klan, KKK, and the White League emerged, using violence, intimidation, and terror to suppress black political participation. These groups targeted African American leaders, voters, and their white allies, attempting to restore white dominance by any means necessary. Despite the threats and dangers, African Americans remained resilient in their pursuit of political equality. Black communities organized and mobilized, forming union leagues, local organizations that encouraged African Americans to register to vote, stay informed, and participate in elections. These leagues provided a foundation for political education, empowering African Americans to exercise their rights despite the pervasive threats of violence and intimidation. The federal government responded to the rise of white supremacist violence by passing the Enforcement Acts of the early 1870s, also known as the Ku Klux Klan Acts. These laws made it a federal crime to interfere with a citizen's right to vote and authorized the president to use military force to protect civil rights. Under these laws, President Ulysses S. Grant deployed federal troops to suppress the Klan and restore order, achieving some success in reducing violence temporarily. However, enforcing these protections proved challenging, as local authorities often sympathized with or turned a blind eye to white supremacist activities. While African Americans' political gains during Reconstruction were significant, they were also precarious. In many areas, local white populations resisted these changes by enacting voting restrictions, such as poll taxes and literacy tests, to disenfranchise black voters. These methods of disenfranchisement would later become widespread, forming the basis of the Jim Crow laws that would dominate the South after Reconstruction ended. The Reconstruction Amendments laid the groundwork for future civil rights movements, even though their promises would not be fully realized until nearly a century later. The amendments represented a vision of a more inclusive and democratic nation, one in which all citizens had equal protection and the right to participate in the political process. For African Americans, the amendments were a testament to their resilience and commitment to equality, even in the face of intense opposition. As Reconstruction continued, black political leaders and activists strove to create a more just and equitable society, advocating for public education, land reform, and legal protections. Their contributions transformed the South, leaving a lasting legacy despite the eventual resurgence of white supremacy. The progress achieved during Reconstruction demonstrated the potential for change, serving as a foundation for the civil rights movements of the 20th century. While the Reconstruction Amendments and increased political participation marked significant strides toward freedom, African Americans in the South still faced immense economic challenges. The promise of land and economic independence, central to their vision of freedom, remained largely unfulfilled. After the Civil War, most freed African Americans had no land, savings, or resources to begin a new life, leaving them vulnerable to exploitation. The sharecropping system that developed across the South would become one of the most significant barriers to true economic independence. The concept of 40 acres and a mule represented the hope that each freed family would receive a plot of land to work and sustain themselves, ensuring their independence. However, after President Andrew Johnson reversed the initial land redistribution policies, most confiscated land was returned to former Confederate landowners. This decision left freed African Americans without the resources they needed to build new lives. The failure to provide land led many freed people to seek employment on the plantations where they had once been enslaved, albeit now as paid laborers rather than slaves. As former plantation owners struggled to rebuild their operations without enslaved labor, they looked to freed African Americans to work their fields. However, Southern landowners were often unwilling or unable to pay wages, especially as the post-war economy faltered. Instead, they developed the sharecropping system, which allowed African Americans to work plots of land in exchange for a portion of the harvest. Sharecropping was intended to provide a mutually beneficial arrangement. Landowners would have labor for their fields, and freed people would have the opportunity to work and earn a share of the crops. Under the sharecropping system, black families would sign contracts to work a parcel of land, typically provided by the landowner along with tools, seeds, and sometimes even housing. At harvest time, the sharecroppers would give a portion of their crop, often as much as half, to the landowner as rent. In theory, sharecroppers could keep the rest of the crop for themselves or sell it to earn additional income. However, in practice, the system was rife with exploitation, and most sharecroppers found themselves trapped in a cycle of debt and poverty. One of the primary reasons for this economic entrapment was the practice of crop liens. Landowners, who provided sharecroppers with credit for seeds, tools, and other supplies, charged high interest rates on these loans, expecting to be repaid at harvest. If the crop yield was insufficient to cover these debts, sharecroppers were forced to carry the debt into the following season, often at even higher interest rates. This system made it nearly impossible for sharecroppers to break free from debt, as each harvest barely covered what they owed to landowners, leaving little or no surplus for their own needs. As a result, sharecroppers and tenant farmers remained in a state similar to the conditions of slavery. They worked long hours under harsh conditions, often on the very plantations where they or their ancestors had been enslaved. While sharecropping provided black families with autonomy over their work schedules and tasks, it kept them economically dependent on white landowners. The system created an economic hierarchy that mirrored the pre-war South, maintaining the racial and social structure even in the absence of slavery. The difficulties of the sharecropping system extended beyond economic constraints. It also restricted the freedom and mobility of black families. Because debts were carried over from one season to the next, sharecroppers were often legally bound to the land they worked. Local laws, enforced by Southern courts sympathetic to landowners, made it nearly impossible for sharecroppers to leave if they were indebted. Attempts to leave a plantation while in debt could result in arrest or forced labor, making sharecropping a form of indentured servitude for many. Despite these hardships, black families strove to build their own communities and support systems. Many worked together to buy small plots of land, often pooling resources within extended families or church groups. Land ownership was rare and hard-won, but for those who succeeded, it represented a powerful symbol of independence. Black landowners formed farming communities, supporting one another and establishing a foundation for the future. Even those who remained in the sharecropping system took pride in cultivating land and building homes, finding ways to assert their dignity and autonomy. The economic struggles faced by African Americans during Reconstruction also spurred the growth of black mutual aid societies and cooperative organizations. These groups provided a support network for freed people, pooling resources to assist with medical needs, burials, and economic emergencies. The establishment of these organizations demonstrated the resilience of black communities as they worked to lift themselves out of poverty and oppression despite the limitations imposed by the sharecropping system. Northern allies, particularly within the Freedmen's Bureau, recognized the plight of African American sharecroppers and made efforts to improve their economic conditions. The Bureau attempted to provide legal assistance, helping freedmen negotiate fair labor contracts. However, with limited resources and diminishing public support, the Bureau's efforts were often undermined by Southern landowners and local officials who were resistant to change. By the early 1870s, as the federal government's commitment to Reconstruction began to wane, support for the Bureau faded, and its ability to protect African Americans from exploitation diminished. As Reconstruction drew to a close, the sharecropping system remained entrenched in Southern society, shaping the economic landscape of the region for decades to come. While the promise of land ownership and economic independence had initially offered hope, the reality of Reconstruction's limited scope left many African Americans economically dependent and politically vulnerable. The federal government's retreat from Reconstruction policies further compounded these challenges, leaving African Americans to navigate a system that kept them at the mercy of white landowners and Southern power structures. The enduring legacy of the sharecropping system would have lasting repercussions. Economic dependency limited African Americans' ability to achieve true social and political equality, as poverty and debt continued to confine them to the margins of society. Nevertheless, Black communities found ways to endure, preserving their cultural identity, supporting one another, and advocating for greater rights and opportunities. As African Americans began to make strides in political, social, and economic life during Reconstruction, they encountered fierce resistance from white supremacist groups determined to undermine their progress. Organizations like the Ku Klux Klan, KKK, the White League, and the Red Shirts emerged across the South, wielding violence and intimidation to prevent African Americans from exercising their newfound rights. These groups targeted Black voters, politicians, community leaders, and anyone who supported Reconstruction efforts, aiming to restore the racial hierarchy that had defined the South before the Civil War. The Ku Klux Klan was founded in 1866 in Tennessee, initially as a social club for former Confederate soldiers. However, it quickly evolved into a paramilitary group focused on terrorizing Black communities and white allies who supported Reconstruction. The Klan's goal was to instill fear, ensuring that African Americans would be too intimidated to vote, run for office, or participate in public life. Klan members wore hoods and robes to disguise their identities, creating a sense of mystery and fear, and they often attacked at night, burning crosses and carrying out violent acts. These white supremacist organizations used a range of brutal tactics to achieve their goals. African Americans who attempted to vote were frequently threatened, beaten, or even murdered. Schools established for Black children were burned, and churches were attacked to demoralize and terrorize communities. Prominent African American politicians, such as Hiram Revels and Blanche K. Bruce, were openly threatened. Black men and women who held leadership roles in churches, schools, and community organizations were also frequent targets, as they represented symbols of Black empowerment and progress. In response to this violence, Congress passed the Enforcement Acts between 1870 and 1871, also known as the Ku Klux Klan Acts. These laws made it a federal offense to interfere with a citizen's right to vote and authorized federal intervention when states failed to protect citizens from such intimidation. President Ulysses S. Grant used these powers to launch a campaign against the Klan, deploying federal troops to arrest and prosecute Klan members in several southern states. For a brief period, federal enforcement efforts were successful, and Klan activity diminished as members faced arrests and convictions. Despite these efforts, the Klan and other white supremacist groups remained active, adapting their tactics to evade detection and prosecution. They found support among local law enforcement and Southern politicians who were sympathetic to their cause or complicit in their actions. As federal troops withdrew from the South in the mid-1870s, white supremacist groups regained strength, openly using violence and voter suppression to reassert white dominance. In addition to the Klan, other groups like the White League in Louisiana and the Red Shirts in South Carolina emerged, each with similar goals of restoring white control through violence and intimidation. The White League, for example, formed in 1874 and operated as a paramilitary group that staged open attacks against Black voters and Republican politicians. They viewed their actions as a means of protecting white Southern values and used their power to disrupt elections, enforce segregation, and terrorize Black communities. The Red Shirts in South Carolina gained notoriety for their role in the election of 1876, one of the most contested elections in U.S. history. Wearing red shirts as a symbol of their unity and commitment, the group conducted a campaign of intimidation, riding through Black neighborhoods and threatening anyone who planned to vote Republican. Their violent tactics played a significant role in swinging the election, signaling the effectiveness of intimidation in reshaping Southern politics and undermining Reconstruction. For Black communities, The threat of violence was a daily reality that underscored the fragility of their newfound rights. Black leaders like Frederick Douglass and Ida B. Wells spoke out against the horrors of lynching and mob violence, calling for federal intervention and legal protections. Despite their efforts, Black communities often had to rely on their own networks for protection. Churches and community groups offered spaces for organizing and mutual support, and African American families taught resilience and caution, knowing that even small acts of assertion could lead to violent repercussions. In the face of this violence, African Americans remained determined to fight for their rights. Many continued to vote despite the risks, and community leaders pushed forward with efforts to establish schools, businesses, and self-help organizations. Black churches, particularly the African Methodist Episcopal Church, provided critical support and guidance, offering safe spaces for organizing and fostering a sense of unity. Leaders within these churches encouraged their congregations to remain steadfast, reminding them that the fight for equality was a continuation of the struggle that had begun during slavery. The sustained violence of groups like the Klan, the White League, and the Red Shirts had a lasting impact on the Reconstruction period. As intimidation tactics became more effective, the gains of Reconstruction began to erode. In states like Louisiana, Mississippi, and South Carolina, where Black voters had once held significant influence, white supremacist violence gradually suppressed Black political participation, paving the way for the eventual establishment of Jim Crow laws and legalized segregation. As the 1870s came to a close, the North's commitment to Reconstruction waned, and federal troops were gradually withdrawn from the South. The Compromise of 1877 effectively ended Reconstruction, marking the beginning of the Jim Crow era. Without federal protection, African Americans in the South faced an entrenched system of racial violence and discrimination that would persist for nearly a century. The brief period of Black political and social empowerment that defined Reconstruction was replaced by institutionalized oppression, as Southern states passed laws that systematically disenfranchised African Americans. By the mid-1870s, the fervor for Reconstruction in the North had faded. The nation was wearied by a long and costly civil war and the turbulent Reconstruction years that followed. Economic challenges, including the Panic of 1873, a severe financial crisis that plunged the United States into a depression, shifted Northern attention away from Southern issues. Meanwhile, white Southern Democrats, often referred to as redeemers, gained political momentum, working to redeem the South from Republican control and restore white dominance. In the South, Redeemer Democrats used violence, intimidation, and voter suppression to regain control of state governments, effectively reversing many of the gains made during Reconstruction. Through organized efforts, they limited Black political power, dismantled Republican state legislatures, and reasserted control over Southern society. As Northern resolve weakened, these redeemers gained even more power, facing little opposition from a federal government that was increasingly reluctant to intervene in Southern affairs. The presidential election of 1876 marked a turning point in the struggle over Reconstruction. The election was highly contentious, with Rutherford B. Hayes, the Republican candidate, facing off against Samuel J. Tilden, the Democratic candidate. Tilden won the popular vote, but the results in several key states were disputed, leading to a deadlock. Both parties claimed victory in South Carolina, Florida, and Louisiana, states where Reconstruction governments were still in place and where voter intimidation and fraud were widespread. The electoral votes of these states would determine the winner, plunging the nation into a political crisis. To resolve the impasse, Congress established a bipartisan electoral commission to decide the outcome. In a compromise that became known as the Compromise of 1877, Southern Democrats agreed to support Hayes's presidency in exchange for the withdrawal of federal troops from the South. This withdrawal effectively marked the end of Reconstruction, as the federal government relinquished its role in enforcing Reconstruction policies and protecting African American rights in the South. The Compromise of 1877 had immediate and profound consequences for the Southern states and for African Americans in particular. With the withdrawal of federal troops, Southern states quickly moved to dismantle the progress made during Reconstruction. Redeemer Democrats took control of state legislatures, passing laws and implementing policies aimed at reversing Black political and social gains. The era of federal oversight and protection for African Americans had come to an end, leaving Black communities vulnerable to systemic discrimination and racial violence. The end of Reconstruction led to the establishment of the Jim Crow system, a framework of laws and practices that enforced racial segregation and disenfranchised African Americans. Southern states implemented a series of measures, poll taxes, literacy tests, and grandfather clauses that systematically excluded Black citizens from voting. While these laws were often written in race-neutral language, their application was heavily skewed to prevent African Americans from participating in the political process. Within a few years, the vast majority of Southern Black men and women were effectively barred from voting, rendering them politically powerless. Alongside disenfranchisement, the Jim Crow system enforced racial segregation in all aspects of public life, including schools, transportation, workplaces, and public facilities. The Supreme Court decision in Plessy v. Ferguson in 1896 would later provide judicial backing for this system, establishing the separate but equal doctrine that legally justified segregation for decades. Under Jim Crow, African Americans faced daily humiliation, exclusion, and unequal treatment, as Southern states codified racial discrimination into law. The end of Reconstruction also meant a resurgence of white supremacist violence. Without federal intervention, groups like the Ku Klux Klan and other white supremacist organizations operated with impunity, terrorizing Black communities and enforcing the social hierarchy through intimidation and lynching. The lack of legal recourse left African Americans vulnerable, as local law enforcement often turned a blind eye to, or even participated in, the violence. Black communities faced the constant threat of racial terror, which aimed to keep them in their place and prevent any attempts at social, economic, or political advancement. For African Americans who had experienced the freedoms and opportunities of Reconstruction, the end of the era brought profound disappointment and hardship. The promises of citizenship, equal protection, and political participation had been stripped away, replaced by a legal and social system designed to relegate them to second-class status. However, the end of Reconstruction did not extinguish the spirit of resilience and resistance within Black communities. Many African Americans responded to the new era of segregation by building their own institutions, churches, schools, businesses, and social organizations that would become sources of strength and solidarity. Churches played a central role in African American communities, providing a space for organizing, mutual support, and advocacy. Black ministers became community leaders, helping their congregations navigate the challenges of life under Jim Crow. Schools, though severely underfunded and segregated, were established by Black communities determined to educate their children. These institutions laid the foundation for future civil rights efforts, nurturing a generation that would continue the struggle for justice. As Reconstruction ended and the Jim Crow era began, African Americans continued to push for equality, even as they faced systemic barriers. Leaders like Booker T. Washington advocated for vocational education and economic self-sufficiency as a pathway to progress, while others, like W.E.B. Du Bois, argued for full political and social rights. The divisions among Black leaders reflected the complexity of the challenges facing African Americans in the post-Reconstruction South. While their strategies differed, they shared a common goal of improving the lives of Black citizens and fighting for a society that honored the principles of freedom and equality. The end of Reconstruction was a pivotal moment in American history, marking the transition from a period of federal intervention and attempted reform to an era of segregation and institutionalized racism. Although Reconstruction had failed to secure lasting equality for African Americans, It left a legacy of resistance, community solidarity, and hope for future generations. The rights and protections established during Reconstruction would serve as a foundation for the civil rights movement nearly a century later, as African Americans renewed their struggle for equality. With the formal end of Reconstruction in 1877, the United States entered a new chapter defined by the imposition of the Jim Crow laws in the South and a nationwide struggle over the legacy of freedom, equality, and the promises of the Reconstruction Amendments. Although Reconstruction had offered African Americans a brief period of political power, economic opportunity, and civil rights, the backlash that followed led to a systematic dismantling of these gains. This period witnessed the birth of the Jim Crow era, a rigid system of segregation and discrimination that would dominate Southern society and much of the nation for nearly a century. The Jim Crow laws began as state and local laws enforcing racial segregation in all aspects of public life: schools, transportation, restaurants, parks, and more. Signs labeled "white only" and "colored" became a common sight, underscoring the enforced separation between black and white communities. This separate but equal doctrine, established by the Supreme Court's decision in Plessy v. Ferguson in 1896, provided legal justification for segregation. This ruling claimed that segregation was constitutional as long as facilities were equal, a standard that was rarely, if ever, upheld in practice. Black schools, hospitals, and public services were often severely underfunded, reflecting the entrenched inequalities that defined Jim Crow society. The Jim Crow system was not only a legal structure but a social and cultural one. It dictated social interactions, demanding deference from African Americans in ways that reinforced white superiority. African Americans were expected to address white people with titles like sir or ma'am, while often being addressed by their first names or, worse, with derogatory terms. These norms were enforced with severe consequences for those who transgressed them. The system aimed to control African Americans at every level, ensuring that the freedoms gained during Reconstruction would be curtailed. One of the most tragic and terrifying aspects of the Jim Crow era was the rise of lynching and racial violence as tools of control. Mob violence against African Americans became widespread, with lynching used to intimidate and terrorize black communities. Lynchings were often public events, intended to send a message of racial dominance. Black men were frequently accused, often without evidence, of crimes against white women or of disrespecting white social norms, providing a pretext for mob violence. Anti-lynching activists like Ida B. Wells worked tirelessly to document these atrocities, drawing national attention to the horrors of racial violence, but federal anti-lynching legislation was repeatedly blocked in Congress. In addition to physical violence, African Americans faced economic marginalization. Sharecropping and tenant farming continued to dominate the Southern economy, keeping black families in cycles of debt and poverty. The lack of access to quality education and employment opportunities further entrenched this economic hardship. In northern cities, where many African Americans migrated in search of better opportunities, they encountered segregation and discrimination in housing, jobs, and schools, even if it was less formalized than in the South. In response to these conditions, African Americans developed strong communities centered around churches, schools, and civic organizations. The Black church, in particular, became a pillar of support and a center of social life, providing spiritual guidance, educational opportunities, and a space for political organizing. Churches like the African Methodist Episcopal Church offered not only religious services but also economic assistance, vocational training, and a platform for civil rights activism. Leaders within these churches emerged as voices for change, advocating for justice and equality even when doing so was dangerous. Education, despite being underfunded and segregated, became a powerful tool for Black empowerment. African American communities built schools, often with limited resources, where black teachers taught black students in defiance of the constraints imposed by Jim Crow laws. These schools produced a generation of educated African Americans who would later lead the fight against segregation and discrimination. Black colleges and universities, such as Tuskegee Institute and Howard University, were established during and after Reconstruction and played a critical role in developing African American leadership and professional skills. Despite the pervasive oppression of the Jim Crow era, African Americans found ways to resist, survive, and maintain dignity. Organizations such as the National Association of Colored Women's Clubs, NACWC, founded in 1896, worked to uplift African American communities through education, health initiatives, and social programs. The NACWC and similar organizations encouraged self-help and mutual aid, emphasizing the importance of family, education, and economic independence as ways to counteract the effects of discrimination. By the early 20th century, African American leaders were laying the groundwork for a new era of activism. Figures like Booker T. Washington and W.E.B. Du Bois emerged with differing approaches to the challenges facing Black Americans. Washington advocated for vocational education and economic self-sufficiency as a pathway to gradual social advancement, urging African Americans to prove their worth through hard work and economic success. Du Bois, on the other hand, argued for full civil rights and political equality, believing that African Americans should demand immediate access to the same opportunities as white Americans. This debate highlighted the diverse strategies within the Black community as they sought ways to navigate and ultimately dismantle the oppressive structures of Jim Crow. The legacy of Reconstruction, though marred by the advent of Jim Crow, endured in the form of African American institutions, resilience, and a commitment to justice. The Reconstruction Amendments, particularly the 14th and 15th Amendments, would later serve as the constitutional foundation for the civil rights movement. Leaders like Thurgood Marshall, Martin Luther King Jr., and many others would draw upon these amendments in the 1950s and 1960s to argue for equality and the dismantling of segregation. The end of Reconstruction and the rise of Jim Crow marked a painful setback for African Americans, but it also highlighted the strength and resilience of Black communities. Despite systematic oppression, African Americans maintained their cultural identity, built institutions, and laid the groundwork for future movements that would challenge and ultimately break down the barriers of Jim Crow. The conclusion of Reconstruction and the dawn of the Jim Crow era cast a long shadow over American history, as the promises of freedom and equality from the Civil War and Reconstruction remained unfulfilled for many African Americans. Yet, despite the setbacks and the resurgence of white supremacy, the foundations laid during Reconstruction would prove critical in the fight for civil rights in the 20th century. The struggles and achievements of Reconstruction became a source of inspiration and strength for generations of activists who would continue to push for a more just and equitable society. The Reconstruction Amendments, the 13th, 14th, and 15th, served as a lasting legacy of the era, providing legal grounds for the pursuit of civil rights. Although these amendments were initially undermined by state laws and Supreme Court decisions that justified segregation, they remained enshrined in the Constitution as symbols of the nation's commitment to liberty and equality. By the early 20th century, civil rights leaders began to draw upon these amendments to challenge racial injustice and to advocate for African Americans' right to citizenship and participation in American society. The rise of prominent Black leaders during Reconstruction, as well as the establishment of schools, churches, and other community institutions, gave rise to a new generation of African Americans who were educated, informed, and determined to resist oppression. These leaders, including W.E.B. Du Bois, Ida B. Wells, and Booker T. Washington, became powerful voices for change. Each contributed a unique perspective on how African Americans could navigate and challenge the constraints of Jim Crow, providing different but complementary visions that ultimately shaped the trajectory of the civil rights movement. In the early 20th century, Du Bois and other black intellectuals established the Niagara Movement, a group dedicated to advocating for civil rights and opposing accommodation to segregation. The Niagara Movement laid the groundwork for the formation of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, NAACP, in 1909, which became one of the most influential civil rights organizations in American history. The NAACP focused on legal challenges to segregation and discrimination, filing lawsuits to overturn unjust laws and fight for equal protection under the law, often using the 14th and 15th Amendments as their basis. One of the NAACP's most notable victories came in 1954 with the Brown v. Board of Education Supreme Court decision, which ruled that racial segregation in public schools was unconstitutional. The case drew upon the principles of equality enshrined in the 14th Amendment, arguing that segregation violated African Americans' right to equal protection. Brown v. Board marked a turning point in the fight against Jim Crow, providing a powerful precedent for the dismantling of segregation across other areas of public life. The legacy of Reconstruction also fueled the civil rights movement of the 1950s and 1960s, led by figures such as Martin Luther King Jr., Rosa Parks, and John Lewis. The movement sought to reclaim the promises of freedom and equality that had been made but denied during Reconstruction. Through nonviolent protests, legal challenges, and grassroots organizing, the civil rights movement brought national attention to the injustice of segregation and racial discrimination, leading to landmark legislation like the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and the Voting Rights Act of 1965. These laws reaffirmed the rights granted during Reconstruction, particularly the 15th Amendment, which had been undermined by Jim Crow laws. While the civil rights movement achieved significant victories, the struggle for equality continued as systemic racism, economic inequality, and discrimination persisted. Reconstruction's legacy of resilience and community building remained relevant, as Black communities continued to rely on the institutions created during Reconstruction: churches, schools, mutual aid societies, and civic organizations, to foster solidarity and advance their rights. The lessons of Reconstruction also highlighted the importance of federal intervention and the need for ongoing vigilance to protect civil rights. The memory of Reconstruction itself became a powerful symbol in the Black freedom struggle. Scholars, writers, and activists revisited the era, examining how and why its promises had been betrayed. This historical perspective underscored the long-standing nature of the fight for justice and reinforced the idea that progress required not only legal victories but also cultural and social transformation. Leaders like Frederick Douglass, who lived through Reconstruction and witnessed its rollback, had warned of the dangers of complacency, urging future generations to remain steadfast in their pursuit of justice. Today, the legacy of Reconstruction serves as both a reminder of the potential for change and a cautionary tale about the fragility of progress. The period demonstrated the nation's capacity for profound transformation and the possibility of building a society based on equality and inclusion. However, it also showed the strength of resistance to these ideals, as white supremacist violence and legal maneuvers succeeded in undermining Reconstruction's gains. This dual legacy continues to shape conversations about civil rights, justice, and the American identity. The promises and challenges of Reconstruction remain relevant as the struggle for racial and social justice continues in contemporary America. The era laid the groundwork for later movements and inspired ongoing efforts to address inequality, systemic racism, and the need for equal protection under the law. The principles enshrined in the Reconstruction Amendments continue to serve as a foundation for legal challenges and social movements, reminding Americans of the unfinished work of building a truly just society. Long before the first shots were fired in the American Civil War, tensions were simmering beneath the surface of American society. These tensions grew out of the country's very foundation, dating back to the colonial era. As early as the 17th century, different regions of the American colonies began to develop unique identities shaped by geography, economy, and social structure. In the North, the colonies developed an economy that relied on small-scale farming, trade, and eventually, industry. The South, however, built its economy on plantation agriculture, which depended heavily on slave labor. This economic divergence set the stage for a division that would deepen over the coming centuries. In the North, as industrialization took hold, cities grew, and a middle class began to emerge, along with ideas about freedom, labor rights, and democratic governance. Many in the North, influenced by the abolitionist movements spreading through Europe and spurred by religious groups like the Quakers, began to see slavery as a moral evil. Abolitionists in the North advocated for an end to slavery, arguing that it was not only economically outdated but morally repugnant. Meanwhile, in the South, the institution of slavery was not only seen as a vital part of the economy but also woven into the social fabric. The Southern economy relied on the labor of enslaved people to produce lucrative cash crops like cotton, tobacco, and sugar, creating a wealthy class of plantation owners who held significant political and social power. This growing divide between North and South was amplified by the westward expansion of the United States. As new territories were acquired, questions arose about whether these areas would permit slavery or be free states. The Missouri Compromise of 1820 was one of the early attempts to address this issue, drawing an imaginary line across the country, with slavery permitted in new states to the south of the line and banned in those to the north. This compromise temporarily eased tensions, but it did not address the underlying conflicts. As the nation continued to expand, each new territory and each new state became another battleground in the fight over slavery. Meanwhile, Northern abolitionists became increasingly vocal, driven by a strong sense of moral duty and justice. Leaders like Frederick Douglass, Harriet Beecher Stowe, and William Lloyd Garrison gained influence, bringing the issue of slavery to the forefront of American consciousness. Their writings, speeches, and publications exposed the horrors of slavery, galvanizing support for the abolitionist cause across the North. Harriet Beecher Stowe's novel, Uncle Tom's Cabin, published in 1852, painted a vivid picture of the brutality of slavery, igniting a firestorm of controversy. The book became an international bestseller, influencing public opinion in both the United States and abroad and deepening the divide between North and South. In addition to the economic and moral divides, there were fundamental differences in how the North and South viewed the nature of the federal government. The North, with its growing urban population and complex economy, tended to favor a stronger central government that could regulate trade, build infrastructure, and provide order in a rapidly industrializing society. The South, on the other hand, prioritized states' rights, believing that each state should be able to make its own decisions, especially when it came to the issue of slavery. Southern leaders feared that a strong federal government could eventually abolish slavery, threatening their way of life and economic survival. These cultural, economic, and political divisions were exacerbated by specific events in the 1850s that brought the country closer to war. The Compromise of 1850, a series of laws aimed at resolving tensions between free and slave states, included the controversial Fugitive Slave Act, which required Northerners to return escaped slaves to their Southern owners. This law outraged many in the North, who saw it as a direct violation of their principles and an infringement on their autonomy. In response, some Northern states enacted personal liberty laws that aimed to counter the Fugitive Slave Act, further intensifying the conflict. The Kansas-Nebraska Act of 1854 was another flashpoint, as it allowed settlers in the Kansas and Nebraska territories to decide for themselves whether to allow slavery. This led to a violent struggle in Kansas, known as Bleeding Kansas, where pro-slavery and anti-slavery settlers clashed in brutal confrontations. This conflict illustrated that the question of slavery was no longer an abstract debate, but a reality that could and would lead to bloodshed. As the decade progressed, political tensions spilled over into Congress itself. In 1856, the violence of Bleeding Kansas reached the halls of the Senate, where Charles Sumner, a fervent anti-slavery senator, was viciously attacked by Preston Brooks, a pro-slavery congressman from South Carolina. This incident, known as the caning of Charles Sumner, shocked the nation and revealed just how deeply divided Congress and the country had become. It seemed that even within the highest levels of government, the conflict over slavery could no longer be contained. By the end of the 1850s, the issue of slavery had fractured the major political parties. The Whig Party collapsed under the weight of the slavery debate, and a new political force emerged, the Republican Party. Formed in 1854, the Republican Party was largely made up of anti-slavery activists and those who believed in limiting the spread of slavery into new territories. While not all Republicans were abolitionists, they shared a common goal of preventing slavery from expanding westward. This new party quickly gained influence, uniting Northern voters who opposed the expansion of slavery. The election of 1860 would bring these tensions to a head. The Republican candidate, Abraham Lincoln, ran on a platform of halting the spread of slavery, though he promised not to interfere with slavery where it already existed. Lincoln's moderate stance was seen as a threat by Southern leaders, who viewed any restriction on slavery as a step toward its eventual abolition. When Lincoln won the presidency in November of 1860, without winning a single Southern state, the South saw this as proof that the federal government was no longer acting in their interests. In response, South Carolina became the first state to secede from the Union on December 20, 1860. South Carolina's secession was soon followed by Mississippi, Florida, Alabama, Georgia, Louisiana, and Texas. These states formed the Confederate States of America, a new nation based on the preservation of slavery and states' rights. They elected Jefferson Davis as their president and began to seize federal property within their borders, including forts and arsenals. The United States, or the Union, refused to recognize the Confederacy as a legitimate nation, viewing the secession as a rebellion rather than a lawful separation. Tensions came to a boiling point in April 1861 at Fort Sumter, a federal fort in Charleston Harbor. When Union forces refused to surrender the fort, Confederate forces opened fire, marking the official beginning of the Civil War. The bombardment lasted for 2 days, after which the Union forces surrendered. The attack on Fort Sumter galvanized the North, leading Lincoln to call for 75,000 volunteers to put down the rebellion. This call to arms pushed the remaining slave states of Virginia, Arkansas, Tennessee, and North Carolina to join the Confederacy, deepening the divide. With the firing on Fort Sumter, the United States was officially at war with itself. The Civil War would prove to be one of the most devastating conflicts in American history, dividing families, communities, and the very fabric of the nation. The Union and the Confederacy would now embark on a 4-year struggle, not just over territory, but over the fundamental question of what kind of country the United States would be. With the firing on Fort Sumter in April 1861, the United States found itself plunged into a conflict that would test its resilience and commitment to its founding ideals. President Abraham Lincoln, determined to preserve the Union, called for 75,000 volunteers to quell the rebellion, and men across the North responded to the call. Meanwhile, in the South, the newly formed Confederate States of America rallied its own volunteers, convinced that they were fighting to protect their homes, their rights, and their way of life. Mobilization on both sides was a massive undertaking. At the start of the war, neither the Union nor the Confederacy had a standing army capable of waging a large-scale war. State militias formed the backbone of each side's forces, but these units varied greatly in discipline, training, and equipment. Men volunteered in droves, often forming regiments with friends, neighbors, and relatives, leading to units with strong regional identities. For many, the idea of war carried a sense of adventure and honor, and the grim realities of battle were still distant. In the Union, Lincoln and his generals quickly realized that the war would require far more than just a show of force. While many Northerners initially believed the conflict would be over in a matter of months, Union leaders soon saw that defeating the South would mean overcoming deeply entrenched political and economic systems. Lincoln appointed Winfield Scott, an aging hero of the Mexican-American War, to develop an overarching strategy. Scott proposed the Anaconda Plan, a strategy that would aim to suffocate the South by cutting off its access to resources and foreign support. The Anaconda Plan called for a naval blockade of the Confederate coastline, preventing the South from trading cotton, which was its economic lifeblood. By blocking southern ports, the Union hoped to deprive the Confederacy of the goods, weapons, and supplies it needed to sustain its war effort. Scott's plan also involved gaining control of the Mississippi River, effectively splitting the Confederacy in two and disrupting transportation and communication between its eastern and western territories. Though the plan was initially criticized for its perceived passivity, it laid the groundwork for what would become a long and strategic campaign. In contrast, the Confederacy's strategy was centered around defense and endurance. Confederate President Jefferson Davis believed that if the South could hold out long enough, Northern resolve would wane, and public pressure would force Lincoln to negotiate a peace. The Confederates also counted on support from Britain and France, who were economically dependent on Southern cotton. Southern leaders assumed that the cotton trade would force European powers to intervene on their behalf, helping to break the Union blockade and secure Southern independence. The Confederacy adopted a defensive strategy, aiming to protect its territory and resources rather than attempting to conquer the North. However, Southern leaders also knew that if they could strike a decisive blow on Northern soil, they might convince the Union to accept the Confederacy as an independent nation. This idea of a powerful, morale-boosting victory would later inspire Southern incursions into Northern states. Both sides began organizing and training their troops, but the lack of experience soon became apparent. Officers on both sides were often unfamiliar with large-scale command, and while West Point graduates provided some expertise, the sheer scale of mobilization meant that inexperienced leaders were quickly promoted. Supplies were in short supply, particularly in the South, which had fewer factories and railroads to transport goods and troops. While the Union benefited from a more industrialized economy, it, too, struggled with logistics as it tried to coordinate a growing army across vast distances. The first significant engagement came in July 1861 at the First Battle of Bull Run, also known as the Battle of Manassas, near Washington, D.C. Both sides entered the battle with confidence, believing that a single, decisive engagement would end the war. Civilians from Washington even traveled to the battlefield to watch, bringing picnics and treating the event as a spectacle. However, the battle quickly turned into a chaotic and brutal encounter, shocking both the Union and the Confederate forces with the ferocity of the fighting. Union troops, under the command of General Irvin McDowell, initially pushed back the Confederate forces, but a counterattack led by Confederate General Thomas "Stonewall" Jackson turned the tide. Jackson's unyielding stance earned him the nickname Stonewall, and his leadership rallied the Confederate forces. The Union troops, unprepared for the intensity of battle, soon found themselves in a disorganized retreat, fleeing back toward Washington in panic. The First Battle of Bull Run ended in a Confederate victory, shattering the illusion that the war would be a brief and easy conflict. The battle was a wake-up call for the North. Lincoln and his administration recognized that the Union would need a far more organized and well-equipped army if it hoped to defeat the Confederacy. In response, Lincoln signed the Militia Act and appointed George B. McClellan to command the newly formed Army of the Potomac. McClellan, a meticulous and cautious leader, dedicated himself to training and organizing the Union forces, transforming them into a disciplined and professional army. However, his caution would later prove to be a source of frustration, as he hesitated to engage the enemy despite his army's readiness. Meanwhile, the South celebrated its early victory and morale soared. The Confederacy believed it had demonstrated its military prowess and bolstered its claim to independence. However, Southern leaders also knew that more decisive victories would be necessary to sustain their position, especially as the Union blockade began to tighten. In response, the Confederacy intensified its efforts to secure foreign recognition and support, sending diplomats to Britain and France in hopes of swaying these nations to their side. The initial months of the war revealed the immense challenges that lay ahead. Both the Union and the Confederacy faced logistical, strategic, and morale issues, and both sides began to realize the scale of the conflict they had entered. For the North, it was no longer a matter of simply suppressing a rebellion. It was a struggle for the very future of the nation. For the South, it was a fight for survival and the preservation of a way of life. In the coming months, both sides would continue to refine their strategies, build their armies, and adjust to the realities of war. The Union would press forward with its blockade and seek control of key rivers, while the Confederacy would seek to protect its territory and inflict enough damage to weaken Northern resolve. As the war progressed, it would become clear that neither side could achieve victory quickly, and the conflict would enter a long, grueling phase of battles, sieges, and confrontations that would test the strength and endurance of both the Union and the Confederacy. As the Union and Confederate forces solidified their positions and strategies, both sides recognized the strategic importance of the Mississippi River and the Western Territories. For the Union, control of the Mississippi was a central component of the Anaconda Plan. If they could dominate the river, they would effectively cut the Confederacy in half, severing communication and supply lines between the eastern and western Confederate states. The Confederacy, on the other hand, sought to maintain control over this critical waterway to ensure the transport of goods, troops, and communication between their territories. The first major engagements in the Western Theater began in early 1862, with Union forces under General Ulysses S. Grant advancing through Tennessee. Grant, a relatively unknown commander at the time, would quickly make a name for himself with his tenacious fighting spirit and determination. Grant's early campaigns marked a turning point in the Union strategy in the Western Theater, as he demonstrated an aggressive approach to warfare that was in stark contrast to the cautious tactics often seen in the Eastern Theater. One of Grant's first major victories came at Fort Henry on the Tennessee River in February 1862. With the support of Union gunboats, Grant's forces captured Fort Henry with relative ease, securing an important foothold for the Union in Tennessee. Shortly after, Grant turned his attention to Fort Donelson on the nearby Cumberland River. The Battle of Fort Donelson was a fierce engagement, with the Confederate forces putting up a strong resistance. However, Grant's persistence paid off, and after a prolonged siege, the Confederate forces surrendered. Grant's demand for an unconditional surrender at Fort Donelson became legendary and earned him the nickname Unconditional Surrender Grant. The victory at Fort Donelson was a significant strategic win for the Union, opening the way for further advances into Tennessee and the Deep South. It also marked the beginning of Grant's rise as one of the Union's most effective military leaders. With control of key positions along the Tennessee and Cumberland rivers, the Union continued its advance into the South. However, Confederate forces regrouped and prepared for a counterattack. In April 1862, Grant's forces were camped near a small church called Shiloh in Tennessee, unaware that Confederate General Albert Sidney Johnston was planning a surprise attack. On April 6th, Confederate forces launched a dawn assault, catching Grant's army off guard and driving them back toward the Tennessee River. The Battle of Shiloh was one of the bloodiest battles of the Civil War up to that point. Confederate forces initially gained the upper hand, but Grant, refusing to retreat, rallied his troops and prepared for a counterattack. Reinforcements arrived overnight, and on the second day of fighting, Union forces regained their positions, eventually pushing the Confederate forces back. The battle ended in a costly Union victory, with heavy casualties on both sides. Around 23,000 men were killed, wounded, or missing. The brutality of Shiloh shocked both the Union and the Confederacy, making it clear that the war would be far more devastating than many had anticipated. Shiloh was a pivotal moment in the Western theater. The Union victory allowed Grant and the Union forces to press further into Mississippi, bringing them closer to their goal of securing the Mississippi River. Meanwhile, the Confederacy's Western forces suffered significant losses, weakening their ability to resist the Union's advance. Despite the heavy toll, Grant remained resolute, understanding that the capture of the Mississippi would be essential for Union victory. As Union forces pushed toward the Mississippi, another significant battle unfolded in New Orleans, one of the South's largest and most important port cities. Union Admiral David Farragut, a seasoned naval officer, led a daring assault on the city. In April 1862, Farragut's fleet of warships navigated the treacherous waters of the Mississippi River, bypassing Confederate defenses at Fort Jackson and Fort St. Philip. Once Farragut's fleet broke through, they swiftly moved up the river, forcing the surrender of New Orleans without much resistance. The capture of New Orleans was a tremendous blow to the Confederacy. It deprived the South of a vital port and cut off one of its main avenues for importing supplies and exporting cotton. With New Orleans in Union hands, the Confederacy's access to the outside world became even more limited, placing increasing strain on its resources and infrastructure. The fall of New Orleans also provided the Union with a strategic base from which to conduct further operations along the Mississippi River. Despite these Union successes, Confederate forces continued to resist, particularly at the fortified city of Vicksburg, Mississippi. Vicksburg was a strategic stronghold, situated on high bluffs overlooking the Mississippi River. Its location allowed the Confederacy to control river traffic and provided a defensive advantage against any Union assault. Recognizing the importance of Vicksburg, Confederate leaders poured resources into its defense, determined to hold the city at all costs. In late 1862, Grant launched his Vicksburg campaign, a series of maneuvers and battles aimed at capturing the city. Grant attempted several approaches to reach Vicksburg, including digging canals and diverting the river, but each effort was met with frustration and setbacks. Finally, in the spring of 1863, Grant devised a bold plan to move his army south of Vicksburg, cross the river, and approach the city from the east, cutting off its supply lines and isolating it from Confederate support. Grant's strategy worked. After crossing the Mississippi River and winning several key battles, including Port Gibson and Raymond, Grant's forces laid siege to Vicksburg in May 1863. The siege of Vicksburg was a grueling campaign, with Union forces surrounding the city and cutting off all supplies. Confederate soldiers and civilians inside Vicksburg endured weeks of starvation, disease, and constant bombardment. On July 4, 1863, after more than 40 days of siege, Confederate General John C. Pemberton surrendered Vicksburg to Grant. The fall of Vicksburg, coupled with the Union victory at the Battle of Gettysburg on the same day, marked a turning point in the Civil War. With the capture of Vicksburg, the Union gained full control of the Mississippi River, effectively splitting the Confederacy in two. This victory not only weakened the South, but also boosted Northern morale and solidified Grant's reputation as a tenacious and effective leader. The Union's success in the Western theater underscored the strategic importance of controlling the Mississippi River and highlighted Grant's ability to lead and innovate under pressure. The Confederate defeat at Vicksburg was devastating, and the loss of the Mississippi made it nearly impossible for the South to maintain cohesive communication and coordination between its eastern and western regions. As the Union consolidated its hold on the Mississippi, The war would shift focus back to the Eastern Theater, where fierce battles awaited and the struggle between North and South would reach new levels of intensity. The victories in the West had given the Union a strategic advantage, but the road to victory was far from clear, and the battles yet to come would test both sides' resolve and endurance. As Union forces made significant gains in the Western Theater, attention turned back to the Eastern Theater, particularly to Virginia, where some of the most intense fighting of the Civil War would take place. Virginia was of immense symbolic and strategic importance for both the Union and the Confederacy. It was home to the Confederate capital, Richmond, and its proximity to Washington, D.C., made it a key battleground. Control of Virginia meant controlling a critical theater of the war, and both sides poured resources and manpower into the region, hoping to achieve decisive victories. In 1861 and 1862, Union forces under General George B. McClellan undertook a series of operations to capture Richmond. McClellan, a skilled organizer, transformed the Army of the Potomac into a well-trained and disciplined force. However, his cautious nature and reluctance to engage in battle frustrated President Lincoln and other Union leaders. McClellan believed in overwhelming preparation and preferred not to act unless he felt assured of victory. This hesitancy would define much of his leadership and ultimately hinder Union progress in Virginia. In the spring of 1862, McClellan launched the Peninsula Campaign, an ambitious operation to capture Richmond by advancing up the Virginia Peninsula between the York and James Rivers. The campaign began well, with Union forces landing at Fort Monroe and moving steadily toward Richmond. However, McClellan's cautious approach and frequent delays allowed Confederate forces under General Joseph E. Johnston to prepare for the defense of the city. Despite his numerical advantage, McClellan's slow pace allowed the Confederates to regroup and fortify their positions. As Union forces approached Richmond, Johnston was wounded, and command of the Confederate Army passed to General Robert E. Lee. Lee, a bold and aggressive commander, quickly took advantage of McClellan's cautious tactics. In a series of engagements known as the 7 Days Battles, Lee's forces launched aggressive counterattacks, driving McClellan back down the peninsula and ending the Union's attempt to capture Richmond. Although the Union had gained ground initially, the Peninsula Campaign ultimately ended in failure, with McClellan's forces retreating and Confederate morale strengthened. Lee's success in defending Richmond during the Peninsula Campaign elevated his reputation and transformed him into a revered figure in the South. He was known for his ability to inspire his troops and his willingness to take risks. Following his victory on the peninsula, Lee continued to pursue an aggressive strategy, aiming to disrupt Union plans and maintain the initiative. Lee's tactics focused on exploiting Union weaknesses and outmaneuvering his opponents, and his style of warfare would soon earn him respect even among his adversaries. Throughout the summer of 1862, Lee engaged Union forces in a series of battles that demonstrated his tactical brilliance. One of the most notable of these engagements was the Second Battle of Bull Run, or Second Manassas, in August 1862. In this battle, Lee, along with Stonewall Jackson, outmaneuvered Union General John Pope, dealing a crushing blow to Union forces and driving them back toward Washington, D.C. The Confederate victory at Second Bull Run solidified Lee's standing as a master tactician and boosted Confederate morale. It also deepened the frustration in the North, as Union leaders struggled to find a strategy that could counter Lee's successes. Buoyed by his victories, Lee decided to take the war northward, hoping to secure a significant victory on Union soil that would demoralize the North and possibly convince European powers like Britain and France to recognize the Confederacy. In September 1862, Lee led his forces across the Potomac River into Maryland, marking the beginning of the Maryland Campaign. This bold move was part of Lee's broader strategy to relieve pressure on Virginia's farmland, gain supplies, and encourage pro-Confederate sentiment in the border states. However, as Lee advanced, Union forces discovered his battle plans by sheer chance. A Union soldier found a copy of Lee's orders wrapped around some cigars at an abandoned Confederate camp. This document, known as Special Order 191, revealed Lee's intentions and gave the Union a rare opportunity to strike at his divided forces. Armed with this intelligence, McClellan moved to intercept Lee's army near Sharpsburg, Maryland. The resulting Battle of Antietam on September 17, 1862, became the bloodiest single day in American history, with nearly 23,000 soldiers killed, wounded, or missing. The battle was a brutal clash, with fierce fighting across fields, cornfields, and along a sunken road that came to be known as Bloody Lane. While neither side achieved a decisive victory, Lee's forces ultimately withdrew back into Virginia. Though the Union failed to destroy Lee's army, Antietam was considered a strategic Union victory, as it halted the Confederate advance into the North. The Battle of Antietam had significant political consequences. Lincoln had been waiting for a Union victory to issue the Emancipation Proclamation, a measure that would redefine the purpose of the war. On September 22, 1862, just days after Antietam, Lincoln announced the preliminary Emancipation Proclamation, declaring that as of January 1, 1863, all enslaved people in Confederate-held territories would be considered free. While the proclamation did not immediately free any enslaved people, it transformed the Civil War into a fight for human freedom, galvanizing abolitionist support in the North and making it unlikely that European powers would support the Confederacy. The Eastern Theater remained volatile, with both sides locked in a brutal struggle for dominance in Virginia. Despite McClellan's success at Antietam, his failure to pursue Lee's retreating army led to further frustrations in Washington. Lincoln, exasperated with McClellan's reluctance to take decisive action, eventually replaced him with General Ambrose Burnside. Burnside, however, would face his own challenges and failures in the coming months. In December 1862, Burnside launched an assault on Confederate positions at Fredericksburg, Virginia. The Battle of Fredericksburg proved to be a disastrous defeat for the Union. Burnside's forces repeatedly charged up a heavily fortified hill known as Mary's Heights, suffering devastating losses with little gain. The Confederate forces, well positioned and dug in behind a stone wall, inflicted heavy casualties on the Union troops, who were unable to break through. By the end of the battle, the Union had suffered nearly 13,000 casualties to the Confederacy's 5,000, and morale in the North was once again shattered. The early campaigns in the Eastern Theater underscored the difficulties of achieving victory in Virginia. While Union forces had the advantage in numbers and resources, Confederate commanders like Lee and Jackson consistently outmaneuvered their Northern counterparts, capitalizing on their familiarity with the terrain and their bold tactics. The failure of Union forces to capture Richmond or decisively defeat Lee's army kept the war in a prolonged state of uncertainty, with each battle exacting a heavy toll on both sides. Despite these setbacks, Lincoln and the Union leadership remained committed to the goal of reunification and, after the Emancipation Proclamation, the abolition of slavery. As the war continued, the Eastern Theater became the setting for some of the most iconic and bloody battles of the conflict, with both sides struggling to gain the upper hand. With each passing battle, it became clear that the Civil War was a test not only of military strength but of endurance, determination, and ideals. For the Union, the challenge lay in finding a strategy and leadership that could counter Lee's prowess. For the Confederacy, the struggle was to maintain its resolve and resources in the face of a larger and increasingly determined opponent. By mid-1863, the American Civil War had already exacted a heavy toll on both sides, with countless lives lost and entire regions devastated. Despite setbacks, Confederate General Robert E. Lee remained a formidable force in the Eastern Theater. Following his successes in battles such as Fredericksburg and Chancellorsville, Lee sought to capitalize on the momentum by launching a second invasion into Union territory. His goal was to bring the war northward, hoping to relieve pressure on Virginia's war-torn farmland, secure supplies, and possibly inspire political pressure on President Lincoln to negotiate a peace settlement. A victory on Northern soil might also attract the support of European powers. In June 1863, Lee's Army of Northern Virginia, a seasoned and battle-hardened force, moved north through the Shenandoah Valley into Pennsylvania. The Union, under the command of General George Meade, quickly mobilized to intercept Lee, bringing the Army of the Potomac northward. Both armies, unaware of each other's exact movements, converged near the small town of Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. Neither side initially intended for this town to become the site of a significant battle, but on July 1st, Confederate forces encountered Union cavalry outside Gettysburg, and the confrontation quickly escalated. The Battle of Gettysburg would become the largest and bloodiest battle of the Civil War. On July 1, 1863, the initial skirmishes erupted as Confederate troops pushed Union forces back through the town, securing high ground just south of Gettysburg. Union forces, realizing the strategic importance of the elevated terrain, quickly took up defensive positions on Cemetery Hill, Cemetery Ridge, and Little Round Top, a series of ridges and hills that provided a natural defensive advantage. This high ground formed a fishhook-shaped defensive line, which would prove critical in the coming days. On July 2nd, Lee launched a series of fierce assaults on the Union flanks. Confederate forces under General James Longstreet attacked the Union left flank at Little Round Top, Devil's Den, the Wheat Field, and the Peach Orchard. The fighting was intense and chaotic, with hand-to-hand combat erupting as Union forces struggled to hold their ground. On Little Round Top, Colonel Joshua Lawrence Chamberlain and his 20th Maine Regiment famously defended the position, holding off repeated Confederate attacks and executing a daring bayonet charge when their ammunition ran low. Chamberlain's bold move forced the Confederate attackers to retreat and secured the Union left flank. Meanwhile, Confederate forces under General Richard Ewell attacked the Union right flank at Culp's Hill and Cemetery Hill. The fighting was brutal, and both sides suffered heavy casualties. Despite some initial Confederate gains, Union forces managed to hold their positions, repelling the attacks and preventing the Confederate Army from breaking through the defensive line. As dawn broke on July 3rd, Lee decided to make a final, decisive assault on the center of the Union line along Cemetery Ridge. Believing that the Union forces in the center might be weakened after the previous day's attacks on the flanks, Lee ordered Pickett's charge, a massive infantry assault led by General George Pickett and involving thousands of Confederate soldiers. This assault would become one of the most infamous events of the Civil War. Before the infantry charge, the Confederates unleashed a massive artillery bombardment on Cemetery Ridge, hoping to soften the Union defenses. The barrage was intense, and the ground shook with the thunder of cannon fire. Union forces hunkered down, enduring the bombardment and bracing for the coming assault. After the artillery ceased, thousands of Confederate soldiers emerged from the tree line and began their advance across open fields toward the Union center. The Union artillery, having held its fire during the Confederate barrage, opened up on the advancing Confederates, inflicting devastating losses. The Confederate soldiers, facing a hail of cannon fire and musket shots, continued their advance, but as they neared the Union lines, the attack faltered. The open ground provided little cover, and Union infantry poured a relentless stream of fire into the Confederate ranks. The assault was ultimately repelled, with Confederate forces suffering catastrophic casualties. Pickett's charge ended in failure, with thousands of Confederate soldiers dead or wounded on the fields of Gettysburg. The Union line held firm, and Lee's army was forced to retreat back to Virginia. The Battle of Gettysburg was a decisive Union victory, but it came at a tremendous cost. Over 3 days, approximately 51,000 soldiers were killed, wounded, or missing, making Gettysburg the bloodiest battle of the Civil War. Lee's invasion of the North had ended in disaster, and his army was forced to retreat. never again to mount a significant offensive into Union territory. Gettysburg marked the high water mark of the Confederacy, the point at which the South's fortunes began to wane. For the Union, the victory at Gettysburg provided a much-needed morale boost. The success of Meade's Army of the Potomac proved that the Union could stand up to Lee's forces and turn the tide of the war. However, Meade's cautious pursuit of the retreating Confederate Army disappointed Lincoln, who had hoped for a more aggressive follow-up to capitalize on the victory. Nevertheless, Gettysburg was a turning point, shifting momentum to the Union and setting the stage for future offensives. In November 1863, a few months after the battle, President Lincoln visited Gettysburg to dedicate a cemetery for the fallen soldiers. It was there that he delivered his famous Gettysburg Address, a brief but profound speech that reframed the war as a struggle not only for the preservation of the Union, but also for the principles of liberty and equality. Lincoln declared that the United States was engaged in a great test of democracy, and he honored the sacrifice of those who had fought at Gettysburg. His words, "that government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not perish from the earth," became a defining statement of American ideals and renewed the Union's commitment to victory. The Battle of Gettysburg was a critical turning point in the Civil War, signaling the beginning of the end for the Confederacy. Although the war would continue for nearly 2 more years, the Confederate defeat at Gettysburg, coupled with the Union victory at Vicksburg on the Mississippi River just 1 day later, marked the beginning of a steady decline for the Confederate cause. The North had not only survived Lee's invasion, but had emerged stronger and more resolute, ready to press forward with a renewed sense of purpose. As the Civil War dragged on, it became clear that its effects extended far beyond the battlefields. Families, communities, and entire regions were transformed by the hardships and sacrifices demanded by the conflict. Both the North and the South faced shortages, inflation, and the ever-present fear of losing loved ones in the fighting. In the South, where much of the fighting took place, civilians endured particular suffering, as Union forces sought to weaken the Confederacy by targeting its infrastructure, economy, and social structure. In the North, industry boomed as factories shifted production to meet the needs of a prolonged war effort. Textile mills, ironworks, and arms manufacturers ran at full capacity, creating jobs and driving economic growth. However, this prosperity was not without cost. As men went off to fight, women and children took on new roles in factories, farms, and businesses, adapting to the absence of husbands, fathers, and sons. Women stepped into roles that were traditionally held by men, managing farms, businesses, and even working in factories to support the war effort. The government, too, faced immense pressures. To finance the war, the Union government under President Lincoln implemented the first federal income tax in American history, alongside new tariffs and bond programs. The U.S. Treasury also issued greenbacks, a paper currency not backed by gold or silver. This step helped to fund the war but led to inflation and economic instability. The increased demand for goods, combined with inflation, made life challenging for many Northern families, as prices for food and other essentials rose steeply. In the South, the impact of the war on daily life was even more severe. With a largely agrarian economy heavily reliant on slave labor, the Confederate States struggled to sustain their war effort. Union blockades of southern ports effectively cut off trade with Europe, depriving the South of revenue from cotton exports and causing widespread shortages of goods. Southern women and children, like their northern counterparts, were forced to take on new responsibilities, managing farms and households in the absence of male family members. However, unlike in the North, where industry provided some stability, the South faced economic collapse as inflation skyrocketed and essential goods became increasingly scarce. The Confederate government, led by Jefferson Davis, implemented policies to support the war effort, including a draft that required white men between the ages of 18 and 35 to serve in the Army. The Confederate draft was met with significant resistance in some regions, particularly among poorer families who depended on male labor for survival. Wealthier Southerners could avoid the draft by paying for substitutes, a policy that bred resentment and anger among the working class. This disparity fueled class tensions and added to the strains on Southern society, as many families felt that the sacrifices of war were unequally distributed. The Union Army's tactics of total war and scorched earth policies began to take a heavy toll on Southern civilians. Union General William Tecumseh Sherman, in particular, became known for his philosophy of total war, which he implemented during his campaigns in the South. Sherman believed that weakening civilian morale and disrupting the Southern economy would hasten the end of the war. His infamous March to the Sea in late 1864, in which his forces marched from Atlanta to Savannah, Georgia, left a trail of destruction. His troops destroyed railroads, factories, and plantations, burning crops and seizing livestock. Sherman's campaign devastated Southern infrastructure, leaving many communities in ruins. While the destruction created a significant strategic advantage for the Union, it also left Southern civilians in desperate conditions. Families were left without food, shelter, or resources, facing the harsh realities of a war that now reached directly into their homes. The psychological impact on Southern civilians was profound, as the realities of war became inescapable. The Confederate government, already stretched thin, struggled to provide aid or relief, leaving families to fend for themselves in increasingly dire circumstances. Amid these hardships, enslaved African Americans in the South faced unique challenges and opportunities. The Union's advance into Southern territories brought freedom within reach for many enslaved people. As Union armies occupied Southern areas, thousands of enslaved individuals fled to Union lines, seeking freedom and protection. These individuals, known as contrabands, often worked for the Union Army, serving as laborers, cooks, and even soldiers. Many joined the Union's newly formed United States Colored Troops, USCT, eager to fight for their freedom and the end of slavery. The war transformed the lives of African Americans, both free and enslaved, across the nation. In the North, African Americans organized to support the Union war effort, raising funds, providing aid, and advocating for equal treatment in the military. Despite facing discrimination and prejudice, African American soldiers served bravely, proving their commitment to the Union and the ideals of freedom and equality. Their contributions to the war effort challenged prevailing racial attitudes and set the stage for the struggle for civil rights in the years to come. While the war had devastating effects, it also brought communities together in acts of resilience and solidarity. Civilians, soldiers, and families organized sanitary commissions, raised funds, and donated goods to support the troops. Women's groups and local organizations sewed uniforms, knitted socks, and collected supplies, doing everything they could to aid the war effort. The work of organizations like the U.S. Sanitary Commission helped provide food, medical supplies, and relief to soldiers, boosting morale and easing the suffering of wounded and ill troops. For many women, the war opened up new roles and responsibilities, marking a turning point in their social status. Women like Clara Barton and Dorothea Dix organized and served as nurses, providing essential care to wounded soldiers on the battlefield. Barton, later known as the founder of the American Red Cross, traveled to the front lines, risking her life to tend to the injured. Her bravery and dedication inspired countless others, and she became a symbol of compassion and resilience in the face of war. The war's impact on the home front left lasting scars, but also transformed the nation's social and economic landscape. As men returned from the battlefields, they found a changed society. Women, African Americans, and other marginalized groups had taken on new roles, contributing to the war effort and challenging traditional social structures. These changes set the stage for further social reform movements in the post-war period, as the country grappled with the challenges of Reconstruction and the question of what it meant to be a united nation. As the Civil War raged on, the question of slavery, the institution that lay at the heart of the conflict, took on increasing importance. For President Abraham Lincoln, the primary goal at the war's outset was the preservation of the Union, not necessarily the abolition of slavery. He believed that maintaining the support of the border states, slave states like Maryland, Kentucky, and Missouri that had not seceded, was crucial for keeping the Union intact. Yet, as the war progressed, it became clear that the fate of slavery and the fate of the Union were inextricably linked. The Union's early setbacks on the battlefield, coupled with pressure from abolitionists and radical Republicans, prompted Lincoln to consider a more decisive stance on slavery. He realized that striking at the institution that was the economic foundation of the Confederacy could weaken the South's war effort and shift the focus of the war to a moral cause that would energize Northern support. By late 1862, Lincoln was ready to take a bold step that would redefine the purpose of the Civil War: the Emancipation Proclamation. Lincoln issued the preliminary Emancipation Proclamation on September 22, 1862, just days after the Union's victory at the Battle of Antietam. The proclamation declared that as of January 1, 1863, all enslaved people in states or parts of states still in rebellion against the United States would be forever free. The preliminary proclamation served as a warning to the Confederate states, giving them the chance to return to the Union and keep their enslaved laborers, a choice that none of the seceding states took. On January 1, 1863, the Emancipation Proclamation officially went into effect. The proclamation did not apply to border states like Kentucky, Missouri, Maryland, and Delaware, nor to specific areas of the South that were already under Union control, such as New Orleans and parts of Tennessee. This limitation highlighted Lincoln's focus on weakening the Confederacy rather than outright abolition. However, despite its legal limitations, the Emancipation Proclamation was a watershed moment in American history. It transformed the Civil War from a battle over Union into a moral crusade against slavery. The proclamation had an immediate impact on the Union war effort. It provided a clear statement of the Union's commitment to ending slavery, allowing enslaved people in Confederate-held areas to see the Union Army as a force of liberation. Thousands of enslaved individuals fled plantations and farms, seeking freedom behind Union lines. These self-liberated people, known as contrabands, often found work as laborers for the Union Army, providing critical support in constructing fortifications, repairing railroads, and performing other essential tasks. Their actions not only weakened the Confederate economy, but also demonstrated the powerful desire for freedom among those who had been enslaved. One of the most significant consequences of the Emancipation Proclamation was the enlistment of African American soldiers into the Union Army. The proclamation explicitly allowed for the recruitment of black men into the Union military, a decision that changed the course of the war. African Americans, eager to fight for their freedom and for the Union cause, volunteered in large numbers. By the end of the war, nearly 200,000 African American soldiers and sailors had served in the United States Colored Troops, USCT, and other units, playing a vital role in Union victories across the South. The bravery and sacrifice of African American soldiers helped to shift public opinion in the North. While they faced discrimination and unequal pay in the Army, their courage on the battlefield challenged prevailing racist attitudes. Units like the 54th Massachusetts Infantry Regiment, one of the first official African American regiments, distinguished themselves in battle, most notably during the assault on Fort Wagner in South Carolina. Their valor became a symbol of the contributions that African Americans made to the war effort and underscored the moral imperative of the Union's fight against slavery. The Emancipation Proclamation also had profound diplomatic implications. Throughout the early years of the war, the Confederacy had hoped to gain recognition and support from European powers like Britain and France, who had economic interests in Southern cotton. However, the proclamation made it clear that the Union was committed to ending slavery, making it politically difficult for European countries to support the Confederacy without appearing to endorse slavery. While Britain and France had considered intervening on behalf of the South early in the war, the Emancipation Proclamation helped to close off that possibility, isolating the Confederacy diplomatically. The proclamation, however, did not come without controversy. In the North, there were those who believed that Lincoln had overstepped his constitutional authority. Copperheads, Northerners who opposed the war and favored a negotiated settlement with the South, argued that the proclamation would only deepen divisions and prolong the conflict. They viewed it as a radical shift in the Union's war aims and feared that it would lead to greater bloodshed. Despite these criticisms, Lincoln stood by the proclamation, recognizing that it was not only a military necessity but also a moral imperative. In the South, the Emancipation Proclamation was met with outrage and defiance. The Confederacy saw it as an attempt to incite slave uprisings and destabilize Southern society. Confederate leaders vowed to continue their struggle for independence, framing the war as a defense of their way of life and their property rights. For Southern slaveholders, the proclamation represented a direct threat to their economic and social order, fueling their determination to resist the Union at all costs. The legal status of the Emancipation Proclamation was a topic of intense debate, as it was issued under Lincoln's war powers rather than through legislation. While it was a critical step toward ending slavery, the proclamation itself did not abolish the institution nationwide. The final blow to slavery would come with the passage of the 13th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution in 1865, which would formally abolish slavery throughout the United States. However, the Emancipation Proclamation laid the groundwork for this change, shifting the nation's focus and making the abolition of slavery a central goal of the Union's war effort. Beyond its immediate impact on the war, the Emancipation Proclamation had a profound symbolic power. It redefined the Civil War as a struggle not only to preserve the Union, but to achieve freedom and equality. It affirmed the idea that the United States was a nation dedicated to the principle that all men are created equal, as enshrined in the Declaration of Independence. By aligning the Union's cause with the fight against slavery, Lincoln gave the war a moral clarity that resonated with many Northerners and helped to strengthen their resolve. The Emancipation Proclamation also resonated deeply with enslaved people and free African Americans, who saw in Lincoln's words a promise of liberation and justice. It gave hope to those who had long been oppressed and signaled that the United States could become a nation where freedom and equality were possible. This shift in the war's purpose transformed the meaning of the Union's victory, ensuring that the end of the Civil War would also bring an end to the institution that had divided the nation for so long. In the summer of 1863, while the Union and Confederate armies clashed at Gettysburg in the East, another pivotal campaign was unfolding in the Western Theater. This campaign centered around Vicksburg, Mississippi, a Confederate stronghold on the Mississippi River. For the Union, control of the Mississippi River was a key strategic objective, as it would split the Confederacy in two and disrupt the South supply lines and communication. President Lincoln famously declared that Vicksburg was the key, and the Union would not rest until it had secured control of this critical city. The campaign to capture Vicksburg was led by General Ulysses S. Grant, a determined and resourceful Union commander. Grant's approach to warfare was relentless. He understood that to defeat the Confederacy, he would have to apply constant pressure, using the Union's superior resources to wear down the Southern forces. The Vicksburg campaign would test Grant's tactical ingenuity and perseverance, as the city's natural defenses and the Confederate Army's fierce resistance made it a formidable target. Vicksburg's location on high bluffs overlooking the Mississippi River gave it a powerful defensive advantage. The Confederate forces, under the command of General John C. Pemberton, fortified the city, building earthworks and artillery positions that made a direct assault nearly impossible. For months, Grant struggled to find a way to reach and besiege the city. Early attempts to approach Vicksburg from the north were thwarted by the difficult terrain and Confederate defenses. Grant's efforts to dig canals and divert the river were unsuccessful, and frustration mounted as the Union forces faced repeated setbacks. Finally, in the spring of 1863, Grant devised a bold plan. He would march his army down the west bank of the Mississippi River, cross south of Vicksburg, and then strike eastward toward the city from the rear. This maneuver required great logistical skill, as Grant's forces had to move quickly and without the usual supply lines. In late April, with the support of Union gunboats under Admiral David Dixon Porter, Grant successfully crossed the Mississippi at Bruinsburg, a location south of Vicksburg. This daring crossing marked the beginning of a rapid and intense campaign. Grant's army advanced with surprising speed, winning several important battles, including the Battle of Port Gibson, Battle of Raymond, and Battle of Jackson. His strategy was to isolate Vicksburg by cutting off Confederate reinforcements and supply lines. By capturing Jackson, the state capital of Mississippi, Grant disrupted Confederate communications and further weakened Pemberton's ability to hold Vicksburg. After these victories, Grant turned his full attention to Vicksburg itself. On May 18, 1863, he initiated a siege, surrounding the city and cutting off all supply routes. Union forces constructed a network of trenches and artillery emplacements, inching closer to the city's defenses each day. For the residents of Vicksburg, life quickly became a nightmare. Food and supplies ran low, and civilians, along with Confederate soldiers, endured intense bombardments from Union artillery. Families took refuge in caves dug into the hillsides, seeking shelter from the constant shelling. The siege of Vicksburg lasted over 40 days, and conditions within the city deteriorated rapidly. Pemberton's forces, facing starvation and disease, were unable to break the Union siege. Grant's forces maintained a tight hold on the city, preventing any attempts at relief or resupply. Despite the suffering, the Confederate defenders held on, determined to resist to the end. However, by early July, it was clear that further resistance would only lead to more needless suffering. On July 4, 1863, General Pemberton surrendered Vicksburg to Grant. The Union victory was a devastating blow to the Confederacy. With Vicksburg in Union hands, the North had achieved control of the Mississippi River, effectively cutting the Confederacy in two. The fall of Vicksburg, combined with the Union victory at Gettysburg the day before, marked a turning point in the Civil War. These twin victories gave the Union a strategic advantage that would shape the remaining course of the conflict. The capture of Vicksburg elevated Grant's status as one of the Union's most effective military leaders. His tenacity, willingness to take risks, and ability to adapt to the challenges of the campaign demonstrated his skill as a strategist. Grant's success at Vicksburg also caught the attention of President Lincoln, who would later entrust him with command of all Union armies, recognizing his ability to carry out the relentless style of warfare that Lincoln believed was necessary to end the conflict. For the Confederate forces, the loss of Vicksburg was a severe setback. The Confederate states west of the Mississippi River were now cut off from the rest of the South, isolating Texas, Louisiana, and Arkansas. This division hindered the South's ability to move troops and supplies across its territory and weakened its overall war effort. The loss of Vicksburg also had a significant psychological impact, as it symbolized the Confederacy's inability to defend its territory against the Union's superior resources and determination. The fall of Vicksburg further solidified the Union's Anaconda Plan, which aimed to strangle the Confederacy by controlling its waterways and cutting off its access to essential resources. With the Mississippi River under Union control, the South's economy suffered as goods and supplies could no longer move freely. The Confederate government, already struggling with inflation, shortages, and a weakened infrastructure, found itself in an even more precarious position. The surrender of Vicksburg was a moment of celebration for the Union and a day of profound loss for the Confederacy. The capture of the city on July 4th added symbolic weight to the victory, as the Union's control over Vicksburg came on the nation's Independence Day. In the North, newspapers hailed the victory as a testament to the Union's resolve and a step toward the preservation of the nation. In the South, however, the surrender marked a painful acknowledgement of the Confederate Army's growing vulnerability. The Vicksburg campaign also had a lasting impact on the civilians of Mississippi. As Union forces moved through the state, they disrupted plantations, freed enslaved individuals, and left a wake of destruction. The campaign brought the harsh realities of war to the Southern home front, as families lost not only property, but also their economic foundation with the liberation of the enslaved. This transformation would have a lasting effect on Southern society and foreshadowed the broader social changes that would follow the end of the Civil War. In the months following Vicksburg, Union forces solidified their hold on the Mississippi River, securing towns and ports along its length. With the Confederate forces in retreat, the Union could now use the river as a critical supply line, reinforcing its position in the Western theater and preparing for future campaigns. The Siege of Vicksburg, though overshadowed at times by the larger and bloodier battle at Gettysburg, was one of the most consequential campaigns of the Civil War. It demonstrated the power of siege tactics and the effectiveness of Union strategies aimed at dividing and conquering the Confederacy. The fall of Vicksburg and the control of the Mississippi River marked a turning point in the Union's favor, signaling that the tide of war was shifting toward an eventual Northern victory. By 1864, the Civil War had entered its fourth grueling year, with both the Union and Confederate forces battered by relentless fighting and heavy casualties. President Abraham Lincoln, growing frustrated with the lack of decisive victories in the Eastern Theater, appointed General Ulysses S. Grant as General-in-Chief of all Union armies. Grant had proven his capability through his successful campaigns in the West, and Lincoln believed that his aggressive approach and unwavering determination could finally bring the Union closer to victory. Unlike previous Union commanders, Grant was willing to engage in sustained combat, knowing that the Union's superior numbers and resources would give it an advantage in a prolonged struggle. Grant's strategy in 1864 was clear. He would launch a war of attrition against the Confederacy. Rather than seeking a single decisive victory, he aimed to wear down Confederate forces by engaging them continuously, preventing them from regrouping and resupplying. Grant was prepared for a long, costly campaign, understanding that the Union's ability to replenish its ranks and supplies was far greater than that of the South. This strategy, however, came with a high price in human lives, as both Union and Confederate soldiers would be locked in a relentless cycle of intense and brutal combat. Grant's first campaign as General-in-Chief began with the Overland Campaign, a series of battles in Virginia intended to push Confederate General Robert E. Lee's Army of Northern Virginia back toward Richmond, the Confederate capital. In May 1864, Grant led his forces into the dense, tangled forest of the Wilderness, a region in Virginia known for its thick underbrush and difficult terrain. The battle that ensued, known as the Battle of the Wilderness, was a nightmarish confrontation, with both sides struggling to navigate the forest and visibility severely limited by smoke from muskets and cannons. The Wilderness became a killing ground, as soldiers on both sides grappled with the confusion and chaos of close-quarter combat. The dense woods caught fire during the fighting, trapping wounded men in the flames and adding to the horrors of the battlefield. The Union and Confederate forces suffered heavy casualties, with more than 28,000 soldiers killed, wounded, or missing over 2 days of intense combat. Yet, unlike previous Union commanders who had retreated after such costly encounters, Grant chose to press on, ordering his army to continue southward toward Richmond. This decision marked a turning point, as it demonstrated Grant's commitment to his strategy of relentless engagement. Following the Wilderness, Grant and Lee clashed again at Spotsylvania Courthouse, another brutal battle characterized by entrenched positions and high casualties. The two armies engaged in a 13-day struggle that included the infamous fight at the Bloody Angle, a section of the Confederate line where the fighting was so intense that trees were shattered by the hail of bullets. Union forces repeatedly charged Confederate entrenchments, only to be met with fierce resistance. Both sides endured devastating losses, with approximately 30,000 casualties by the end of the battle. Despite these setbacks, Grant refused to retreat, determined to continue his campaign against Lee's army. Grant's strategy of continuous engagement placed enormous strain on Lee's forces, who lacked the manpower and supplies to sustain such losses. Confederate soldiers suffered from malnutrition, exhaustion, and disease, as the South's economy and infrastructure were severely weakened by the Union's blockade and the loss of vital territories like Vicksburg and New Orleans. Lee, known for his tactical brilliance, struggled to counter Grant's relentless advance, as he was forced to shift his forces constantly to respond to the Union's attacks. In June 1864, Grant's army reached Cold Harbor, a crossroads just outside Richmond. Here, Grant ordered a direct assault on well-fortified Confederate positions, resulting in one of the most costly and ill-fated attacks of the war. Union soldiers were mowed down in staggering numbers as they advanced across open ground toward Confederate trenches. The assault at Cold Harbor led to nearly 7,000 Union casualties in less than an hour, and many soldiers reportedly pinned their names to their uniforms beforehand, fearing they would not survive the charge. The disastrous outcome of the assault weighed heavily on Grant, who later admitted that he regretted the decision. Despite the setback at Cold Harbor, Grant continued his campaign, moving south to lay siege to the city of Petersburg, a critical supply hub for Richmond. The siege of Petersburg marked a shift in tactics, as Grant adopted trench warfare similar to what would later characterize World War I. Union and Confederate soldiers dug extensive networks of trenches, creating a static front where both sides were entrenched in close proximity. The siege would last for 9 months, with soldiers enduring harsh conditions, sniper fire, and periodic artillery bombardments. The siege of Petersburg tested the endurance and resilience of both armies. Confederate forces, short on food, ammunition, and manpower, suffered immensely, while Union soldiers faced the psychological strain of prolonged trench warfare. Conditions in the trenches were harsh, with disease spreading rapidly in the unsanitary environment. The relentless nature of the siege wore down the Confederate defenders, who were unable to replace their dwindling numbers and exhausted resources. As the siege dragged on, Grant's forces implemented tactics designed to weaken the Confederate lines, including an ambitious mining operation known as the Battle of the Crater. Union engineers dug a tunnel beneath the Confederate fortifications and packed it with explosives. On July 30, 1864, they detonated the charge, creating a massive crater in the Confederate line. However, the Union attack that followed was poorly coordinated, and Confederate forces managed to regroup and repel the assault, turning the crater into a killing zone for Union soldiers trapped in the Depression. Despite setbacks, Grant's war of attrition was succeeding. The continuous pressure on Lee's army at Petersburg and the cumulative toll of Grant's overland campaign wore down the Confederate forces. By the spring of 1865, Lee's army was stretched to the breaking point, unable to hold the line at Petersburg any longer. The relentless Union pressure, combined with the depletion of Confederate resources and manpower, signaled the impending collapse of the Confederate defense. Grant's strategy of total war and attrition, though costly, brought the Union closer to victory. His willingness to sustain high casualties and his refusal to retreat marked a stark departure from previous Union commanders, and his commitment to pressing the Confederacy into submission had a profound impact on the war's outcome. The Overland Campaign and the Siege of Petersburg were grueling, but they left the Confederate Army weakened and unable to withstand further Union advances. The Siege of Petersburg and the brutal campaigns of 1864 demonstrated the shifting nature of the Civil War, as both sides grappled with the grim realities of prolonged, high-casualty conflict. The war had evolved from a series of set-piece battles to a grinding war of attrition, testing the endurance of soldiers and civilians alike. The Union's superior resources, combined with Grant's unyielding approach, would soon lead to the final, decisive actions of the war. As General Grant pressed Lee's forces in Virginia, Union General William Tecumseh Sherman was tasked with leading a separate but equally crucial campaign through the heart of the South. Sherman had previously served under Grant during the Vicksburg campaign, and he shared Grant's belief in total war, the idea that destroying not only the enemy's army but also its economic and civilian resources would hasten the end of the conflict. Sherman's mission was to break the South's will to fight by inflicting devastation on its infrastructure, its economy, and its morale. Sherman's campaign began in May 1864 with the goal of capturing Atlanta, Georgia, a major Confederate supply hub and industrial center. His Army of the Tennessee, consisting of over 60,000 soldiers, moved steadily toward Atlanta, engaging Confederate forces under General Joseph E. Johnston. Johnston employed a defensive strategy, seeking to delay Sherman's advance by fortifying positions and executing tactical withdrawals rather than confronting the larger Union force directly. This cautious approach frustrated Sherman, but it also slowed his progress, allowing Confederate leaders time to prepare for the defense of Atlanta. By July 1864, however, Johnston's reluctance to engage directly led to his replacement by the more aggressive General John Bell Hood, who immediately took a more confrontational approach. Hood launched a series of direct assaults against Sherman's forces in an attempt to halt their advance. However, these attacks proved costly and ineffective, as Sherman's forces repelled the assaults with heavy Confederate casualties. Hood's aggressive tactics ultimately weakened the Confederate defenders, and on September 2, 1864, Sherman's forces captured Atlanta. The fall of Atlanta was a major victory for the Union and a severe blow to the Confederacy. The capture of the city disrupted Confederate supply lines, deprived the South of an important industrial center, and boosted Union morale. The victory also had political ramifications, as it helped secure public support for President Lincoln during his bid for re-election in 1864. With Atlanta in Union hands, Sherman now turned his attention to his next objective, a bold and controversial campaign known as the March to the Sea. Sherman's plan was to lead his forces on a 300-mile march from Atlanta to Savannah, Georgia, carving a path of destruction through the heart of the Confederacy. This march would be conducted without traditional supply lines, as Sherman's troops would live off the land by requisitioning food and supplies from local farms and communities. The goal of the March to the Sea was to break the South's capacity and will to resist by destroying infrastructure, seizing or destroying food stores, and disrupting transportation networks. The March to the Sea began in November 1864, with Sherman dividing his forces into two wings that moved in parallel, spreading out across the countryside. As they advanced, Union troops dismantled railroads, tearing up tracks and heating the rails until they could be twisted into Sherman's neckties, making them unusable. Bridges, mills, warehouses, and factories were destroyed along the way, depriving the Confederacy of vital resources. Sherman's campaign had a profound psychological impact on the South. The sight of Union troops marching unchallenged through Georgia shattered any remaining illusions of Confederate invincibility. Civilians, who had long felt removed from the front lines of battle, experienced the direct consequences of the war as their homes, farms, and businesses were raided or destroyed. Many Southern families faced starvation and destitution, left with little more than scorched land in the wake of Sherman's army. Sherman was careful, however, to avoid unnecessary violence against civilians. He instructed his men to target infrastructure rather than people, and he took measures to prevent looting and violence against individuals. Nevertheless, The destruction of homes, crops, and livestock left lasting scars on Southern communities. Sherman's philosophy of total war was controversial, and his tactics were criticized by both Northerners and Southerners. Yet he believed that such measures were necessary to end the conflict and prevent further bloodshed by breaking the South's capacity and resolve to continue fighting. The march to the sea was largely unopposed by Confederate forces, as the Confederacy's ability to muster an effective defense was severely weakened. By December 21, 1864, Sherman's troops reached Savannah, and the city surrendered without a fight. Sherman sent a telegram to President Lincoln, presenting the city of Savannah as a Christmas gift to the Union. The successful completion of the march to the sea demonstrated the Union's dominance in the South and symbolized the Confederacy's impending collapse. The impact of Sherman's campaign was felt beyond Georgia. The destruction of resources and infrastructure in Georgia rippled across the South, disrupting Confederate logistics and demoralizing its people. Sherman's tactics also inspired fear in other Southern states, as residents in South Carolina and North Carolina braced themselves for the possibility of similar destruction. The psychological effect of the march to the sea helped to erode Southern support for the war, as many civilians began to see continued resistance as futile. After securing Savannah, Sherman turned his attention northward, beginning a campaign through the Carolinas in early 1865. South Carolina, as the first state to secede from the Union, was a symbolic target for Sherman. His forces inflicted even greater destruction as they moved through the state, encountering little organized resistance. The burning of Columbia, South Carolina, further demoralized Confederate forces and deepened the sense of inevitability that the war would soon end in Union victory. Sherman's campaign, particularly the March to the Sea, became one of the most controversial and defining elements of the Civil War. For the Union, it was a decisive demonstration of the North's ability to project power deep into Confederate territory, reinforcing the sense that the South could no longer defend itself effectively. For the Confederacy, it marked the beginning of the end, as the South's economy, infrastructure, and morale were left in tatters. While Sherman's tactics of total war drew criticism, his campaign was instrumental in hastening the end of the Civil War. By breaking the South's ability to sustain itself, he weakened the Confederate war effort and accelerated the collapse of resistance. Sherman's legacy remains complex. While his campaign is remembered as a harsh and controversial tactic, it was also a calculated effort to minimize the need for prolonged, bloody battles by undermining the South's capacity to continue the fight. While Sherman was carrying out his destructive march across Georgia and the Carolinas, General Ulysses S. Grant remained locked in a brutal siege with Robert E. Lee's Army of Northern Virginia outside Petersburg, Virginia. For months, both armies had endured the grueling conditions of trench warfare, with Union and Confederate soldiers dug in across a series of fortifications that stretched for over 30 miles. The Siege of Petersburg, which began in June 1864, had already dragged on for 9 long months, but by early 1865, the Confederate forces were on the brink of collapse. The siege at Petersburg was a war of attrition, testing the endurance of both sides. Confederate forces, already stretched thin and suffering from a lack of supplies, were forced to defend an increasingly fragile line. Food was scarce, and Confederate soldiers were often left with rations that barely kept them alive. Disease, exhaustion, and low morale plagued Lee's army, while the Union forces continued to receive supplies and reinforcements, allowing them to maintain pressure on the Confederate defenses. Grant's goal was to break Lee's defensive line around Petersburg, thus opening the way to Richmond, the Confederate capital. The prolonged siege had already weakened the Confederate forces, and Grant knew that with one decisive blow, he could shatter Lee's army and bring the war to a close. Grant methodically extended his lines, attempting to outflank Lee and stretch the Confederate defenses beyond their breaking point. The Union forces conducted a series of offensives, each designed to exploit weaknesses in the Confederate line. In March 1865, Grant launched a final push to break through the Confederate defenses. One of the key engagements of this offensive was the Battle of Fort Stedman on March 25, 1865. In a desperate attempt to relieve the pressure on his forces, Lee ordered an assault on Fort Stedman, hoping to break the Union line and force Grant into a temporary retreat. However, despite initial Confederate success, Union forces quickly counterattacked, repelling the assault and inflicting heavy casualties on Lee's already depleted ranks. The failed attack at Fort Stedman underscored the futility of further resistance and left Lee with little hope of breaking the siege. The final blow came in early April as Union forces launched an assault on the Confederate right flank at the Battle of Five Forks on April 1, 1865. This critical battle was led by General Philip Sheridan, a trusted Union commander known for his aggressive tactics. Five Forks was a strategic crossroads, and its capture by Union forces threatened to cut off the last remaining Confederate supply lines. The Union victory at Five Forks forced Lee to make a fateful decision. He could no longer hold Petersburg and would have to abandon both the city and Richmond. On the night of April 2, 1865, Lee informed Confederate President Jefferson Davis that Petersburg and Richmond could no longer be defended. The Confederate government hastily evacuated Richmond, with Davis and his cabinet fleeing southward. Union troops entered Richmond the next day, finding the city in flames as Confederate forces set fire to supplies and infrastructure to prevent them from falling into Union hands. The fall of Richmond, the symbolic and political heart of the Confederacy, marked the beginning of the end. News of the Union's capture of Richmond spread quickly, and celebrations erupted in the North. Lee, meanwhile, led his weary army on a westward retreat, hoping to link up with Confederate forces in North Carolina and continue the fight. However, Grant pursued Lee relentlessly, refusing to allow him to escape. The Union Army moved with speed and precision, cutting off Lee's potential routes and forcing the Confederates to abandon supplies and equipment as they tried to evade capture. The Confederate soldiers, exhausted and demoralized, continued to fight bravely, but they knew that their chances of escape were dwindling. The Union forces ultimately surrounded Lee's army near the small town of Appomattox Courthouse, Virginia. Recognizing the hopelessness of the situation, Lee knew that further resistance would only result in unnecessary bloodshed. On April 9, 1865, he sent a message to Grant requesting a meeting to discuss terms of surrender. The two generals met at the McLean House in Appomattox Courthouse, where Grant offered Lee generous terms. The Confederate soldiers would be allowed to return home with their personal belongings, horses, and sidearms. Grant's magnanimity was a gesture of reconciliation, showing his respect for Lee and his desire to bring the conflict to an honorable and peaceful conclusion. The surrender at Appomattox was a poignant and solemn event. Lee, dressed in full uniform, and Grant, clad in a mud-stained private's coat, shook hands, signifying the end of the 4-year conflict. The Confederate soldiers, though defeated, were treated with dignity and respect, a gesture that helped ease the bitterness of their loss. Grant even provided food rations for the starving Confederate soldiers, ensuring they could make the journey home. The surrender of Lee's army at Appomattox did not mark the immediate end of all hostilities, as some Confederate forces continued to resist. However, Lee's surrender effectively marked the collapse of the Confederate war effort. Over the following weeks, other Confederate generals, recognizing the futility of further resistance, surrendered their forces. By June 1865, the last Confederate forces had laid down their arms, bringing an end to the Civil War. The fall of Petersburg, the capture of Richmond, and the surrender at Appomattox marked the end of one of the most devastating conflicts in American history. For the Union, it was a hard-won victory that preserved the nation and brought an end to the institution of slavery. For the Confederacy, the defeat was a profound loss, a painful conclusion to the struggle for independence and the defense of a way of life built on the institution of slavery. The conclusion of the war did not immediately heal the wounds that had divided the nation. The destruction wrought by years of conflict had left the South in ruins, with cities, railroads, and farmlands devastated. Both North and South faced the challenge of rebuilding, physically and emotionally, from a war that had cost more than 620,000 lives and left deep scars on the American landscape and psyche. The surrender at Appomattox marked the beginning of a new chapter in American history, one that would be defined by the struggle to reunite the nation, redefine freedom, and address the lingering issues of race, citizenship, and equality. Reconstruction would bring its own set of challenges, as the country grappled with the complex legacy of slavery and the daunting task of integrating millions of newly freed African Americans into a society that had long denied them basic rights. With the end of the Civil War in sight and the surrender of Robert E. Lee's Army of Northern Virginia at Appomattox, the Union's victory seemed complete. However, the nation was soon rocked by an event that would shock both North and South. Just days after Lee's surrender, President Abraham Lincoln, the man who had guided the nation through its darkest hours, was assassinated, plunging the United States into a new wave of sorrow and uncertainty. The weeks leading up to the assassination were filled with a rare sense of hope. After years of conflict, President Lincoln had begun to outline his vision for Reconstruction, a process by which the Union would be restored, the Southern states would be reintegrated, and, ideally, African Americans would be granted the freedom and equality that had been fought for over 4 long years. Lincoln's vision was one of malice toward none, with charity for all. He intended to bring the nation together without punishing the South too harshly, hoping instead to heal the wounds of division. However, Lincoln's stance on Reconstruction and his commitment to ending slavery had also created enemies. Among those was John Wilkes Booth, a well-known actor and Confederate sympathizer who saw Lincoln's policies as a betrayal of the South. Booth's hatred for Lincoln grew as the Confederacy's defeat became imminent, and he began to plot an act of revenge. Originally, Booth and his co-conspirators had planned to kidnap the president, but with the Confederacy's defeat, Booth became desperate for a bolder, more radical action. On the evening of April 14, 1865, Lincoln decided to attend a performance of the play Our American Cousin at Ford's Theater in Washington, D.C., with his wife, Mary Todd Lincoln. It was intended to be a rare moment of relaxation for the president after the long and grueling years of war. Lincoln's presence at the theater was well publicized, and Booth seized the opportunity. Armed with a pistol and a dagger, he entered the theater, using his status as an actor to move freely. Around 10:15 p.m., Booth entered Lincoln's private box and fired a single shot into the back of Lincoln's head. He then leaped from the box to the stage below, reportedly shouting, "Sic semper tyrannis," Latin for "thus always to tyrants," before fleeing the theater. The shot left Lincoln gravely wounded. Despite the efforts of doctors, who tended to him at a nearby boarding house, Lincoln never regained consciousness. In the early morning hours of April 15, 1865, Abraham Lincoln was pronounced dead. The nation's reaction was one of overwhelming shock and grief. News of Lincoln's assassination spread quickly, plunging cities across the North and South into mourning. In the North, public buildings were draped in black, and people took to the streets in sorrow and anger. Lincoln's death was not only a tragedy for the Union, but also a devastating blow to the efforts to peacefully reunite the country. Many Southerners, though once opposed to Lincoln's policies, also mourned his passing, recognizing that he had been a fair leader who had sought to bring the nation together without malice. Lincoln's assassination had far-reaching implications. It placed Andrew Johnson, Lincoln's vice president, into the role of president at a critical juncture. Johnson, a Southern Democrat and former senator from Tennessee, held views on Reconstruction that were very different from Lincoln's. While Lincoln had advocated for a relatively lenient approach to reunifying the South and incorporating freed African Americans into society, Johnson's policies were far less progressive. He favored quick reintegration of the Southern states with limited federal oversight and was less committed to securing rights for freed slaves. The days following Lincoln's death were marked by an intense manhunt for Booth and his accomplices. After nearly 2 weeks on the run, Booth was tracked down to a barn in Virginia. Refusing to surrender, he was shot and killed by Union soldiers. His co-conspirators, who had also planned to assassinate other top officials in the government, were soon arrested, tried, and, in some cases, executed. Their capture brought a measure of justice, but it did little to heal the deep wound left by Lincoln's death. Lincoln's funeral procession became a nationwide event, with his body transported by train from Washington, D.C. to his hometown of Springfield, Illinois. Along the route, hundreds of thousands of people gathered to pay their respects. The outpouring of grief was immense, as Americans from all walks of life came to honor the president who had led them through the Civil War and issued the Emancipation Proclamation. The journey took 2 weeks, with stops in major cities where mourners gathered to say goodbye. The assassination of Abraham Lincoln had a profound and lasting impact on the course of American history. Lincoln had been the nation's guiding force throughout the Civil War, and his death created a leadership vacuum just as the country faced the difficult process of Reconstruction. His loss meant that the compassionate vision he held for reunifying the country and addressing the needs of newly freed African Americans was left unrealized, leading to a harsher and more contentious period of Reconstruction under his successor. For the freed African Americans who had looked to Lincoln as a symbol of liberation and justice, his death brought uncertainty and fear. Lincoln's commitment to emancipation and equal rights had offered hope that the Union's victory would be a pathway to freedom, opportunity, and respect. But with his passing, the future became less clear, as Johnson's lenient policies toward the Southern states raised concerns that the hard-won gains of the war might be eroded. The assassination also cast a shadow over the healing process. Lincoln's goal had been to mend the Union with compassion, believing that only through reconciliation could the nation truly rebuild. His loss embittered many in the North, who now sought a more punitive approach to Reconstruction. For the South, the assassination intensified feelings of defeat and resentment, as Lincoln's death was seen by some as martyrdom for the Union cause, making the North's victory feel even more final. In the years following Lincoln's assassination, his legacy grew as Americans came to see him as a symbol of unity, freedom, and justice. His words, speeches, and ideals were immortalized, becoming a guiding inspiration for future generations. His tragic death at the moment of the Union's triumph turned him into a martyr, remembered not only for his role in preserving the Union, but for his unwavering commitment to the principles of liberty and equality. With the Civil War over and President Abraham Lincoln tragically assassinated, the United States faced the monumental task of Reconstruction, the complex process of reintegrating the Southern states into the Union, rebuilding the war-torn South, and determining the future of millions of newly freed African Americans. Under President Andrew Johnson, Reconstruction policies would shift dramatically, as Johnson's approach to healing the nation diverged significantly from Lincoln's vision of compassionate reunification and social progress. Lincoln had envisioned a relatively lenient path for the Southern states' return to the Union. His 10% plan proposed that a Southern state could be readmitted if 10% of its voters swore an oath of allegiance to the Union and accepted the end of slavery. Lincoln believed that this approach would speed up the healing process and prevent lingering resentment. However, with Johnson's presidency, Reconstruction took on a different tone. Johnson, a Southern Democrat who had remained loyal to the Union, shared some of Lincoln's goals but lacked his commitment to securing rights for African Americans. Johnson's presidential Reconstruction policies prioritized the swift restoration of the Southern states without substantial federal intervention. He offered pardons to former Confederates, allowing many Southern elites to regain political power almost immediately. This approach emboldened former Confederate leaders, who quickly reasserted control in state governments. With few requirements beyond loyalty oaths and acceptance of the 13th Amendment, which abolished slavery, Johnson's lenient policies enabled many pre-war power structures to remain intact. One of the most troubling aspects of presidential Reconstruction was the rise of black codes, laws enacted by Southern states to restrict the freedom and rights of African Americans. These codes sought to limit African Americans' economic and social mobility, restricting their ability to work, own property, and move freely. Black codes essentially recreated many aspects of slavery, confining freed individuals to exploitative labor contracts and barring them from civil rights like voting or serving on juries. The codes represented a direct attempt by Southern lawmakers to retain control over the black population and preserve the racial hierarchy that had defined the South before the war. The black codes ignited outrage in the North, where many felt that the sacrifices of the Civil War had been in vain if the South could simply reestablish control over African Americans through legal means. Northern Republicans, especially the radical Republicans in Congress, viewed Johnson's policies as a betrayal of the Union's hard-won victory. Radical Republicans like Thaddeus Stevens and Charles Sumner believed that the federal government needed to take a more active role in restructuring Southern society to ensure equality and civil rights for African Americans. They advocated for a Reconstruction that would not only reunite the nation but transform it, eliminating the remnants of slavery and empowering formerly enslaved people. In response to Johnson's policies, Congress took action, passing legislation designed to protect the rights of African Americans and limit the power of the Southern elite. The Civil Rights Act of 1866 was one of the first major steps in this direction, granting citizenship and equal protection under the law to African Americans. Johnson vetoed the bill, but Congress overrode his veto, marking the first time in American history that Congress had overridden a presidential veto on major legislation. This conflict between Johnson and Congress signaled a growing rift over the direction of Reconstruction. To secure the rights of African Americans further, Congress introduced the 14th Amendment, which guaranteed citizenship to anyone born in the United States, including formerly enslaved individuals, and provided equal protection under the law. Ratified in 1868, the 14th Amendment became a cornerstone of civil rights in America, enshrining the principle that all citizens, regardless of race, are entitled to equal treatment. However, the amendment was met with fierce resistance in the South, where many states refused to ratify it initially. As tensions between Johnson and Congress escalated, Congress passed the Reconstruction Acts of 1867, effectively shifting control of Reconstruction from the President to Congress. These acts divided the South into 5 military districts, placing them under the control of Union generals and requiring Southern states to ratify the 14th Amendment and provide voting rights to African American men before they could be readmitted to the Union. The Reconstruction Acts represented a more assertive and interventionist approach to rebuilding the South, aiming to create a society based on equal rights and to dismantle the power of the former Confederate elite. Under congressional Reconstruction, African Americans began to exercise their newfound rights. Freedmen, as they were often called, seized the opportunity to vote, run for office, and participate in the political process. For the first time in American history, African American men held seats in state legislatures, and some, like Hiram Revels and Blanche K. Bruce, were elected to the U.S. Senate. African American leaders advocated for education, land reform, and civil rights, working to reshape Southern society in ways that had once seemed unimaginable. The federal government established the Freedmen's Bureau, an agency created to assist formerly enslaved people in their transition to freedom. The Bureau provided food, medical care, and education to millions of African Americans, and it helped negotiate labor contracts to protect freedmen from exploitation. The Freedmen's Bureau also played a critical role in establishing schools for African American children and adults, laying the foundation for education in Black communities. However, the Bureau faced significant challenges, including limited funding, Southern hostility, and insufficient personnel, which limited its ability to effect lasting change. Despite these advances, Reconstruction faced intense resistance from white Southerners who were determined to uphold the racial hierarchy that had existed before the war. White supremacist groups like the Ku Klux Klan emerged, using violence, intimidation, and terror to undermine African Americans' political participation and social advancement. The Klan targeted African American leaders, white Republicans, and freedmen who attempted to exercise their rights, instilling fear and insecurity throughout Black communities. The federal government responded with the Enforcement Acts of the early 1870s, which aimed to curb Klan violence and protect African American rights. However, these measures had limited success, as local authorities often sympathized with or ignored the actions of these groups. President Johnson's hostility toward congressional Reconstruction further complicated efforts to rebuild the South. His opposition to the 14th Amendment and his vetoes of civil rights legislation brought him into direct conflict with Congress, which ultimately led to his impeachment in 1868. Johnson was accused of violating the Tenure of Office Act by attempting to remove Secretary of War Edwin Stanton, a radical Republican ally, from office. Although Johnson narrowly avoided removal from office by one vote, his presidency was weakened, and he effectively lost control of Reconstruction policy. The early years of Reconstruction were marked by both hope and hardship. For African Americans, it was a time of unprecedented opportunity and empowerment, but also one of extreme danger and uncertainty. The progress made during Reconstruction laid the groundwork for future civil rights movements, as African Americans fought for equality and justice. Yet the challenges of transforming Southern society and securing lasting change were immense, and the nation remained deeply divided over questions of race, citizenship, and the federal government's role in enforcing civil rights. During Reconstruction, one of the most significant challenges facing newly freed African Americans was the transition from slavery to independence in a society that was, in many ways, still hostile to their freedom. The federal government recognized these difficulties and established the Freedmen's Bureau in 1865, officially known as the Bureau of Refugees, Freedmen, and Abandoned Lands. The Bureau aimed to help African Americans and poor whites in the South rebuild their lives by providing essentials like food, medical care, and legal assistance. It also played a pivotal role in one of the most transformative aspects of Reconstruction: education and the quest for land ownership. Education was a key priority for the Freedmen's Bureau, as most formerly enslaved people had been denied access to literacy and learning under slavery. The Bureau helped establish thousands of schools across the South, from primary schools to higher education institutions, laying the foundation for a new Black educational system. Freed African Americans saw education as a path to empowerment and independence, a means to uplift themselves and their communities. With assistance from Northern missionary societies and philanthropic organizations, the Bureau provided teachers, supplies, and funding, giving rise to institutions like Howard University and Fisk University. Many teachers who came to the South to educate freed people were Northern white women, drawn by a sense of mission and moral duty. Some were former abolitionists, committed to advancing the rights and opportunities of African Americans, while others were African American men and women who viewed this as a chance to uplift their own people. Teaching in the South was challenging and dangerous. Teachers often faced threats, violence, and social ostracism, especially in communities that resisted Black education. Despite these challenges, Black schools flourished, with students of all ages eagerly filling classrooms, sometimes sitting on dirt floors in makeshift buildings, simply grateful for the opportunity to learn. While education was a crucial step toward independence, land ownership was another goal that many freed people saw as essential to true freedom. Without land, African Americans had few means to support themselves and remained economically dependent on former slaveholders. To address this issue, the Freedmen's Bureau initially oversaw land redistribution efforts in the South, taking abandoned or confiscated land from Confederates and distributing it to freed African Americans. This policy, known as 40 acres and a mule, symbolized the hope for economic independence among freed people. In South Carolina, Georgia, and parts of the Mississippi Delta, some freed people briefly received land under this policy. However, the promise of land for African Americans was quickly revoked when President Andrew Johnson returned confiscated land to its former owners as part of his lenient Reconstruction policies. This decision devastated many freed people who had begun to settle on the land, build homes, and start farms. The reversal of the land redistribution efforts highlighted the lack of long-term support for African Americans' economic independence, leaving many to rely on labor contracts with former slaveholders. Without land of their own, most freed people were forced into sharecropping and tenant farming. Sharecropping was a system in which African American families would work a portion of a landowner's field in exchange for a share of the crop at harvest. In theory, it was a way for freedmen to earn a living and gain some autonomy. However, the system was often exploitative, with landowners charging exorbitant rent, equipment fees, and interest rates. These costs trapped many African Americans in cycles of debt, making it nearly impossible to save money or improve their circumstances. The promise of independence was overshadowed by economic dependency and the persistence of an exploitative labor system. Despite these economic struggles, African Americans demonstrated remarkable resilience and resourcefulness. They formed self-help societies, churches, and mutual aid organizations to support one another in times of need. The Black Church became a central institution in African American communities, providing not only spiritual guidance but also education, leadership, and social services. Leaders like Henry McNeil Turner in the African Methodist Episcopal Church emerged as advocates for African American rights and education, using the church as a platform to promote political and social change. In addition to education and community support, African Americans began to assert their political rights. Under congressional Reconstruction, African American men gained the right to vote, and they quickly began participating in local and state elections. For the first time, Black Americans served in public office, advocating for issues that mattered to their communities, including education funding, labor protections, and civil rights. The involvement of African Americans in politics marked a profound shift, as they sought to shape a society that had once subjugated them. The Freedmen's Bureau also played a critical role in labor disputes and legal advocacy. Freed people often found themselves exploited in labor contracts, with employers attempting to reimpose conditions similar to slavery. The Bureau provided legal assistance to help African Americans negotiate fair contracts and defend themselves in court. However, its resources were limited, and it struggled to operate effectively in the face of widespread Southern opposition. Many white Southerners resented the Bureau's presence, viewing it as an imposition on their state's rights and social order. As a result, Bureau agents were often harassed, threatened, or even attacked. In 1872, Congress dismantled the Freedmen's Bureau, succumbing to pressure from Southern Democrats and a Northern public increasingly weary of Reconstruction. While the Bureau's closure marked the end of federal efforts to directly support African Americans' transition to freedom, its legacy endured in the institutions it had helped establish. The schools, churches, and community organizations that had taken root under the Bureau's guidance became pillars of Black society, providing education, leadership, and a foundation for future generations. The end of the Freedmen's Bureau left a vacuum in the support for African Americans, who now faced the challenges of rebuilding their lives without federal assistance. The loss of land redistribution efforts and the limitations of sharecropping left many African Americans in economic hardship, struggling to achieve the independence they had dreamed of. Nevertheless, The Freedmen's Bureau had provided a glimpse of what could have been a society in which formerly enslaved people had access to education, land, and the opportunity to build better lives for themselves. The period of Reconstruction was marked by significant achievements for African Americans, as well as harsh setbacks. Though limited, the Freedmen's Bureau had provided the tools for self-determination, sparking a wave of Black political, educational, and economic initiatives. The end of the Bureau signaled a retreat from federal support, but the impact of its work endured as African Americans carried forward the values of education, community, and resilience. As the Reconstruction era unfolded, African Americans seized newfound opportunities to participate in the political life of the nation. The Union victory and the abolition of slavery had granted African American men the right to vote and run for public office, empowering them to play an active role in shaping the post-war South. For the first time in American history, Black men held significant political positions, championing the rights of freed people and pushing for reforms that aimed to improve the lives of all Southerners. However, this rise in Black political power also provoked backlash from white supremacist groups and resistant Southern elites. In the years following the Civil War, African Americans entered politics at every level, from local councils to state legislatures and even Congress. Black leaders worked alongside sympathetic white Republicans, often referred to as scalawags, Southern Republicans, and carpetbaggers, Northerners who had moved south after the war, to build coalitions that sought to reshape Southern society. Black legislators championed policies that addressed education, labor rights, and civil rights, advocating for fair treatment and equal opportunity for all citizens. Among the most notable figures were Hiram Revels of Mississippi and Blanche K. Bruce, both of whom served as U.S. senators. Revels, the first African-American senator, took office in 1870, marking a historic moment for the United States. Bruce followed a few years later, becoming the first Black senator to serve a full term. In Southern state legislatures, African American representatives were instrumental in passing legislation that established public schools, reformed labor practices, and promoted infrastructure development, contributing to a significant period of political and social progress. The Reconstruction era saw the ratification of three key amendments to the U.S. Constitution, the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments, known collectively as the Reconstruction Amendments. These amendments aimed to secure civil rights and equality for African Americans, laying the constitutional groundwork for the expansion of civil liberties in the United States. The 13th Amendment, ratified in 1865, abolished slavery throughout the United States, marking the formal end of an institution that had divided the nation since its inception. It was the first step in a series of transformative changes that would redefine citizenship, rights, and equality. The 14th Amendment, ratified in 1868, was a landmark achievement of the Reconstruction era. It granted citizenship to anyone born or naturalized in the United States, including formerly enslaved people, and ensured equal protection of the laws. This amendment represented a revolutionary expansion of rights, establishing that all citizens, regardless of race, were entitled to equal protection under the law. It also included provisions to penalize states that restricted the voting rights of male citizens, signaling Congress's intention to support African Americans' political participation. Finally, the 15th Amendment, ratified in 1870, explicitly prohibited denying a citizen the right to vote on account of race, color, or previous condition of servitude. This amendment sought to safeguard African American men's right to vote, a critical step in securing their political power. Together, the Reconstruction Amendments represented a profound commitment to justice and equality, enshrining African Americans' civil rights in the Constitution. While these amendments were crucial to advancing African American rights, they faced immediate resistance in the South. Many white Southerners viewed Black political empowerment as a direct threat to their social and economic control. In response, white supremacist groups like the Ku Klux Klan, KKK, and the White League emerged, using violence, intimidation, and terror to suppress black political participation. These groups targeted African American leaders, voters, and their white allies, attempting to restore white dominance by any means necessary. Despite the threats and dangers, African Americans remained resilient in their pursuit of political equality. Black communities organized and mobilized, forming union leagues, local organizations that encouraged African Americans to register to vote, stay informed, and participate in elections. These leagues provided a foundation for political education, empowering African Americans to exercise their rights despite the pervasive threats of violence and intimidation. The federal government responded to the rise of white supremacist violence by passing the Enforcement Acts of the early 1870s, also known as the Ku Klux Klan Acts. These laws made it a federal crime to interfere with a citizen's right to vote and authorized the president to use military force to protect civil rights. Under these laws, President Ulysses S. Grant deployed federal troops to suppress the Klan and restore order, achieving some success in reducing violence temporarily. However, enforcing these protections proved challenging, as local authorities often sympathized with or turned a blind eye to white supremacist activities. While African Americans' political gains during Reconstruction were significant, they were also precarious. In many areas, local white populations resisted these changes by enacting voting restrictions, such as poll taxes and literacy tests, to disenfranchise black voters. These methods of disenfranchisement would later become widespread, forming the basis of the Jim Crow laws that would dominate the South after Reconstruction ended. The Reconstruction Amendments laid the groundwork for future civil rights movements, even though their promises would not be fully realized until nearly a century later. The amendments represented a vision of a more inclusive and democratic nation, one in which all citizens had equal protection and the right to participate in the political process. For African Americans, the amendments were a testament to their resilience and commitment to equality, even in the face of intense opposition. As Reconstruction continued, black political leaders and activists strove to create a more just and equitable society, advocating for public education, land reform, and legal protections. Their contributions transformed the South, leaving a lasting legacy despite the eventual resurgence of white supremacy. The progress achieved during Reconstruction demonstrated the potential for change, serving as a foundation for the civil rights movements of the 20th century. While the Reconstruction Amendments and increased political participation marked significant strides toward freedom, African Americans in the South still faced immense economic challenges. The promise of land and economic independence, central to their vision of freedom, remained largely unfulfilled. After the Civil War, most freed African Americans had no land, savings, or resources to begin a new life, leaving them vulnerable to exploitation. The sharecropping system that developed across the South would become one of the most significant barriers to true economic independence. The concept of 40 acres and a mule represented the hope that each freed family would receive a plot of land to work and sustain themselves, ensuring their independence. However, after President Andrew Johnson reversed the initial land redistribution policies, most confiscated land was returned to former Confederate landowners. This decision left freed African Americans without the resources they needed to build new lives. The failure to provide land led many freed people to seek employment on the plantations where they had once been enslaved, albeit now as paid laborers rather than slaves. As former plantation owners struggled to rebuild their operations without enslaved labor, they looked to freed African Americans to work their fields. However, Southern landowners were often unwilling or unable to pay wages, especially as the post-war economy faltered. Instead, they developed the sharecropping system, which allowed African Americans to work plots of land in exchange for a portion of the harvest. Sharecropping was intended to provide a mutually beneficial arrangement. Landowners would have labor for their fields, and freed people would have the opportunity to work and earn a share of the crops. Under the sharecropping system, black families would sign contracts to work a parcel of land, typically provided by the landowner along with tools, seeds, and sometimes even housing. At harvest time, the sharecroppers would give a portion of their crop, often as much as half, to the landowner as rent. In theory, sharecroppers could keep the rest of the crop for themselves or sell it to earn additional income. However, in practice, the system was rife with exploitation, and most sharecroppers found themselves trapped in a cycle of debt and poverty. One of the primary reasons for this economic entrapment was the practice of crop liens. Landowners, who provided sharecroppers with credit for seeds, tools, and other supplies, charged high interest rates on these loans, expecting to be repaid at harvest. If the crop yield was insufficient to cover these debts, sharecroppers were forced to carry the debt into the following season, often at even higher interest rates. This system made it nearly impossible for sharecroppers to break free from debt, as each harvest barely covered what they owed to landowners, leaving little or no surplus for their own needs. As a result, sharecroppers and tenant farmers remained in a state similar to the conditions of slavery. They worked long hours under harsh conditions, often on the very plantations where they or their ancestors had been enslaved. While sharecropping provided black families with autonomy over their work schedules and tasks, it kept them economically dependent on white landowners. The system created an economic hierarchy that mirrored the pre-war South, maintaining the racial and social structure even in the absence of slavery. The difficulties of the sharecropping system extended beyond economic constraints. It also restricted the freedom and mobility of black families. Because debts were carried over from one season to the next, sharecroppers were often legally bound to the land they worked. Local laws, enforced by Southern courts sympathetic to landowners, made it nearly impossible for sharecroppers to leave if they were indebted. Attempts to leave a plantation while in debt could result in arrest or forced labor, making sharecropping a form of indentured servitude for many. Despite these hardships, black families strove to build their own communities and support systems. Many worked together to buy small plots of land, often pooling resources within extended families or church groups. Land ownership was rare and hard-won, but for those who succeeded, it represented a powerful symbol of independence. Black landowners formed farming communities, supporting one another and establishing a foundation for the future. Even those who remained in the sharecropping system took pride in cultivating land and building homes, finding ways to assert their dignity and autonomy. The economic struggles faced by African Americans during Reconstruction also spurred the growth of black mutual aid societies and cooperative organizations. These groups provided a support network for freed people, pooling resources to assist with medical needs, burials, and economic emergencies. The establishment of these organizations demonstrated the resilience of black communities as they worked to lift themselves out of poverty and oppression despite the limitations imposed by the sharecropping system. Northern allies, particularly within the Freedmen's Bureau, recognized the plight of African American sharecroppers and made efforts to improve their economic conditions. The Bureau attempted to provide legal assistance, helping freedmen negotiate fairer labor contracts. However, with limited resources and diminishing public support, the Bureau's efforts were often undermined by Southern landowners and local officials who were resistant to change. By the early 1870s, as the federal government's commitment to Reconstruction began to wane, support for the Bureau faded, and its ability to protect African Americans from exploitation diminished. As Reconstruction drew to a close, the sharecropping system remained entrenched in Southern society, shaping the economic landscape of the region for decades to come. While the promise of land ownership and economic independence had initially offered hope, the reality of Reconstruction's limited scope left many African Americans economically dependent and politically vulnerable. The federal government's retreat from Reconstruction policies further compounded these challenges, leaving African Americans to navigate a system that kept them at the mercy of white landowners and Southern power structures. The enduring legacy of the sharecropping system would have lasting repercussions. Economic dependency limited African Americans' ability to achieve true social and political equality, as poverty and debt continued to confine them to the margins of society. Nevertheless, Black communities found ways to endure, preserving their cultural identity, supporting one another, and advocating for greater rights and opportunities. As African Americans began to make strides in political, social, and economic life during Reconstruction, they encountered fierce resistance from white supremacist groups determined to undermine their progress. Organizations like the Ku Klux Klan, KKK, the White League, and the Red Shirts emerged across the South, wielding violence and intimidation to prevent African Americans from exercising their newfound rights. These groups targeted Black voters, politicians, community leaders, and anyone who supported Reconstruction efforts, aiming to restore the racial hierarchy that had defined the South before the Civil War. The Ku Klux Klan was founded in 1866 in Tennessee, initially as a social club for former Confederate soldiers. However, it quickly evolved into a paramilitary group focused on terrorizing Black communities and white allies who supported Reconstruction. The Klan's goal was to instill fear, ensuring that African Americans would be too intimidated to vote, run for office, or participate in public life. Klan members wore hoods and robes to disguise their identities, creating a sense of mystery and fear, and they often attacked at night, burning crosses and carrying out violent acts. These white supremacist organizations used a range of brutal tactics to achieve their goals. African Americans who attempted to vote were frequently threatened, beaten, or even murdered. Schools established for Black children were burned, and churches were attacked to demoralize and terrorize communities. Prominent African American politicians, such as Hiram Revels and Blanche K. Bruce, were openly threatened. Black men and women who held leadership roles in churches, schools, and community organizations were also frequent targets, as they represented symbols of Black empowerment and progress. In response to this violence, Congress passed the Enforcement Acts between 1870 and 1871, also known as the Ku Klux Klan Acts. These laws made it a federal offense to interfere with a citizen's right to vote and authorized federal intervention when states failed to protect citizens from such intimidation. President Ulysses S. Grant used these powers to launch a campaign against the Klan, deploying federal troops to arrest and prosecute Klan members in several southern states. For a brief period, federal enforcement efforts were successful, and Klan activity diminished as members faced arrests and convictions. Despite these efforts, the Klan and other white supremacist groups remained active, adapting their tactics to evade detection and prosecution. They found support among local law enforcement and Southern politicians who were sympathetic to their cause or complicit in their actions. As federal troops withdrew from the South in the mid-1870s, white supremacist groups regained strength, openly using violence and voter suppression to reassert white dominance. In addition to the Klan, other groups like the White League in Louisiana and the Red Shirts in South Carolina emerged, each with similar goals of restoring white control through violence and intimidation. The White League, for example, formed in 1874 and operated as a paramilitary group that staged open attacks against Black voters and Republican politicians. They viewed their actions as a means of protecting white Southern values and used their power to disrupt elections, enforce segregation, and terrorize Black communities. The Red Shirts in South Carolina gained notoriety for their role in the election of 1876, one of the most contested elections in U.S. history. Wearing red shirts as a symbol of their unity and commitment, the group conducted a campaign of intimidation, riding through Black neighborhoods and threatening anyone who planned to vote Republican. Their violent tactics played a significant role in swinging the election, signaling the effectiveness of intimidation in reshaping Southern politics and undermining Reconstruction. For Black communities, the threat of violence was a daily reality that underscored the fragility of their newfound rights. Black leaders like Frederick Douglass and Ida B. Wells spoke out against the horrors of lynching and mob violence, calling for federal intervention and legal protections. Despite their efforts, Black communities often had to rely on their own networks for protection. Churches and community groups offered spaces for organizing and mutual support, and African American families taught resilience and caution, knowing that even small acts of assertion could lead to violent repercussions. In the face of this violence, African Americans remained determined to fight for their rights. Many continued to vote despite the risks, and community leaders pushed forward with efforts to establish schools, businesses, and self-help organizations. Black churches, particularly the African Methodist Episcopal Church, provided critical support and guidance, offering safe spaces for organizing and fostering a sense of unity. Leaders within these churches encouraged their congregations to remain steadfast, reminding them that the fight for equality was a continuation of the struggle that had begun during slavery. The sustained violence of groups like the Klan, the White League, and the Red Shirts had a lasting impact on the Reconstruction period. As intimidation tactics became more effective, the gains of Reconstruction began to erode. In states like Louisiana, Mississippi, and South Carolina, where Black voters had once held significant influence, white supremacist violence gradually suppressed Black political participation, paving the way for the eventual establishment of Jim Crow laws and legalized segregation. As the 1870s came to a close, the North's commitment to Reconstruction waned, and federal troops were gradually withdrawn from the South. The Compromise of 1877 effectively ended Reconstruction, marking the beginning of the Jim Crow era. Without federal protection, African Americans in the South faced an entrenched system of racial violence and discrimination that would persist for nearly a century. The brief period of Black political and social empowerment that defined Reconstruction was replaced by institutionalized oppression, as Southern states passed laws that systematically disenfranchised African Americans. By the mid-1870s, the fervor for Reconstruction in the North had faded. The nation was wearied by a long and costly civil war and the turbulent Reconstruction years that followed. Economic challenges, including the Panic of 1873, a severe financial crisis that plunged the United States into a depression, shifted Northern attention away from Southern issues. Meanwhile, white Southern Democrats, often referred to as redeemers, gained political momentum, working to redeem the South from Republican control and restore white dominance. In the South, Redeemer Democrats used violence, intimidation, and voter suppression to regain control of state governments, effectively reversing many of the gains made during Reconstruction. Through organized efforts, they limited Black political power, dismantled Republican state legislatures, and reasserted control over Southern society. As Northern resolve weakened, these redeemers gained even more power, facing little opposition from a federal government that was increasingly reluctant to intervene in Southern affairs. The presidential election of 1876 marked a turning point in the struggle over Reconstruction. The election was highly contentious, with Rutherford B. Hayes, the Republican candidate, facing off against Samuel J. Tilden, the Democratic candidate. Tilden won the popular vote, but the results in several key states were disputed, leading to a deadlock. Both parties claimed victory in South Carolina, Florida, and Louisiana, states where Reconstruction governments were still in place and where voter intimidation and fraud were widespread. The electoral votes of these states would determine the winner, plunging the nation into a political crisis. To resolve the impasse, Congress established a bipartisan electoral commission to decide the outcome. In a compromise that became known as the Compromise of 1877, Southern Democrats agreed to support Hayes's presidency in exchange for the withdrawal of federal troops from the South. This withdrawal effectively marked the end of Reconstruction, as the federal government relinquished its role in enforcing Reconstruction policies and protecting African American rights in the South. The Compromise of 1877 had immediate and profound consequences for the Southern states, and for African Americans in particular. With the withdrawal of federal troops, Southern states quickly moved to dismantle the progress made during Reconstruction. Redeemer Democrats took control of state legislatures, passing laws and implementing policies aimed at reversing black political and social gains. The era of federal oversight and protection for African Americans had come to an end, leaving black communities vulnerable to systemic discrimination and racial violence. The end of Reconstruction led to the establishment of the Jim Crow system, a framework of laws and practices that enforced racial segregation and disenfranchised African Americans. Southern states implemented a series of measures, poll taxes, literacy tests, and grandfather clauses that systematically excluded black citizens from voting. While these laws were often written in race-neutral language, their application was heavily skewed to prevent African Americans from participating in the political process. Within a few years, the vast majority of Southern black men and women were effectively barred from voting, rendering them politically powerless. Alongside disenfranchisement, the Jim Crow system enforced racial segregation in all aspects of public life, including schools, transportation, workplaces, and public facilities. The Supreme Court decision in Plessy v. Ferguson in 1896 would later provide judicial backing for this system, establishing this separate but equal doctrine that legally justified segregation for decades. Under Jim Crow, African Americans faced daily humiliation, exclusion, and unequal treatment, as Southern states codified racial discrimination into law. The end of Reconstruction also meant a resurgence of white supremacist violence. Without federal intervention, groups like the Ku Klux Klan and other white supremacist organizations operated with impunity, terrorizing black communities and enforcing the social hierarchy through intimidation and lynching. The lack of legal recourse left African Americans vulnerable, as local law enforcement often turned a blind eye to, or even participated in, the violence. Black communities faced the constant threat of racial terror, which aimed to keep them in their place and prevent any attempts at social, economic, or political advancement. For African Americans who had experienced the freedoms and opportunities of Reconstruction, the end of the era brought profound disappointment and hardship. The promises of citizenship, equal protection, and political participation had been stripped away, replaced by a legal and social system designed to relegate them to second-class status. However, the end of Reconstruction did not extinguish the spirit of resilience and resistance within black communities. Many African Americans responded to the new era of segregation by building their own institutions, churches, schools, businesses, and social organizations that would become sources of strength and solidarity. Churches played a central role in African American communities, providing a space for organizing, mutual support, and advocacy. Black ministers became community leaders, helping their congregations navigate the challenges of life under Jim Crow. Schools, though severely underfunded and segregated, were established by black communities determined to educate their children. These institutions laid the foundation for future civil rights efforts, nurturing a generation that would continue the struggle for justice. As Reconstruction ended and the Jim Crow era began, African Americans continued to push for equality, even as they faced systemic barriers. Leaders like Booker T. Washington advocated for vocational education and economic self-sufficiency as a pathway to progress, while others, like W.E.B. Du Bois, argued for full political and social rights. The divisions among black leaders reflected the complexity of the challenges facing African Americans in the post-Reconstruction South. While their strategies differed, they shared a common goal of improving the lives of black citizens and fighting for a society that honored the principles of freedom and equality. The end of Reconstruction was a pivotal moment in American history, marking the transition from a period of federal intervention and attempted reform to an era of segregation and institutionalized racism. Although Reconstruction had failed to secure lasting equality for African Americans, it left a legacy of resistance, community solidarity, and hope for future generations. The rights and protections established during Reconstruction would serve as a foundation for the civil rights movement nearly a century later, as African Americans renewed their struggle for equality. With the formal end of Reconstruction in 1877, the United States entered a new chapter defined by the imposition of the Jim Crow laws in the South and a nationwide struggle over the legacy of freedom, equality, and the promises of the Reconstruction Amendments. Although Reconstruction had offered African Americans a brief period of political power, economic opportunity, and civil rights, the backlash that followed led to a systematic dismantling of these gains. This period witnessed the birth of the Jim Crow era, a rigid system of segregation and discrimination that would dominate Southern society and much of the nation for nearly a century. The Jim Crow laws began as state and local laws enforcing racial segregation in all aspects of public life: schools, transportation, restaurants, parks, and more. Signs labeled "white only" and "colored" became a common sight, underscoring the enforced separation between black and white communities. This separate but equal doctrine, established by the Supreme Court's decision in Plessy v. Ferguson in 1896, provided legal justification for segregation. This ruling claimed that segregation was constitutional as long as facilities were equal, a standard that was rarely, if ever, upheld in practice. Black schools, hospitals, and public services were often severely underfunded, reflecting the entrenched inequalities that defined Jim Crow society. The Jim Crow system was not only a legal structure but a social and cultural one. It dictated social interactions, demanding deference from African Americans in ways that reinforced white superiority. African Americans were expected to address white people with titles like sir or ma'am, while often being addressed by their first names or, worse, with derogatory terms. These norms were enforced with severe consequences for those who transgressed them. The system aimed to control African Americans at every level, ensuring that the freedoms gained during Reconstruction would be curtailed. One of the most tragic and terrifying aspects of the Jim Crow era was the rise of lynching and racial violence as tools of control. Mob violence against African Americans became widespread, with lynching used to intimidate and terrorize black communities. Lynchings were often public events, intended to send a message of racial dominance. Black men were frequently accused, often without evidence, of crimes against white women or of disrespecting white social norms, providing a pretext for mob violence. Anti-lynching activists like Ida B. Wells worked tirelessly to document these atrocities, drawing national attention to the horrors of racial violence, but federal anti-lynching legislation was repeatedly blocked in Congress. In addition to physical violence, African Americans faced economic marginalization. Sharecropping and tenant farming continued to dominate the Southern economy, keeping black families in cycles of debt and poverty. The lack of access to quality education and employment opportunities further entrenched this economic hardship. In northern cities, where many African Americans migrated in search of better opportunities, they encountered segregation and discrimination in housing, jobs, and schools, even if it was less formalized than in the South. In response to these conditions, African Americans developed strong communities centered around churches, schools, and civic organizations. The Black church, in particular, became a pillar of support and a center of social life, providing spiritual guidance, educational opportunities, and a space for political organizing. Churches like the African Methodist Episcopal Church offered not only religious services but also economic assistance, vocational training, and a platform for civil rights activism. Leaders within these churches emerged as voices for change, advocating for justice and equality even when doing so was dangerous. Education, despite being underfunded and segregated, became a powerful tool for Black empowerment. African American communities built schools, often with limited resources, where Black teachers taught Black students in defiance of the constraints imposed by Jim Crow laws. These schools produced a generation of educated African Americans who would later lead the fight against segregation and discrimination. Black colleges and universities, such as Tuskegee Institute and Howard University, were established during and after Reconstruction and played a critical role in developing African American leadership and professional skills. Despite the pervasive oppression of the Jim Crow era, African Americans found ways to resist, survive, and maintain dignity. Organizations such as the National Association of Colored Women's Clubs, NACWC, founded in 1896, worked to uplift African American communities through education, health initiatives, and social programs. The NACWC and similar organizations encouraged self-help and mutual aid, emphasizing the importance of family, education, and economic independence as ways to counteract the effects of discrimination. By the early 20th century, African American leaders were laying the groundwork for a new era of activism. Figures like Booker T. Washington and W.E.B. Du Bois emerged with differing approaches to the challenges facing Black Americans. Washington advocated for vocational education and economic self-sufficiency as a pathway to gradual social advancement, urging African Americans to prove their worth through hard work and economic success. Du Bois, on the other hand, argued for full civil rights and political equality, believing that African Americans should demand immediate access to the same opportunities as white Americans. This debate highlighted the diverse strategies within the Black community as they sought ways to navigate and ultimately dismantle the oppressive structures of Jim Crow. The legacy of Reconstruction, though marred by the advent of Jim Crow, endured in the form of African American institutions, resilience, and a commitment to justice. The Reconstruction Amendments, particularly the 14th and 15th Amendments, would later serve as the constitutional foundation for the civil rights movement. Leaders like Thurgood Marshall, Martin Luther King Jr., and many others would draw upon these amendments in the 1950s and 1960s to argue for equality and the dismantling of segregation. The end of Reconstruction and the rise of Jim Crow marked a painful setback for African Americans, but it also highlighted the strength and resilience of Black communities. Despite systematic oppression, African Americans maintained their cultural identity, built institutions, and laid the groundwork for future movements that would challenge and ultimately break down the barriers of Jim Crow. The conclusion of Reconstruction and the dawn of the Jim Crow era cast a long shadow over American history, as the promises of freedom and equality from the Civil War and Reconstruction remained unfulfilled for many African Americans. Yet, despite the setbacks and the resurgence of white supremacy, the foundations laid during Reconstruction would prove critical in the fight for civil rights in the 20th century. The struggles and achievements of Reconstruction became a source of inspiration and strength for generations of activists who would continue to push for a more just and equitable society. The Reconstruction Amendments, the 13th, 14th, and 15th, served as a lasting legacy of the era, providing legal grounds for the pursuit of civil rights. Although these amendments were initially undermined by state laws and Supreme Court decisions that justified segregation, they remained enshrined in the Constitution as symbols of the nation's commitment to liberty and equality. By the early 20th century, civil rights leaders began to draw upon these amendments to challenge racial injustice and to advocate for African Americans' right to citizenship and participation in American society. The rise of prominent Black leaders during Reconstruction, as well as the establishment of schools, churches, and other community institutions, gave rise to a new generation of African Americans who were educated, informed, and determined to resist oppression. These leaders, including W.E.B. Du Bois, Ida B. Wells, and Booker T. Washington, became powerful voices for change. Each contributed a unique perspective on how African Americans could navigate and challenge the constraints of Jim Crow, providing different but complementary visions that ultimately shaped the trajectory of the civil rights movement. In the early 20th century, Du Bois and other Black intellectuals established the Niagara Movement, a group dedicated to advocating for civil rights and opposing accommodation to segregation. The Niagara Movement laid the groundwork for the formation of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, NAACP, in 1909, which became one of the most influential civil rights organizations in American history. The NAACP focused on legal challenges to segregation and discrimination, filing lawsuits to overturn unjust laws and fight for equal protection under the law, often using the 14th and 15th Amendments as their basis. One of the NAACP's most notable victories came in 1954 with the Brown v. Board of Education Supreme Court decision, which ruled that racial segregation in public schools was unconstitutional. The case drew upon the principles of equality enshrined in the 14th Amendment, arguing that segregation violated African Americans' right to equal protection. Brown v. Board marked a turning point in the fight against Jim Crow, providing a powerful precedent for the dismantling of segregation across other areas of public life. The legacy of Reconstruction also fueled the civil rights movement of the 1950s and 1960s, led by figures such as Martin Luther King Jr., Rosa Parks, and John Lewis. The movement sought to reclaim the promises of freedom and equality that had been made but denied during Reconstruction. Through nonviolent protests, legal challenges, and grassroots organizing, the civil rights movement brought national attention to the injustice of segregation and racial discrimination, leading to landmark legislation like the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and the Voting Rights Act of 1965. These laws reaffirmed the rights granted during Reconstruction, particularly the 15th Amendment, which had been undermined by Jim Crow laws. While the civil rights movement achieved significant victories, the struggle for equality continued as systemic racism, economic inequality, and discrimination persisted. Reconstruction's legacy of resilience and community building remained relevant, as Black communities continued to rely on the institutions created during Reconstruction: churches, schools, mutual aid societies, and civic organizations to foster solidarity and advance their rights. The lessons of Reconstruction also highlighted the importance of federal intervention and the need for ongoing vigilance to protect civil rights. The memory of Reconstruction itself became a powerful symbol in the Black freedom struggle. Scholars, writers, and activists revisited the era, examining how and why its promises had been betrayed. This historical perspective underscored the long-standing nature of the fight for justice and reinforced the idea that progress required not only legal victories but also cultural and social transformation. Leaders like Frederick Douglass, who lived through Reconstruction and witnessed its rollback, had warned of the dangers of complacency, urging future generations to remain steadfast in their pursuit of justice. Today, the legacy of Reconstruction serves as both a reminder of the potential for change and a cautionary tale about the fragility of progress. The period demonstrated the nation's capacity for profound transformation and the possibility of building a society based on equality and inclusion. However, it also showed the strength of resistance to these ideals, as white supremacist violence and legal maneuvers succeeded in undermining Reconstruction's gains. This dual legacy continues to shape conversations about civil rights, justice, and the American identity. The promises and challenges of Reconstruction remain relevant as the struggle for racial and social justice continues in contemporary America. The era laid the groundwork for later movements and inspired ongoing efforts to address inequality, systemic racism, and the need for equal protection under the law. The principles enshrined in the Reconstruction Amendments continue to serve as a foundation for legal challenges and social movements, reminding Americans of the unfinished work of building a truly just society.